Dear, dear colleagues, dear guests, dear friends, I am happy to see all of you here, both those who are physically present and those who joined us online. We are very pleased to see you in this conference, and particularly welcome speakers from even 16 countries, including Lithuania. And let me explain in a few words why we gathered, namely in Kaunas, namely on this occasion, and why we have a conference on this topic today. As we know, it is devoted to the European constitutionalism, its origins, challenges, and the future. And there are at least 3 or even 4 reasons why we gathered today and why we hold this conference in Kaunas Vytautas Magnus University. The first reason is that this year was announced as the year of constitutions in Lithuania. This year we mark 2 anniversaries of both our democratic constitutions. The first democratic constitution, which was adopted in 1922, 100 years ago, adopted here in Kaunas, because Kaunas was temporary capital of the time of Lithuania due to various historical disturbances. And it was the first constitution of our country, which was valid, unfortunately, only 4 years. But the current constitution, that is the second anniversary, we are also commemorating this year, the 30th anniversary of our current constitution, which is, by paradox, the longest valid constitution in the Lithuanian history. It continues the best traditions of the first democratic constitution of 1922, including parliamentary republic as the form of the government, including human rights, including the rule of law, and it improves in a way and removes certain defects or shortcomings of the first democratic constitution, which unfortunately, but it was majoritarian. And the current constitution can be called anti-majoritarian because it was adopted by consensus, not by simple majority in the parliament. And of course, it also the current constitution also establishes the mechanism for constitutional control. And there is also, by the way, it to a certain extent, it also implements the principle of one of our fundamental constitutional acts, the Declaration of 1949 of the Lithuanian Freedom Fight Movement, Council of the Lithuanian Freedom Fight Movement, which proclaimed that the state of Lithuania will be restored and managed in the spirit of the Constitution of 1922. And not accidentally, also the commemoration of 100 years of our first constitution, it also coincides with 100 years of our university. Without university, there would be no constitution, actually, because many professors of this university also participated in preparation of the constitution, its promotion, and its further teaching on constitutional law on the basis of this constitution. So 100 years at the University of Lithuania at that time, which was predecessor of the current University of Vytautas Magnus University, was established, and from which university we can trace really the tradition of a national legal thought in Lithuania, of a contemporary national legal thought of Lithuania. And by the way, it is named, it has the name of Vytautas Magnus, or Vytautas the Great, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, who succeeded in creating the largest ever Lithuanian state, but in creating it not by force, or not only by force, let's say, but by means of diplomacy and also on the basis of common values, such as respect for diversity, and tolerance to the people of different religions, language, and culture. That is really also the common fundamental of our current European constitutional tradition. And one more occasion I would like to mention as well. We are organizing this conference with two partners. One of them is the European Humanities University, and European Humanities University is a unique university, and it also commemorates its 30th anniversary of establishment. It was established in Minsk, in Belarus. However, it was closed by the dictatorial regime of Lukashenko, and it was reopened in Vilnius in 2004. It was reopened, and its key aim is namely to promote the idea of democratic Belarus constitutional identity, which would be based on our common legacy of our common state of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Republic of both nations. Therefore, we are really proud to have this university as a partner. And the second partner, which is also very famous organization, which one of the key aims of which is constitution building and rebuilding in some states, including also assistance to future constitutional building of a democratic Belarus. That is called International IDEA, International Institute for Promotion of Democracy and Electoral Assistance, international organization with headquarters in Stockholm. And we are also proud to have this organization as a partner, and we are very grateful for its contribution and support to this conference. And let me finish by emphasizing that the purpose of this current conference is to exchange the views on the past and current challenges to the European constitutionalism, as well to share our insights on its possible future developments, especially in particular in the current context, which is a very difficult one, because we have huge external threats to our even civilization, not only European constitutionalism as such, but as well we have also, I think, and I believe we have also some internal challenges, very similar ones like constitutional backsliding, like rise of political populism, some others. And therefore, I believe that the conference will provide the good forum for the exchange of our views, the exchange of our insights, and we will, I hope, and I believe we will have a good opportunity for excellent communication between ourselves and excellent discussions. Therefore, I wish you all the fruitful discussions, and let me start the part of welcoming addresses, and I am pleased to invite the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Evelina Dobrovolska, for a welcoming welcoming speech. So, please.
Distinguished participants and guests, first of all, I'm very honored to welcome you here in Kaunas, and especially good morning for those who had to drive in the morning to Kaunas. I hope you find you well and you have coffee enough. Also, before I start my official welcome speech, I had attended so many conferences during this year. As Professor Dainius Žalimas mentioned, this year is the year of the Constitution of Lithuania. We had many events, many conferences, but I can say that it's the first conference I am attending now when I see that we are focusing on international level. I do believe that our Constitution, of course, we are proud about this, and it's the main document we have, and the main document which actually gives us directions. And I can say that as a politician as well. But it doesn't work only on national level. actually we have international level is the reason why it's so important to have so many guests, so many speakers from different countries, to have academia as well as those who was trying to explain how actually law and constitution works. So we have former judges as well. I do believe that this cooperation, this conference is something we should focus on. And also those participants who are sitting next to the door, there's a lot of space next to me, so we can go there and we can discuss this conference as well. All my speech actually is based on things we're trying to discuss and I would say to feel about the Constitution. It is encouraging to note that Constitution of 1992 has already grown out of the age of youth. And in Lithuania, the limit for youth is 29, so it's not a youth anymore. At the same time, it is important to emphasize that current Constitution is based on fundamental values from the Constitution of 1922. As Professor Dainius Žalimas mentions, is the system of our values. We welcome active contribution to the teaching and dissemination of important constitutional principles made by the Faculty of Law of Vytautas Magnus University, which is also celebrating its 100th anniversary. I guess it's one of the reasons also why we have this strong cooperation between academia, politicians, and as well as judges, because it cannot function one way, it's always a collaboration. The stability of Constitution is, among other things, linked to the dynamic jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court, which reflects current realities. As the Constitutional Court has noted, respect for international law is one of the fundamental elements of constitutional principle of rule of law. And when we discuss rule of law, it's not something actually we can explain only by reading Constitution. It's something alive, and in all countries, when we try to set basic rules, and if we try to read even judgments from European Court of Justice especially, there is actually no right answer. It's always questions. So I do believe it's homework for all of us, and especially for youth sitting here trying to build new legislation still based on the same values. In many cases, provision of international and EU law directly serve as a source for legal interpretation in acts of a constitutional court, especially in the field of protection of human rights. The Constitutional Court has noted that international and EU law should be considered to the minimum constitutional standard, but that our constitutional requirements for the protection of human rights may be higher than international or European ones. It's the reason why always politicians, and as Minister of Justice, I would say judgments of Constitutional Court is the direction for legislation, as I mentioned before. There is always a direction but no right answer, because it's always about sometimes not to be afraid to go to ex post methodology and to check how it works. Actually, can we find the best answer, keeping in mind the minimum and the highest standard we can reach for human rights. The documents of the Venice Commission, which acts as advisory body to the Council of Europe, are also of considerable importance for the interpretation of Constitution as a source of international, foreign, and good practice. In conclusion, Lithuanian Constitution based on universal and European values, the content of which has been agreed in principle of international and EU level. I am now speaking of freedom and cannot fail to mention that this year, which of course is year of Constitution of Lithuania, also marks the year of fight of Ukraine. And when we speak about this war, it clearly indicates that the importance of civil society for the development of a state. I'm making the reference of civil society that is interested in and understand the Constitution as an agreement between citizens to respect each other's differences and try to have them. This conference is being held on the occasion of the birthday of the Constitution and birthday of Faculty of Law of Vytautas Magnus University. I wish you a useful contribution to the reflection on active citizenship and, of course, good reflections. So have a nice conference. Thank you very much for hosting me here.
in expressing our gratitude to the Minister of Justice of Lithuania, I would like to present small gift, the book which was published on the occasion of 100th anniversary of our university. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much
for coming here.
Thank you.
And now I am pleased to invite for welcoming words the Vice Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Professor Vilma Biekienė. Please.
Laba diena visiems. Dear Minister of Justice of the Republic of Lithuania, esteemed guests from around the countries in Europe and beyond, and above all, dear students who have gathered here for this very important conference. It is my deepest pleasure and personal happiness to have this possibility to give a welcoming word to such an important event, to the event that marks a triple anniversary, that is the birth of the University of Lithuania, the birth of the Constitution in 1922, and the birth of the modern Lithuanian Constitution, the 30th anniversary. The University of Lithuania, founded in 1922 and renamed as Vytautas Magnus University in 1930, was the first university to offer studies in the Lithuanian language. We had a university in Vilnius that actually is, marks almost 500 years of its existence, but the studies in the Lithuanian language were first introduced in this university. But at the same time, the University of Lithuania became a very international university. Believe it or not, but at that time, like now, there was mobility, there were professors who came to teach to Lithuania, there were students who went to study to other European universities. So the university became, as Professor Kulakauskas said, a decent mid-sized university of Europe over 2 decades, which was actually a big achievement. Thus, the newly established University of Lithuania undertook an important mission to foster Lithuanian high culture, education, and progress. Lithuania demonstrated that it could become an equal and valuable partner to the European and global community. Moreover, it was 100 years ago that only after the establishment of the University of Lithuania and the Faculty of Law functioning therein, Lithuania could expect the first constitution of a democratic state. Today, constitutionalism faces new challenges. We watch with horror every day how the fundamental values of Europe are being destroyed. But we strongly believe that the war and the ensuing crisis will end in favor of human rights and democracy enshrined in constitutional law. We are very pleased that by organizing this conference, we are also strengthening the university's relations and cooperation with the European Humanitarian University and the International Institute for Democracy and Election Support. So let me thank, first of all, the organizers for taking this initiative, for showing that Vytautas Magnus University has expertise to offer for this very important discussion. I also want to thank the students who have taken this active interest in discussing the matters of high importance to the country. And with that, I would like to wish everybody today to have enlightening discussions, to have enriching experience, and to really set some good solutions for the future. Thank you, and have a very important day.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Rector. And now I am pleased to invite for welcoming word the representative of the international idea, Dr. Massimo Tomasoli. I think we have him online. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor. I would like, first of all, to say that I would have very much liked to be with you in person, and I did all I could to be there, but unfortunately I can't be there with you to celebrate the tribal anniversary that Professor Bieken just mentioned. I want to acknowledge, first of all, Ms. Evelina Dobrovolska, Minister of Justice of the Republic of Lithuania, Professor Vilma Bieken, Vice Rector of the Vytautas Magnus University, and Dr. Sergei Ignatov, Rector of the European Humanities University, and in particular you, Professor Zalimas, Dean of the Law Faculty of the Vytautas University, because you are the initiator of this conference. International IDEA, as one of the co-hosts of the conference, is pleased to be able to convene this event on a very extremely timely and critical important theme with our Lithuanian and Belarusian partners. The purpose of the conference, as has been mentioned, is multifold. First of all, to identify, discuss, and distill the current issues, trends, and strategies for addressing the challenges to constitutionalism. And secondly, gathering here at the campus of this remarkable university, we also hope that these and related discussions will enrich and promote further the studies undertaken in Lithuania and in the region on the subject of constitutionalism, recalling the national and international levels of action that Minister Dobrovolska mentioned. The sharing of comparative constitutional knowledge is one of international IDEA's key areas of expertise. Over the past 2 decades, collecting and disseminating knowledge on issues of constitutional design and on constitution-making processes have been at the heart of our work in support of democratic transitions globally. As one of the lead assistance providers in this field, International IDEA has supported constitution makers and democracy reformers through knowledge resources, facilitation of dialogues, and tailored advice. All of these are available for use on our website, and our constitution building and regional offices are available to provide more guidance on our work in this regard. This conference is a momentous undertaking. Not a surprise to anyone in this audience that the number of countries moving in the direction of authoritarianism is more than double the number moving towards democracies. And I'm quoting here data from our most recent Global State of Democracy report that, by the way, will be launched later on next week on the 30th of November. So these are some primers from that report. Within existing democracies, there is a worrying decline in quality. A decade ago, that number was 12. Today, it is 52. It is also well evidenced that democracies are more prone to slow but persistent forms of deterioration and backsliding through declines in checks and balances and independence of the judiciary or other fundamental attributes of constitutionalism, rather than rapid and violent revolutions or coup. So compared to perhaps 30 or 40 years ago, the authoritarian toolkit is now including constitutionalism and how to manipulate constitutional principles and values and rights in order to entrench their power. As the diffusion of knowledge and advocacy for democratic norms and constitution making processes for democratic governance has expanded in the last decades, so have the various forms of populist or authoritarian abuses of constitutions. Even in long established democracies, it has become increasingly difficult to take for granted the stability and the commitment to the ideas of limited government and the respect of the rule of law. We are unfortunately witnessing an increase in support for authoritarian values. In 2009, only 38% of the World Values Survey respondents said it was fairly good or very good to have strong leaders who don't have to bother with parliament or elections. In 2021, that percentage had risen to 52%. At the same time, while more than half, that is 52% of all respondents to the World Values Survey, said that democracy was important in 2017, that number has dropped to 47% in 2022. Less than half of respondents say that having a democracy is very good. Against this backdrop, such discussions are particularly important. We should all work towards ensuring that the authoritarian innovations for undermining constitutionalism do not outpace our descriptive knowledge generation and norm building aimed at strengthening the commitment to and practice of constitutionalism. This conference brings a remarkable group of speakers who will be able to explore constitutionalism and its relations to democracy from various angles. I'm confident that we will be able to learn plenty and be able to generate conclusions and recommendations which we can apply to our respective fields of work. Thank you, and I look forward to a successful event of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tomasoli. And now I am honored to invite for welcoming word the rector of European Humanities University, Professor Sergei Ignatov. Please.
Your Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear students. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the drafting and adoption of the Constitution of the State of Lithuania by the Constituent Seimas. A year 1922 put a solid ground of the rising tradition of Lithuanian constitutionalism, rule of law, the promotion of constitutional values and civil society. In 2022, Lithuanians celebrate another very important anniversary, the 30th anniversary of the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania, which was adopted by a referendum of the people on 25th October 1992. Although the history of Lithuanian statehood has been recorded for almost 8 centuries, the Constitution of Lithuania, adopted 3 decades ago, remained in force for the longest time. This shows what a difficult and long path Lithuanian constitutionalism had taken in its natural development, which was often interrupted by external forces seeking to destroy the statehood of Lithuania. It is no coincidence that the preamble of the Constitution refers to the centuries-old history of Lithuania, the centuries-long fight for freedom and independence, and the legal foundations of the state based on the Lithuanian statutes and the constitutions. As some of you may already know, this year we celebrate, our university celebrate the 30th anniversary of the establishment of European Humanities University. EHU was the first university in Belarus to follow the example of Western colleges and universities. Its activities were focused on a fundamental study of humanities and social sciences. EHU founders meant to establish an independent university that would support the revival of the values of European civilization during the period of transition from totalitarianism to democracy. The mission of the university was to educate the new generation of young professionals capable of leading Belarus on its way towards civil society. In 2004, the Belarusian authorities started to undermine the academic freedom and autonomy of the university. As a result, EHU was forced to cease its activities in Belarus. Thanks to political, administrative, and financial support from the European Union, the Nordic Council of Ministers, the government of Lithuania and other European countries, the United States, NGOs and international foundations, EHU resumed its operations in Vilnius, Lithuania. In 2006, EHU was granted the official status of Lithuanian University. The EHU Center of Constitutionalism and Human Rights works to promote legal means of protecting constitutional and human rights. Since 2012, our colleagues strive to develop a culture of human rights and to support the academic community of EHU and civil society in the states of Eastern and Central Europe. The center's core activities focus on professional and holistic legal analysis of existing problems and ways of establishing a constitutional legal order based on the rule of law and human rights. The goal of the center is to create an expert community focused on the mission of the center and the university through research, consulting, and educational activities. Unfortunately, in the case of Belarus, today we have to say that the constitution in that country serves the interests of the regime, not the interests of the people. Perhaps even more radically, the Belarusian constitution exists today only on paper, which has been lying deep in the Lukashenko's drawer, locked away for several decades. As a result, we cannot talk about the principle of the separation of powers, about the existence of inherent human rights, about freedom of speech, about the impartiality of the courts, and finally, about democracy in general. It has long been known that the Minsk regime holds political prisoners hostage as an instrument of negotiation with Western countries. On the one hand, by brutally cracking down on the opposition, Lukashenko is demonstrating his loyalty to the Kremlin. And on the other, by releasing some political prisoners from time to time, he is once again presenting himself to the West as a more human tyrant. Human Rights Day will soon be celebrated around the world on 10th of December. At this time, we need to keep talking about human rights and, most importantly, keep defending them. We are slowly getting used to the daily news about the horrors of war, the daily arrests of human rights activists, independent media, writers, actors, and others who, in the context of today's events, simply cannot remain silent. It is our duty to remind the world that just 100 kilometers away, in the dark prisons of Belarus, there are too many political prisoners who have dared to protest peacefully against the violation of the constitutional human rights. Dear colleagues, have a nice conference. and fruitful discussions and conclusions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director. And now the time to start our first session, which is devoted to the current challenges to constitutionalism. In this session, we have three distinguished key speakers, as well as three discussants. And let me first invite for keynote speech Professor Hanna Suchocka, who is famous both politician and constitutionalist in Poland, and also the honorary president of the Venice Commission. So please, Professor, the floor is yours.
This one.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. It's working now. Okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to all organizers who invited me to take part in this conference. I remember when we first time talked with Professor Žalimas, I said, of course, when there's a discussion of the constitutionalism, it is a topic so important and interesting that I am, of course, ready to come and to participate, especially in Lithuania, on such a conference, take part in such a discussion. And when I see the Thal, I am also very happy because I see so many young people. I am also, till now, professor at the University in Poznan, law faculty. I have a lecture on constitutional law and constitutionalism. And sometimes I see that when we discuss on our efforts from beginning of 90s, it is the history for the young people like a type of ancient history, like for us, the battle of Caesar, of others, yes? So exactly for that reason, I think that it's very important to make an education on the road to the real democratic constitutionalism. And so when I noticed that I'm the first speaker, I decided to start it with the origin of the constitutionalism in this part of Europe, and then to put some questions important which will be developed by others participants of this panel. And first of all, I put a point. I have to also keep a time, yes, because we have some usual. But I started with such a general point, way to the new constitution in Central and Eastern Europe, the problem of constitutional moment. And here I found such a very interesting quoting, that theory and history have an uncomfortable relationship. Sometimes theory derives from history as an attempt to explain and reconcile events that have taken place. And sometimes history trips up theory when events stubbornly refuse to conform to the theory we have laid out. And in the beginning of 90s, we had exactly this phenomenon that the history tripped up theory. And we first make history changes to the constitution, and then we had a professional discussion concerning what does mean. One of the issues was also a notion of constitutionalism. I remember, because I was a member of the Constitutional Commission in Poland since 1989. Always involved in making a new constitution. Our way to constitution was rather long because Lithuania adopted the constitution earlier than Poland in 92. In the same year, we adopted only so-called small constitution because probably the history was too strong in Poland and the theory was too weak, and for that reason, this tension exactly occurred also in our process, long process of making new constitution. But despite these difficulties, I can say that the beginning of 90s, it was the period which is called in the theory of constitutionalism, constitutional moment, the famous Ackermann's notion, constitutional moment. And I think that it was a very specific phenomena because it was a constitutional moment for each of the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, but also for the whole region, because we have exactly the making constitution process in the whole region. But there are, of course, difficulties. I don't enter into the theory of constitutional moment because it is for another lecture. But what was the main, how to say, challenge then? In the beginning of the transformation constitution development process in Central and Eastern Europe. Because sometimes I have such an opinion that many active politicians have forgotten the situation then. We, first of all, in the beginning of 90s, we were reoriented to the constitutional system in well-established democracies. And the main problem was to look for the common standards, how we can build a modern constitutionalism which is based on human traditional constitutional standards. Because all the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, they lived for more than 40 years in communist system, as it has been said today in the previous speeches, built on completely different values. And when we started to make our constitution, it was a very historical moment for all of us, but it was also an interesting moment because at the same time, the Venice Commission has been established. I decided to mention here, of course, the Venice Commission, because here in this discussion, we are 3 members of the Venice Commission, and then in this row are sitting other members of the Venice Commission. So as you see, it is exactly not 3, because 4, because I mentioned only on guests, not on the host. And for that reason, exactly, it was a very important body, and still is a very important body, to give a help, to help the new countries in searching for European standards. However, the new established democracies and the new established democracies procedures and institutions in the post-communist states were weaker than in well-established democracies, and for obvious reasons, more fragile towards a number of hazards. These countries often suffered from deficit in political culture and traditions featuring consolidated democracies. I would like to point this element of political culture because, in my opinion, it is one of the most important problems, especially when we discuss on some institutions. Why some institutions could be introduced in well-established democracies and they are changing, or how to say, going to the direction of autocracy in another countries. It is one of the main problems. In various Central and Eastern European countries, one could observe a temptation to look for a shorter way, which sometimes means a way, if not contra legem, at least preter legem in making legislation. An important example here is also the low level of awareness of the concept of a limited government need not only to be formally recognized by the Constitution, but also internalized at all levels of governance, because it is one of the pillars of the constitutionalism. It was difficult in such a circumstances to define the substance of the constitutionalism as a determination to subject the government to scrutiny, to impose limits on the exercise of its power. As it has been mentioned also here, the main problem was how to describe and how to implement the limits between different powers. The modern concept of constitutionalism is anchored on 2 fundamental strengths. The first is the existence of certain limitations imposed on the state, particularly in the relationships with the citizens, based on some clearly defined set of core values. The second is the existence of a clearly defined mechanism to ensure that the restrictions imposed on the government can be legally enforced. A government that exceeded the limitations should be held accountable. Under constitutionalism, citizens must have the right to participate in political life, and the government must be controlled by substantive limits on what it can do. It seems obvious, but sometimes, as I said, it is very difficult to implement it. The purpose of enacting a constitution is not so much to create only a written constitution, but precisely to promote constitutionalism, a posture of constitutionalism. And we can agree that having a constitution is not enough. It should be done something more to have a constitutionalism in the country. As I said in the beginning, I was involved in the discussion in making the new Polish constitution, and one of the strongest discussions was discussion concerning the relationships between legality and constitutionalism, and the question whether we should introduce to the constitution the special principle on constitutionalism, or maybe the legality is enough. It is a difference between Article 7 of the Constitution, which is on legality, and Article 8, which finally was introduced to the Constitution, which is saying that the Constitution shall be the supreme law of the Republic of Poland. Constitutionalism, therefore, implies that the Constitution cannot be suspended or disregarded by the political branches of the government. However, such a state of affairs, posture, as I said, constitutionalism, take shape slowly, evolutionary. It cannot be imposed only by making a constitution. The constitution is only the beginning of such a path. Important, as I said, is legal culture. This, however, takes a time. But this time, in the states undergoing transformation in our part of Europe, the tensions in political power was not tranquil for the constitution, and thus did not allow the rules of constitutional culture to solidify. Now we can see this problem also in many countries. Populist elements have intensified in many countries. In such a situation, the institutions of the constitutional state, Constitutional Court, Ombudsman, Judicial or Media Council, exist, but despite their existence, they are not very strong. They are very limited. It has been said in this speech by Professor Tomasoli when he makes such a statistic, presented the statistic on the growth of authoritarianism in different countries. It is based on populism in many countries. And as one of famous constitutionalists from Hungary, Gabriel Halmai underlines with regard to Hungary that the backslide occurred through the misuse of constitutional instrument, called sometimes abusive constitutional tools, such as often constitution amendments in countries where the ruling party has a constitutional majority. And then we can hear such an argumentation on the constitutionalism, but the instrument are misused and used in completely different direction. And this fact has had a significant negative impact on the proper understanding of the constitutionalism. In this concept, constitutionalism, one of the main challenges is in many countries is now fighting against the instrumentalization of the constitution. Undoubtedly, one such factor would be the violation of proper lawmaking principles, proper legislation at the constitutional level. And it is one of the most important points in the work of the Venice Commission. When you will enter in the different opinion, read different opinions of the Venice Commission, there is always important point how the law has been prepared, how the law was made. And now we can find in many legislative procedure this kind which can say that the very short procedure which does not allow to exactly make a real, how to say, amendments to the Constitution which are based on the social acceptance. The manner in which some modification has been introduced into several constitutions in recent years, and even amendment to the law, for example, the amendment to the Polish law on courts, have brought the Venice Commission face to face with the problem of restoring the meaning of mechanism of proper law-making. In the early days of transformation, the motive for amending the constitution was the words of a well-known constitutionalist Levenstein, who wrote that the history of constitutionalism is nothing other than the political man's search for the limits of absolute authority by its bearers and his endeavor to establish a spiritually, morally, and ethically justified authority in place of the blind subordination to the absolutism of existing supremacy. I put always the question now, thus the words are still valid, yes, where we are when we are reading now Levenstein. In many countries, the problem has arisen of a democratic version of concentration of power, concentration achieved through election and obtaining a qualified majority, even capable to make amendment to the constitution. One of the main goals of transformation has been to break with the concentration of power. But now we can observe a different version of the concentration of power. And of course, in such a situation, it creates the temptation to disregard other political forces and leads to an imbalance of political power. It also leads to a rather arbitrary determination of the constitutional moment and the making of the constitutional amendments in line rather with Carl Schmitt's principle that the theory of rhetoric of political struggle causes each party involved in the struggle to recognize as true only that constitution which corresponds to its political demands. If the fundamental political and social contradictions are very strong, it can easily come to the point where a party can deny any constitution that does not meet its demands this designation at all. It was also a very clear warning done by the Venice Commission on Hungary, but also in Romania and other countries, when the Venice Commission said that in some post-communist countries, a situation has arisen in which the winner takes all, and then attempts to solidify the entire political system by introducing amendments to the constitution adopted by a qualified majority, which diminish the role of the minority, which is an important element to democratic society. So for that reason, one of the report of the Venice Commission, general report, was also a report on the relations between the governing party and opposition, because there are these threats which we can observe now in different countries. And what in this context, because of course I don't have a time to enter deeper in different issues, but we have now the phenomena which can be called extreme majoritarianism, which derives from, as I said, the majority principle, but is in fact a deformation of it. For it represents an attempt to transform the majority into a permanent majority. It is a majority that is no longer variable and temporary from election to election, but it is to be consolidated through legal interventions into a permanent power base. We can observe now in the many countries, some countries, maybe not many, the situation when the electoral law is changed to prepare such a rule that will be much more, how to say, positive and working for the ruling party. It is also against the rule of making proper just legislation. And here in this context, it is a third issue which I think is one of the most important at the moment. It is a problem, it is also a challenge, important challenge for the constitutionalism in the relationships between politics and judiciary. We said that one of the crucial elements of the constitutionalism is, despite the balance of powers, independent judiciary. It is a crucial point. It is exactly the axiom and pillar. And And in this context now, when we have in different countries, the question arises how to safeguard constitutions against politics, how to protect constitution from politics. It became one of the crucial challenges. Constitution courts are supposed to provide such a guarantee, but we could observe a clear tendency towards political manipulations around the constitution courts. In this situation, the issue of the direct applicability of the Constitution by ordinary courts has gained importance. Because we thought in several countries, especially in the majority of post-communist countries, that the Constitution Court would be such a, how to say, guardian of the Constitution. It is the general idea. But in Polish Constitution, we also have this solution, but we have also Article 178, which is saying that the judge of the ordinary court is subordinated to the Constitution and to the law. And now it's a question of the interpretation, what does mean? The judges, when judge finds himself in such a situation that he clearly sees that the law is not in coordinates, in line with the Constitution, what can he does? In our opinion, he can decide directly on the Constitution. But it is one of the questions. It is one of the questions for the future, how we can describe the direct applicability of the Constitution by ordinary judge. And here in this situation, we can observe, and especially in Polish situation, a very important evolution, because almost majority of constitutional lawyers were of the opinion that in Polish case, the Constitutional Court is the only guardian of the Constitution, and that the ordinary judge can make the control only through Constitutional Court. But now, after 2015, the situation has changed, because the Constitutional Court is exactly politicized. So for that reason, even very famous, I can say, constitutional lawyers and judges to Constitutional Court and judges to European Court of Human Rights, like Professor Garlicki, changed his mind. And Professor Garlicki now is saying that the violation of the constitutional position of the Constitutional Tribunal cannot be rewarded but acknowledging that the Constitution of the Republic of Poland as such is deprived of the guarantee of a supremacy over the law. And this would be the case if one were to categorically deny ordinary court judges the right to disregard as unconstitutional law in the adjudication process. But this is exactly now the very open and difficult problem. Despite the change in position, however, it is feared that the tension between politics and judicial power may be increasing. Symptoms of this can be observed in the area of the relationships between domestic law and European law. Of course, it is a new area of the tension. We can observe now the situation between European court and, for example, the Luxembourg court and court in Karlsruhe, German court in Karlsruhe, Polish Constitutional Court. The key under this condition is to seek, in the event of the conflict arising, a method of dialogue to resolve the conflict. Because in such a conflict, we see that the role of judges will be growing when we compare with the role of politicians. So here we can new, how to say, level of the discussion concerning constitutionalism. We can agree with the position of the European Parliament that the violation of the common principles and values of the Union by a member state cannot be justified as an expression of national identity in the effect of such a violation is to weaken or even to override the principle underlying European integration, such as the democratic rule of law or the principle of judicial independence. And this is last principle that is crucial in shaping the foundation of constitutionalism. the so-called judicial reforms, because I see sometimes being a member of the Venice Commission that what is called reform, judicial reform, it has nothing to do with reform. It is a politicization of judiciary. But judicial reform carried out in some states in recent years show that the constitutional order that lacks respect for an independent judiciary is really to betray its own constitution. Extremely important in the constitution-making process was the agreement with society, the need to find a social consensus around the values protected by the Constitution, precisely in order to create a sense and conviction of the Constitution as a common good, of the Constitution establishing the rule of game, influencing a kind of independence of the legal system from momentary political change. And these general principles have not changed. And now how we can deal with this principle, it is our challenge. Of course, in the Constitution, we are not able to find the solution for all conflicts because Constitution cannot prevent abuses of law, social conflict, of crisis caused by the exuberant ambition of politicians. But we have to find a way in our working, our reaction to the Constitution. A strong posture of constitutionalism can help to solve this problem, because otherwise we have the situation which can be called, was called by somebody just in the beginning of our transformation, that when we will not introduce the strong guarantees to the Constitution, politics will eat the Constitution. And sometimes I have such an impression that maybe we have some phenomena in some countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor. Indeed, very valuable and a number of insights. I think, it recalls me that the largest problem maybe is how to create and especially maintain and promote such a constitutional culture of constitutional democracy in which for example, for all political forces, it would be something natural to obey to the constitution rather than to impose their own understanding. And in this regard, I remember the words of our one of the first presidents who sworn in Kaunas in 1926, I guess, Kazys Grinius. And he took an oath in accordance with the first democratic constitution, which was actually abolished after a few months after his taking an oath, but he pronounced what is the most important, I think, even nowadays, but he addressed as a politician that it is the most important for us to adjust ourselves to the constitution rather than trying to adjust the constitution to ourselves. So it's really reminds that these words remains topical, because even now we can see, even unfortunately in Lithuania, some temptations from some political leaders to create a sort of alternative constitution because they don't agree simply what was established or explained. And it also reminds another words of famous philosopher who unfortunately passed away in 6 years ago, Leonidas Donskis, who used this word democratura or demo-dictatorship, but democracy is not demo-dictatorship. So, of course, I hope we'll have time for further discussion after all the speakers. And now I am pleased to pass the floor to another member of the Venice Commission, professor from constitutional, and also a professor of constitutional law from Italy, Professor Cesare Pinelli. Please, the floor is yours.
I am deeply pleased to be here, and thanks very much to the universities that have organized this meeting together with the international idea. But does the microphone function or not? Yes? Okay. I have the secret, yes. I have interpreted the general title of our meeting in the following way. My presentation will be devoted to the following issue: elites' detachment from the people and people's detachment from the Constitution. In the political as well as in the scholarly debates on populism, the elite's detachment from the people was the mantra that put the premises for the populist surge. Even more recent analysis of the constitutional retrogressions affecting contemporary democracies rest on the same assumption. It is time to inquire, I think, into whether it has hidden the people's detachment from the Constitution. Both the issues of the compatibility of populism with democracy and of the constitutional retrogressions could take profit from such inquiry and be thus inserted in a wider and more convincing background. I will start with a brief account of post-totalitarian constitutionalism. The post-World War II constituent assemblies were confronted with the issue of how to reverse the premises of totalitarianism without returning, however, to the old Rechtsstaat. The concreteness of the former vis-à-vis ordinary citizens, namely the public power's capability of blurring the public-private divide by interfering with the conscience of individuals, was of course the main threat to be avoided. But this was not a good reason for reviving the abstract version of sovereignty which characterized the pre-totalitarian tradition of the Rechtsstaat. While remaining at the center of democratic life, for the Send, Parliament was no more considered capable of granting fundamental rights, because this was to an abstract pretension. Constitutional courts were established for this end, were non-elected authorities, but were called to interpret the Constitution. Therefore, this automatically raised the question of the court's legitimacy in striking down the product of democratically elected authorities. This is the so-called counter-majoritarian difficulty. On the other hand, however, there was another question, the question of the tyranny of the majority. So the court was established with the end of putting an end to the tyranny of the majority, but it raised the question of a counter-majoritarian difficulty. Both these questions translate into diverging interpretations of the power's structural divide as settled in the Constitution and of the conflicting conceptions of power that Constitution embodies. Conflicts in which the rule of law stands in opposition to democracy appear thus physiological within the framework of these constitutions. Judicial interpretation of constitutional provision is left unconstrained until amendments on the matter are not enacted, and their meaning might in turn be shaped by judicial decisions over time. Conflicts of that sort are presumed as open-ended, since constitutions do not designate a depository of the final word or genuinely authoritative constitutional interpretations or decisions. Post-totalitarian constitutions laid the premises for the formation of a constitutional tradition, whose achievements, especially now, should be appreciated as far-reaching given the endurance of those constitutions and the civilization of the political conflicts that was thus achieved vis-à-vis the turbulent experience of the past. To that end, a decisive step consisted in reshaping the Constitution's connection with the state. Rather than a source, albeit supreme, of the state's law, the Constitution was reputed as the very foundation of the state's legitimacy. It is in the sense that the formula constitutional state was adopted by constitutional theorists of the European continent since 1990. Under democratic constitutions, the people compose a community sharing something more than the procedures that make it an electorate. It also shares a certain set of values that are constitutionally translated into principles. It is the presumption that the translation corresponds to the people's credence or expectations that confers legitimacy to the Constitution. These values transcend the political majorities of the moment without being considered metaphysical or morally indisputable thrust. On the contrary, they may count as evaluations of the common interest, provided that they are projected beyond mere political contingency. It is in this sense that people are presumed sovereign. They are presumed sovereign on the ground that they are provided with the choice of repudiating the values they shared when the Constitution was formulated. It is the very Constitution's endurance that depends on that choice. Whenever constitutional principles fail to reflect the people's cherished values, the Constitution ceases as well to exert its function of ensuring the stability of a certain legal order. At this respect, it is very important to shed light on the notion of people's identity. It can be viewed in different perspectives according on whether self-identity connotes sameness or selfhood. Being a social construct regarding what each community thinks of itself, a people's identity may vary according to whether it ascribes to the people the pretension of looking the same through different generations, and this is the identity as sameness, or the possibility of recognizing its own distinct self from all other selves, despite the changes which occurred to it through different generations, and this is identity as selfhood. Democratic constitutions not only presuppose, but even to a certain extent promote a notion of people's identity in the sense of selfhood. Their conception of time should be connected with the recognition of social, political, and religious pluralism, whose intrinsic dynamic both structures and enhances changes of opinions, habits, and beliefs within the people over time. The scope of the Constitution's integrative function should be considered coextensive with that dynamic, provided that difference as a structural principle of democracy requires consensus about fundamental values and procedures. The Constitution's stability is thus believed to depend on the flexibility of its formulation, as well as occurring with a balance between majoritarian democracy and the rule of law. On the other hand, stand populist approach appeals, more than approach, to the people. These rely on the principle of popular sovereignty at the expenses of the rule of law and of respect for political or cultural minorities. What does this presuppose in terms of identity? It presupposes the notion of an homogeneous people that remains the same across and through change. In this perspective, it is not the people's attachment to certain values that count, that afford legitimacy to the Constitution. It is rather the nature of a certain people that stands always the same over time. On the other hand, it is true that under populist regimes, free elections are held in formal compliance with the representation principle and the majority rule. The imaginary homogeneous people, as suggested by populists, reflects their, it has been called their thin ideology, that mirrors the virtual world running parallel to the real in our time, far better than the desiccated political legacies of their adversaries. Such world fictions clearly differ from that hidden behind previous appeals to the people's will, as well as from artificial concepts of constitutionalism. In practice, populist appeals to the people can coexist with the representation principle that has lost its ultimate function of ensuring competition between political views of the people's interest. The same occurs with the majority rule, that no more presupposes respect for minorities, nor requires external control through the rule of law mechanisms, and can thus be reduced to a winner-take-all rule. Hence derive constitutional retrogressions, such as dismantlements of interbranch checks, court-packing operations and modifications of the competences or of the financial independence of constitutional courts. These provoke an erosion of the rule of law, notwithstanding the observance of formal legality. In the same direction goes the increasing use of constitutional amendment or replacement aimed at making a state significantly less democratic than it was before, namely a regime with a relative absence of accountability and a lack of right protection. Constitutional retrogression is deemed as consisting in a simultaneous decay in three institutional predicates of democracy: the quality of elections, speech and associational rights, and the rule of law. These are subtle threats to democracy, which are far more dangerous than the totalitarian threats of the past, because the totalitarian threats of the past are a shock for the population. In these cases, the retrogressions are very gradual and very more difficult to perceive, to be realized. These threats emerge especially because formally free elections continue to be held. It is this feature that qualifies these regimes as hybrid, or as standing in between constitutional democracy and the totalitarian state. Fundamental rights may therefore be seriously restricted, independence may be jeopardized for the judiciary and non-majoritarian authorities, but elections are taken, whatever their democratic quality might be. Excuse me. These elements put into question the current assumption that makes dependent the Constitution's legitimacy on the people's adherence to a set of values as translated into principles, constitutional principles, which only the emergence of alternative values among the people could deny. Alternative values are not emerging. This is the point. What might emerge is rather indifference to all values, which is a very different story. It is as if popular commitment to constitutional democracy could vanish without being substituted with the belief in alternative values. The hypothesis requires further exploration. Long-term changes deserve attention in this respect, such as the crisis of representative democracy and the advent of a new communicative system. The former is in itself a multifaceted issue, including distrust for democratic politics, the crisis of the political accountability mechanism, and the emergence of a new criticism of the representation principle. Party failings, reduction of politics to individual personalities, and increasing complexity of government do play a role in putting such a mechanism at risk. Most citizens judge politicians from afar and experience politics as spectators and combine, as it has been said, a substantial level of cynicism about politics with occasional outbursts of moral indignation as to its failings and frustration. What annihilates political accountability is the fact that public debates are disconnected from a reasoned confrontation between programs of policies concerning the future of the country and needing time to take shape and then to be evaluated by the voters. Those debates are today structured in terms of individual events and through a series of fleeting media-driven perception. Unsurprisingly, representatives tend to construct a successful image before the electors, irrespective of what it means in political terms. Unlike a mediated form of politics, which deprived a populist leader of the means to make the people identify with him, in the age of social media, politicians find the missing direct link with the people through the internet, where they can bond together by a simple finger touch, and politics is more or less demystified and become transparent. Populists are thus provided with unknown opportunities for imposing their style of politics as well as for shaping the political agenda. Hence, a competitive advantage that should be added to the already mentioned asymmetry between respect for pluralism, characterizing constitutional democracy, and the tendency of populist governments to obstruct plurality of voices, projects, and memories. The impact of the new communicative system on democracy goes, however, far beyond the populist rise. Opinions on political questions flow today continuously on the web and social media, which deeply shape public opinion. Individual political opinions and further individual data are at the disposal of giant firms that are reputed to be so dominant in their markets and so close to governments that they break most of the rules of what economists understand by the free market. The advent of the new communicative system, no less than the global financial market, engenders a dramatic shift in the realm of power from democratic elected authorities to private companies which attempts of regulation appear for the moment inadequate to deal with. including, I think, the Digital Service Act of the EU. Unfortunately, this at least is my opinion. The new communicative system conforms, meanwhile, common imagination to immediate concerns or impulses, contracting both the sense of the past and that of the future. It should be recalled that our freedom is temporally extended. A people must have law from the past, and it must project law into the future to be self-governing. We can achieve liberty only by engaging ourselves in a project of self-government that spans time. The so-called eternal present is likely to annihilate freedom, through which value-ridden dimensions of human experience can be both perceived and mutually exchanged. A further symptom of the increasing irrelevance of values among the people should thus be added to the crisis of political representation. Here lies the kernel of democracy's malaise that has to do with a deep transformation affecting cognitive learning process and therefore the whole dimension of our living together. By continuing to attribute to person, interest, power, or systems the agency and responsibility of crisis, there can be no entry into the new dimension of intelligibility and non-intelligibility imposed by irruption of the world at the boundaries of social communication and its non-mediated contact with it. This is a real challenge to constitutionalism we are not yet faced at all. The hypothesis of a popular remoteness from values questions the assumption relating the Constitution's legitimacy to the presumption of people's adhesion to constitutionally embedded values. At the same time, current developments show that the Constitution's normative function can formally survive the extinction of the integrative function, which requires continuous adhesion to values. Democracy's malaise exonerates populists from the burden of erecting a new building. They don't need to erect a new building. They can just erode the substance of a democratic constitution's principles and exploit its rules and procedures until the sole vestige of free election remains of it. Both the populists, I'm just finishing, just a moment. Both the populist substantialist claim of acting in the name of the people and their formal and instrumental tribute to democracy's rules depend on and at the same time fuel a seemingly harmless disconnection of the real people from the Constitution. Some suggest instead an opposition between populists and anti-populists, or elitist liberal Democrats are reflecting radically different conception of how democracy should operate in the contemporary European political landscape, both valid but very much at odds with one another. Reference is made to the balance between the democratic and the liberal pillar of constitutional democracies, which each camp argues has been tipped too far in one or in the opposite direction. Such perspective is centered on the political conflict of the moment and corresponds fairly to the dichotomy people versus elite, which populists have imposed at the center stage of the political and even of the academic debate. The issue is thus neglected of how the people's attitude toward the Constitution has evolved in times of democratic malaise. The elite's detachment from the people should appear prima facie less relevant and worrying than the risk of people's detachment from the Constitution. While the latter is likely to be suggested, the hypothesis that it depends on a waning of long-sighted approaches blurring as such whichever constitutional vision needs further reflection, with the related question of how the cognitive challenge will be addressed that the communicative system poses to constitutional democracies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear professor. I believe your report also produced a lot of food for thought and for further discussions. And now I would like to welcome Professor Wenchen Chang. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. Professor from National Taiwan University, who is with us online, and really, when I discovered myself the Taiwanese constitutional order some 5 years ago, I was really surprised that despite very big geographical distance, indeed, all the not all, but majority, let's say, of the problems and challenges and even solutions, they are very, very similar, possible to recognize. So please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dean Professor Zalimas, and all distinguished speakers. Good evening now from Taiwan. I am really honored and privileged to be part of this very important international conference. And I apologize that due to my teaching schedule, I couldn't be there in person with you, but it's only comforting for me to know that our dear colleague, Professor Su Yantu from Academia Sinica, has been there, and I'm sure he will be a wonderful ambassador of our scholarly community from Taiwan to share all the insights with you all. And before I speak, as a Taiwanese citizen, I must take this advantage to express my personal, as well as I think all of our Taiwanese people's gratitude to the beautiful state of Lithuania. Last year, in the dire need of a pandemic, when Taiwan needed so much vaccine, you as a country generously helped us. And we would just find every opportunity to return to your most welcomed and appreciated generosity. And I also like to congratulate VNU as well as Faculty of Law for hosting such an important conference on such important topic as the challenges to constitutionalism for all of us in this time. So today, my topic is entitled as Legal Constitutionalism and Its Perils. I share so much insights with our two previous speakers, especially the first one, Dr. Hannah mentioned about 3 decades ago almost, there was this global constitutional moment after the fall of Berlin Wall. And then that constitutional moment really rendered all of us, not only the Eastern Central Europe, but also we here in Asia, the triumphant of constitutionalism, what I would term as the triumphant of legal constitutionalism. And that version of legal constitutionalism has 2 key features. One is that constitution become legal test and are privileged to electoral competition and democratic politics. The second most important feature in that triumphant of legal constitutionalism is that judges become interpreters and are privileged to political actors and policy makers. So I will now elaborate one by one. So what have been achieved by this legal constitutionalism and why we are seeing the perils to this legal constitutionalism. First, constitution as a legal test. Through a constitution as a legal test, the fundamental rule of political competition is settled, under which political parties compete for electoral success. Politics is subject to frequent changes of power, but the rules of politics as codified into legal texts, into constitutions are not. So with the triumphant of legal constitutionalism, constitution as a legal test, we should have seen the stability of politics. We should have seen the permanent constitution in place and the triumphant of constitutionalism. But are we? I think as the two previous speakers have laid out, we are actually seeing constitutional retrogression and democratic backsliding. What I'm going to argue and share with you my insights tonight is that I think politics has turned the legal constitutionalism to their advantage. So recently we have seen abusive changes made into the rules of constitutional change. The use or misuse of constitutional amendment and its rules has called into question constitutionality of constitutional amendment and generated fierce debate. The political majority amend the constitutional amendment rule, making it either easier when it suits their interests or even harder when they have the super political majority and the right time to codify their political clout into the legal test. And so either make it harder or make it easier. Constitutional amendment and their rules have been put into place institutional designs and substantive rules favorable to political powers and their power entrenchment. And what we have been finding, the legal test, our cherished constitution, gradually lose the power to constrain any political power and become, I would say, unfortunately, merely instrumental or even irrelevant. The second feature in legal constitutionalism, so much as triumphant for the last 3 decades, is what we have seen with global expansion of judicial review power, the creation of constitutional courts, Supreme Court having judicial review powers, and judges are given the final say to policy making under a constitutional polity. In addition, in many jurisdictions, judges are given ancillary powers to decide on the presidential impeachment, to decide on the elections, to decide on whether to dissolve political parties on unconstitutional grounds, and even decide on the mega politics of constitutional amendment. In light of these powers, judges have become the most authoritative guardian of the Constitution, and constitutionalism inevitably become court-centered and judicial in nature, which sounds good. But are we seeing that? No. We are seeing the perils to the judges as interpreters. My two previous speakers have already said, politicization of judiciary starts everywhere in almost every jurisdiction after the triumphant of legal constitutionalism. It usually starts with judicial appointment. We know the political majority would like to have their men or women at the court. But even more to that, there are several institutional ways for the political majority to turn judges becoming their men or women. There are several institutional designs by which political branches can gain control over the judiciary. As a short-term expedient, they can have a sudden increase in the number of justices, either at the top national courts or even at the ordinary courts, by expansion the ordinary courts or by expansion the judges on the constitutional court. They can easily appoint their men or women on the judiciary. But even so, to prolong the tenure, to try to extend the judges' years on the bench, this in the past may seem to provide judicial independence for the judges so that they don't need to care about what afterwards their judicial work. But to the contrary, we see the prolong of the tenures actually make the political majority easier to have their men and women on the bench and there to serve for long. But what can do the otherwise? You shorten the tenure. We see in many jurisdictions, they like to say, oh, we like to give the justice to the young judges. So they tend to appoint the younger judges and then have the shortened tenure so that they will have the generational and generational change in the judicial benches. But again, you see the sitting justices are made to retire early and given the political majority earlier opportunity to put their men and women on the bench. What else we have seen? If the political majority is not targeting the direct number of justices, sometimes they may expand or narrowing the scope of judicial power. You might be wondering, what's wrong to expand the judicial power? What's wrong to give more power to Constitutional Court or the Supreme Court or the ordinary courts? But in many jurisdictions, we realize that, for example, in Hungary, when they expand the existing court's jurisdiction, so the courts are flooded with so many insignificant cases, so that the authority of the courts in deciding the most important cases in the country dwindles down, and the court loses the clout over the constitutional authority. They need to give more of their time, much of their time, to those insignificant cases. In Israel, we also see the government proposal to adopt a legislative override of judicial declaration of unconstitutional legislation in the name of democracy. That is easy to understand. That might undermine the judicial authority. But so many techniques have been used by political majority. Expand the court, shorten down the jurisdictions, giving more of the judges, appointing younger judges. All these are not necessarily to the advantage of legal constitutionalism, to the advantage of the protection of judicial independence. Lastly, we even see some blatant retaliations against the judiciary. So even in Taiwan, a decade ago, when the political majority was displeased with the judicial decision, they also tried every means to cut back the judicial salary in order to exert that kind of external influence over judicial independence. Not to mention President Trump in the United States or even other Latin American countries, when it's very easy for the political majority to talk about closing down courts, cutting back judicial salaries, and all other even more direct, blatant measures against judicial independence, against judges, against courts' jurisdictions. So what to do with it? Are we seeing the resurgence of political constitutionalism? My reflection is absolutely yes. But what to do with it? My proposal is to remind all of us constitutional scholars that Constitution is not a purely legal text. Constitution is always embodies an intricate set of intersecting law and politics. Perhaps with the triumphant of the legal constitutionalism for the past decade, we constitutional scholars has forgotten and has neglected to work possibilities, as my previous speaker, particular second speakers mentioned, the linkage between the real people and the legal text and the Constitution. So I would like to offer some of the nuance I think we all constitutional scholars need to work. We need to provide the language, the tools, the doctrines for civil constitutionalism. We need to work various ways other than elections, various rules other than electoral rules, various actors other than judges, to expand and deepen citizen engagement in a real constitutional working. And we need to appreciate the grassroots, the social movement that have been long gone since the last constitutional moment after 1989. In other words, in order to combat the perils, the challenges to legal constitutionalism is not to circumvent to political constitutionalism, but is to invite all of our constitutional scholars to work back to the original democratic revivals and civic engagement of civic constitutionalism. So in order to save our time, let me end right here. But I was still hoping to join the discussions via Zoom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor. Indeed, also very valuable insights, especially, of course, maybe we can rarely hear about such a term as civil constitutionalism or political constitutionalism, but I fully acknowledge that it's very important, especially somehow to spread the knowledge about constitutionalism among the public, to explain sometimes very difficult and complicated decisions of the Constitutional Court in the language which the public does understand. And from my own experience, I can say that it does work. Even some very unpopular decisions, they can be, if they explained properly, they can be really presented in such a manner that even a society which by majority maybe has the opposite views, it can accept actually. So thank you very much, and please stay with us. And I'm pleased now to start panel discussion on which first we have the third member of the Venice Commission, I believe, Graeme McMorrow, who is constitutional law professor from Ireland. So please, the floor is yours.
Labas rytas. And can I firstly say how honored I am to be here with you this morning and to be at Vytautas Magnus University in celebration of such wonderful anniversaries that you are enjoying right now. 100 years of this university and 100 years of your constitution, which curiously also is 100 years anniversary of the Irish Constitution, the very first one, which was in 1922. It was substituted later in 1937 by a subsequent constitution when Ireland became a republic rather than its previous status as a free state. If you will bear with me, when I'm asked to consider the question of constitutions, for reasons that I don't entirely understand, I'm always reminded of a quote from Nelson Mandela. And it is this quote: "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you." And he goes on to say, "And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same." And so it is, in my view, with constitutions. They can be a beacon of light, and they can inspire not just our own citizens, but other nations. Constitutions that embrace the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the European Convention on Human Rights have served citizens and nations well. I have listened in awe and gratitude to my fellow speakers, and I find that I have much to think about and much more reading to do on these matters. But if I might just reflect on why constitutions are important, It may seem very basic, but I'm inclined to think that we should revisit our original thoughts and principles about why constitutions matter as much as they do. Constitutions are declarations of a country's independence, its sovereignty, which aim to reflect the identity, culture, and values of a nation and its citizens. They're drafted usually following a period of great trauma, such as war or civil war or the casting off of a colonial oppressor or some other significant conflict. And they aim to set out the highest aspirations of a country to move forward in independence and with hope for a better future for all citizens. They invariably seek to enshrine the rights of citizens and set out the parameters of legitimate expectation from the state. They are aspirational, and citizens may not yet have evolved at the time of enactment to fully embrace those aspirations. And as a result, they reflect a moment in time and are defined and captured by the then prevailing ethos. However, this often results in political, social, and sometimes even moral atrophy as time passes and the society changes immeasurably. A country's evolution and maturation is not necessarily acknowledged or reflected, or indeed nurtured by a dated constitution. To quote our Venice Commission President Emeritus and Special Representative Gianni Bocciccio in a recent keynote address at the 5th Congress, which marked the first Congress of Asian and African constitutional courts and their equivalents in Bali just last month. He said, constitutions are traditionally regarded for their ability to ensure coexistence and social equilibrium within a state. A constitution should ensure that society is well organized and predictable. He went on to remark that in some countries, constitutions explicitly consider peace and reconciliation as an objective to be pursued. He also remarked that constitutions themselves can, however, also lead to conflicts, whether through their provisions or through the absence of certain provisions. The aim of the conference in Bali was to explore the role of the constitutional courts or their equivalents in maintaining peace, and notably social peace. When I was invited, to my great honor, to be a panel member at this auspicious and important conference, surrounded as I am by some of the most eminent constitutional academics in the world. I found myself in something of a predicament, in the sense that I would not include my name amongst this august group. The greater portion of my professional life has not been in academia, but in professional practice, where I have argued cases before the courts. And I was reflecting on the use we make in Ireland of our constitution. I could not honestly think of a single case, whether properly or improperly, I had not evoked or sought to rely on the Irish Constitution in the advancement of some defence or in the advancement of rights. Perhaps I was a little bold and brazen before our Irish judges in that regard, but for me and for many Irish people and Irish lawyers, our Constitution is a living thing. It is there to grasp and utilise for the benefit of citizens, even those who have perhaps allegedly committed rather serious offences. But such is the situation. To me, I find it reassuring that there is such phenomenal academic work underway on constitutionalism internationally, and the research projects, including the initiatives of Professor Zalimas and others, abound. And we know that the 4th Congress of the World Conference on Constitutional Justice was hosted by Lithuania in 2017, and that attracted the involvement of 91 different countries, and 85 members of the World Congress attended, with all of the human rights institutions from the European Court of Human Rights and the General Court, as well as other, and this occurred in Vilnius. And the focus of that event and that initiative was on the different concepts of the rule of law, the new challenges to the rule of law, the interaction of the law on the state and the law on the individual, and also a stock-taking of the independence of the constitutional courts. Now, the discussions on the independence of constitutional courts showed that a number of courts had come under significant pressure from the executive and the legislative powers of their respective countries, and also from the media. And of course, this generally occurs when courts render decisions that displease other state powers or political actors. And several courts had been subjected to fierce and unfair criticism. Now, when asked to just raise a couple of topics that are current challenges for Ireland, I chose the question of Ireland's neutrality. I think we have all been deeply moved and deeply affected by the war in Ukraine and by the Putin and the Russian Federation's aggression. It's horrified us all. Ireland now looks to accommodate almost 70,000 Ukrainian citizens who have sought sanctuary in Ireland. But our neutrality, the question of Ireland's neutrality, has become a very hot topic in Ireland. Now, there are intense debates in recent weeks, particularly over our neutral status. Our Prime Minister and our Taoiseach, our Minister for Foreign Affairs, our government in general would say, well, we've never been politically neutral. So our neutrality has been confined to our military neutrality. However, Ireland is currently now engaged in the training of Ukrainian military. And so again, the debate continues about whether Ireland should take a stance to move away from its position of neutrality, and whether, in fact, even considerations regarding applying to join NATO might be undertaken. You may not recall, but immediately before the February aggression on Ukraine, we had a little sabre rattling off the coast of Ireland, where Russian naval ships began doing military operations and testing. And it was felt generally in Ireland that this was very much sabre rattling, a message to Europe that way over there off the Irish coast lay a very weak frontier for Europe, and that with the greatest of ease the Russian Federation could present themselves just off our coast and carry out their military operations. It was completely unjustifiable. It was no military operation. It was a PR exercise, and it was an oppressive one, indicating the strength of the Russian Federation. So you can imagine that wasn't very well received in Ireland. Only last week, 51 members of our Parliament, including our Prime Minister and our Minister for Justice, Foreign Affairs, etc., have been banned by the Russian Federation from entering the Federation. Well, I'm unaware that there was any holiday planned by the Irish government to Moscow anytime soon. So we're not hugely concerned with this. It reflects an antagonism and hostility to how vocal Ireland has been in defence of Ukraine at this time. So to us it is a badge of honour in a sense. when I looked at, there is so much to talk about with regard to the Irish Constitution, which has gone through many, many changes. Many of those changes reflected a new thinking, an evolving of our society, a new set of values around all kinds of issues. You'll recall that by popular vote, Ireland voted for marriage equality, and that required a change in our constitution. We've had numerous referenda. I participated in 1983, what is generally referred to as the abortion referendum, where women were, despite our best efforts, a woman's life was diminished to mean less effectively than that of a fetus. And we then braved the elements again, and we finally got that Eighth Amendment removed from our Constitution, restoring to Irish women some autonomy over their bodies and reflecting the trust that women could make these decisions validly and appropriately for themselves. So we've come through a lot. Ireland has changed immeasurably in the last 20, 30 years or so. It occurred to me that it might be worth just mentioning some of the issues around, be it our potential, the end of our neutrality, or the potential joining of an organisation like NATO, just for your interest. There is a perception that Ireland's neutrality was a kind of almost novel philosophical stance. Our De Valera, an early president, had felt that small nations shouldn't get involved in the conflicts of larger nations. I mean, it wasn't framed with any tremendous depth of analysis, but more a kind of self-protective. We should stand back from engagement. We don't have the capacity militarily to step up in any event. But I think that it's a question that needs to be revisited in Ireland. And the Constitution, the 1937 Constitution in Ireland, contains detailed provisions for international relations. And broadly speaking, international relations falls within the executive power conferred upon the government, subject to certain limited oversight by the lower house or Parliament. Section 29, or Article 29 of the Constitution, sets out the general principles concerning the state's conduct of international relations. But these are broadly aspirational in character, and they do not enshrine neutrality as such. I mean, neutrality is not actually a constitutional feature in Ireland. These are mainly, the provisions mainly affirm a devotion to the ideal of peace and friendly cooperation amongst nations founded on international justice and morality. And Ireland affirmed its adherence to the principle of the Pacific settlement of international disputes by international arbitration, and the rule of law, and so on and so forth. However, there has been challenges to moves towards joining international organisations, for example, such as NATO. And the view is that there is, in fact, constitutional barriers to the government's conduct of international relations, largely around the idea that the court's view is that the government cannot submit itself to organisations who can veto our actions. And so a leading case in Ireland was Crotty versus An Taoiseach in 1987. And this was a challenge by a pacifist regarding the joining Ireland's wishing to join or sign one of the international commitments. And it raised huge questions in Ireland, with some judges saying that sovereignty meant the right to say no. And so subjecting oneself to a veto was problematic in that context. And the judge's interpretation, and we don't have a constitutional court as such, but our Supreme Court functions in that way. So it was that notion that a parliament doesn't have unfettered discretion to join any activity or international organization where a veto could be taken regarding its commitment and conduct. So it's an interesting question. However, our current Chief Justice seems intent on interpreting this in a slightly different way. And Chief Justice O'Donnell, in a case of Pringle, he sought to qualify the meaning of the right to say no. And he cautioned that the phrase should not be taken in isolation. The case, he said, should not be read as precluding the state from joining organisations which may involve binding it to future commitments over which the state retains no veto. So it could be deduced from the constitutional provisions, he said, that Ireland might become involved in disputes which themselves might be resolved by a process involving a binding determination by which Ireland would be obliged to abide. And he denies really that sovereignty consists in maintaining a complete freedom of action in which Ireland or any other state can remain completely free to say no once it has entered into any agreement, allegiance, grouping or body. And his suggestion instead is that sovereignty concerns the state's foreign policy as a whole. But so this is very much one to watch. However, and I've looked at the thinking of certain Irish academics, Owen Daly and others, and I tend to agree with them that there is some ambiguity concerning whether the Irish Constitution would permit NATO membership without a referendum. The realpolitik, however, is that in the absence of any mechanism for an advisory opinion, constitutional ambiguity probably requires the holding of a referendum on a precautionary grounds at least. But the second, I have been listening with great fascination to the references to populism, because this is something that concerns us all. And it strikes me very forcibly that it is really very important that citizens feel ownership of their constitution. And governments have perhaps been a little remiss in recognising the need to educate people and to use media also. I mean, if we are to be defeated by the internet and all of the opportunities for populism to manipulate and to spin negativity around the rule of law, around democracy, then it's equally available to the other positive forces. And ultimately, this can only be to the benefit of citizens and protect their rights and their recourse to rights. One experience we had in Ireland that I was entirely dismissive of, if initially, was an approach to citizens' assemblies and participative democracy. And I'm sorry if I'm probably going over time now, but as an exercise, I attended some citizens' assemblies in Ireland, and these are where a random group of citizens from all parts of our society are gathered together, and they're presented with the evidence and the facts surrounding a particular issue, an issue for legislation, a current important issue. Marriage equality, for example, in Ireland, the question of marriage equality, and issues like climate and climate change have been discussed here. And I sat through several of these, and I was blown away, absolutely blown away, the capacity of citizens to listen to facts, not hyperbole, and to absorb and make good decisions, having heard the true facts, is phenomenal, and it's humbling and it's reassuring. And this is a lesson perhaps for all of us in academia and in the higher professions, that we must never lose faith in citizens' ability, if they're given the opportunity to hear the truth and hear the facts. They will embrace them and they will make good decisions. And of that I am certain. And these are mechanisms to defeat populism. I have just one final remark. I again explored some of the thinking of Cedric Koch and his the spectre, the populist spectre haunting global constitutionalism. We've all lived through Trump and numerous other manifestations, some clones in other parts of the world, and it's all been very distressing. The rise of populism in Ireland has most recently manifested itself in worrying anti-refugee and anti-immigrant sentiment, a bizarre and incomprehensible development when considering our Irish history. As mass, we are the ultimate mass emigrants in Ireland. We've gone across the world through every crisis, from famine, civil war, starvation, poverty, oppression. There are more people living there are more Irish people living in other countries than live in Ireland itself, and that is still the case. Be they first, second, or third generation who declare themselves Irish on national census of other countries. To this day, we've only less than half our estimated historic population. The evidence of this recent surge of anti-immigrant sentiment is that it's been manipulated by both internal and external agents, with evidence of far-right racist groups seeking to get a foothold in vulnerable communities already struggling with social issues like homelessness, poverty, social exclusion, and where they are encouraged to find scapegoats from the frustration and anger at government by targeting refugee and migrant populations. For the most part, however, Ireland is most welcoming of both refugees and migrants, and empathetic to the circumstances that prompted people fleeing their homelands. But it is such a worry, and we must combat it, and we must find ways of re-empowering our citizens to make better decisions and to understand fully the circumstances, and not to be brainwashed by internet media or these agenda-driven racist groups. So there are other challenges to constitutionalism, of course, many of them, authoritarianism, expansionism, but there are opportunities too. And this is my final suggestion, that we need to begin to see ourselves as joint custodians of our world, protecting the rule of law, democracy, and our environment, and peace, and the idea of sanctuary. And I thank you for listening. I'm sure I went way over time.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Professor. Indeed, I hope in next sessions we'll be able to elaborate a lot of, you said, actually, even how current challenges changes traditional notions like neutrality, and especially what you said, how to fight populism, but on the other hand, how to use the opportunities to speak with the people. Yes, and now I am pleased to pass the floor to Professor Yanis Plebs, who is constitutional law professor from the University of Latvia in Riga, as well as newly appointed judge of the Supreme Court of Latvia. So please.
Ačiū. Aš irgi norėtų pirmą kartą padėkoti už galimybę būti kartu su jums šiandien. Lietuvos teisininkai turi talantą rašyti konstitucijas. Jūs irgi turi talantą įgyvendinti konstitucijas. Malonu šventi šiandien kartu su jums konstitucijos jubiliejus. So, warm greetings to everyone from Riga, to you all, our brothers and neighbors. in these big anniversaries. I would like to reflect just one short point concerning role of judges in today's world. And I would like to go back to the greetings in the first beginning from Professor Hanna Suchochka to all students who are participating here. You are the main figures here today in this our conference. Why? When I studied constitutional law in the beginning of this century, constitutional law was very boring. We had these great, amazing judgments of Hungary and Polish Constitutional Court. Transition of 1989 was finished, and it seems that history is ended, as was said by Professor Francis Fukuyama. And today, when I would like to reflect what would be the right quotation, I would like to say about a quotation from George Martin, Games of Thrones. Winter is coming. Maybe winter is came. And you see, we are living now in uncertain times. Age of lawyers, age of judges is almost ended. As we see Western Europe after Second World War and Central Eastern Europe after 1989, it was age of lawyers. Lawyers, judges protected democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And we used a lot of legal tools, constitutional courts, judicial review, direct application of human rights. And we limited political structures, we protected democracy with these legal tools. And you even see that judges can be stars of popular culture. For example, RBJ, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. You have now in Lithuania a translation of her book from my own words. You see, judge can become a star of popular culture. And we know in our legal systems a lot of famous judges who are the public thinkers and anchors of the political and public mind. And it was the tool how we protect democracy. The judges take responsibility and lawyers take responsibility. But we see now that it's uncertain times. Populist governments and politicians learned a lot that judges, constitutional courts, judicial review, legal interpretation is only tool. It could be managed by good means to protect democracy and rule of law, but it could be managed also in mala fide, with means to keep power and overthrow democracy. Wojciech Szadurski quoted one famous statement from Piero Calamandrei, that if after the First World War in Italy would be constitutional court, fascists would attack first, not parliament, but constitutional court. Because if you control constitutional court, you after more or less control all the system. And what's happened that court packing is coming more and more popular. And we discussed these points previous in key reports. And I thought about what is the role of the judges in these uncertain times. And I would like to say that the function still is the same: to protect rule of law, to protect human rights, and to protect democracy. But situation is changed. First, politicians learned very much on potential benefits of the court packing. We all know this quotation from President Dwight Eisenhower. When he was asked, "Do you make some mistakes in your office?" he replied, "Yes, 2 mistakes. Both are still sitting in the Supreme Court." And politicians trying to learn these lessons. And other point, judges is confronted with political opinions, especially value decisions. when politicians didn't take decisions, they left these decisions to judges, and political discussions about values are present, and judges are involved in these discussions. And I would like even to say that maybe even some parts of society think that if you change judges, you can change outcome of judgment. It's this idea that we can elect the politicians, they will appoint the necessary judges, and the president will overrule, like recently in the United States. And so, what could be the best strategy for lawyers at these conditions? I would like to say that I don't think that we have ready recipe for it at the moment. I think even that we are losing some battles each after other. But I think that at least I could point out 3 points here. First, the first mission for judges is still competent and principled execution of justice, protection of human rights, and guaranteeing of justice in every single case. Just apply laws and guarantee justice. For these, judges may be somehow to changing are required essentially for courts, public trust and authority in society. If courts have authority in society, it's very hard to attack court. I think it's one of the outcomes recently in Baltic states where Constitutional Court had impressive authority in society. And there isn't so big pressure to courts from politicians like maybe in other countries. And also it requires dialogue with society, discussion with society. Not only about concrete cases or concrete judgments, but also about constitutional values, about meaning. What does it mean, rule of law? What does it mean, human rights? And it's very important. Second, these potential threats should be known and reflected. And it requires from lawyers now escaping from previous classical political framing, like it was with flirting that judges will say what constitution means, or government of judges. Judges nowadays cannot allow anymore this flirting with political conceptualizing of who are the masters of the system. And last point, judges and lawyers should always stay with optimistic perspective. Optimism is an essential part of the execution of justice and implementation of the constitutional values. You cannot protect democracy and human rights if you are not optimist that democracy will survive and rule of law will be protected. And it's our duty and responsibility. So I hope that we can manage it together. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I think we'll still continue in further sessions to elaborate on all these issues that you touched, which are very important. And now I switch into Lithuanian. Man labai malonu pristatyti jums visiems gerai žinoma Lietuvoje konstitucinės teisės profesorių, taip pat Konstitucinio teismo teisėją Vytautą Sinkevičių. Iš tiesų, be šitų faktų biografijoje galbūt kukliai nutylimas vienas iš esminių faktų, kad tai yra profesorius, kuris dalyvavo ir rengiant Lietuvos Respublikos nepriklausomybės atkūrimo aktus ir patys svarbiausia be abejo, bet ir visus kitus. Ir taip pat dalyvavo ir rengiant dabar galiojančią konstituciją. Aš nežinau, kaip jam konkrečiai atrodo, ar labai toli nuo tos vizijos ta konstitucija į gerą ir blogąją pusę pasuko. tokia, kokia buvo 1992 metais. Ir man taip pat malonu labai paminėti, kad jis taip pat dalyvavo ir dėrybų delegacijose su Rusija, kuriuose Lietuvai tikrai pavyko pasiekti to, ko turbūt nepasiekė ne viena daugiau kita šalis. Tai yra konkrečiai, kad ir ką ten kas bekalbėtų, bet Rusija pripažino faktą, kad Lietuvos Respublika prieš ją buvo įvykdyta agresija, kad ji buvo okupuota ir kad jie pripažino Lietuvos valstybės tęstinumą iš esmės ir kartu, aišku, dalyvavo ir dėrybose dėl Rusijos kariuomenės išvedimo. Tai prašau, profesoriau, žodis jums.
Labai ačiū. Tai gerbiamas dekanė, profesoriau Dainiau Žalimai, gerbėmėjai kolegos. Aš pirmiausia turiu padėkoti už galimybę dalyvauti konferencijoje ir kalbėti šitoj konferencijai. Bet pirmiausia, mes turėtume susitarti dėl savokų, dėl terminų. O ką mes suprantame, kai vartojame žodį konstitucionalizmas? Tai be abejo, jis turi daug prasmių, bet man tai pirmiausia rūpi teisinis aspektas. Tai turbūt turime matyti kelias principinės nuostatas, kad yra bendras supratimas, kad tam tikrus santykius reikia reguliuoti ypatingos reikšmės teisės aktų, tai yra konstitucija. Visi turi paklūsti konstitucijai, jei negali prieštarauti joks įstatymas, kitas teisės aktas ar veiksmas. Bet labai svarbu turėti ne bet kokią konstituciją, o tokią, kurie atitinka bendražmogiškas vertybės ir visuotinai pripažintus demokratijos teisingumo standartus. Ir jeigu turime konstituciją, bet jeigu ji neatitinka bendražmogiškų, visuotinai pripažintų demokratijos teisingumo standartų, tai apie konstitucionalizmą kalbėti, man atrodo, nėra pagrindo. Ir dar vienas elementas. Labai svarbu, kad konstitucija, kuri ir formaliai atitinka tas vertybės, demokratinės kitas vertybės, kad ji būtų įgyvendinta tokia, kokia ji yra. Tai yra jos realus funkcionavimas, jos realus įgyvendinimas turi būti toks, koks jis yra numatytas konstitucijoje. Kitaip tariant, mes turime turėti realią konstituciją, o ne fiktyvią konstituciją. Ir visada, kai kalbame apie konstituciją ar konstitucionalizmą, tai pagrindinė jos idėja yra paprasta – valdžios apribojimas. Ir ši idėja kyla iš poreikio apsaugoti žmogaus teises ir laisvės, neleisti valstybei, neleisti valdžiai dominuoti asmens atžvilgiu. Tai manyčiau, kad pagrindinis iššūkis, su kuriuo dabar susidurime šiuolaikinėme raidos etape, su kuriuo susiduria demokratinės valstybės. Kaip suderinti konstitucijoje įtvirtintas įvairias vertybės, nepaneigiant jų esmės, neaukojant vienos vertybės, kitos vertybės labui. Kaip rasti vertybių balansą? Na pavyzdžiui, kaip suderinti tikėjimo ir išraiškos laisvę, teisę skleisti religinius kitokius įsitikinimus su valstybės pareiga užtikrinti visuomenėje santarvę, neleisti kilti konfliktams religinių kitokių įsitikinimų pagrindų. Kaip suderinti valstybės pareigą rūpintis visuomenės sveikata ir atskiro asmens teisę spręsti, skiepytis jam ar nesiskiepyti. Pagaliau, kaip suderinti valstybės pareigą kovoti su terorizmu ir asmens privataus gyvenimo apsaugą, judėjimo laisvę. Demokratija turi mokėti gintis. Kitaip ji bus sunaikinta jos pačiomis rankomis. Bet visada susidurėme su klausimu, ar valstybės taikomos demokratijos gynimo priemonės yra suderinamos su pačia demokratija. Kitaip tariant, iki kokio laipsnio demokratija gali būti karinga. O konstitucinių vertybių sandūrų yra labai daug. Ir kaip jų sandūroje rasti teisingiausius sprendimus? Ypač tada, kai tos konstitucinės vertybės yra lygiavertės, kai taikomas vadinamas horizontalus vertybių balansavimo metodas. Buvęs Izraelio aukščiausio teismo pirmininkas Aronas Barakas, vienas žymiausių turbūt teisininkų praėjusio šimtmečio, jis rašė apie vadinamas sunkias bylas, kai į vieną sprendžiamą į konstitucingumo klausimą nėra tik vieno teisingo atsakymo, galimi net keli teisingi atsakymai. Ir tenka pasirinkti, o koks iš jų teisingiausias, o kokie kriterijai turi nulemti, kad tai yra teisingiausias atsakymas. Ir kiekvieną kartą tenka spręsti, o kokiaigi konstituciniai vertybei atiduoti prioritetą. Kiekviena vertybė turi pasislinkti kitos vertybės naudai, kad būtų išsaugotas tas balansas. Na, kad ir kaip būtų, bet atiduodant prioritetą atitinkami konstituciniai vertybei, visais atvejais negalima paneigti kitos konstitucinės vertybės esmės. Vertybės būtina suderinti. O jeigu išsaugoma vertybių balansą, kartu mes išsaugome ir konstitucijoje įtvirtintą socialinį konsensusą. Čia jau buvo užsiminta ir kalbėta trumpai apie nedemokratinės valstybės. Tai pridurčiau, kad tokiuose nedemokratinėse valstybėse realus konstitucionalizmas, jis yra pakeičiamas nominalių konstitucionalizmų arba kvazi konstitucionalizmų. Ir jų vienintelė funkcija, pagrindinė funkcija yra paslėpti, kamufliuoti politinę realybę. Na, dažniausiai tikrovę atspindi kokie nors pajokavimai ar anekdotai, kurie sovietų laikais buvo pasakojimai virtuvėse. Jeigu gerbiamas dekanas neprieštaraus, aš irgi vieną prisiminsiu, kai susiginčiojo amerikietis ir rusas, kurioje iš jų valstybių žmonės turi daugiau teisių. Amerikietis sako, aš galiu nueiti prie Baltųjų rūmų ir šaukti, šalin Baideną. Ir man už tai nieko nebus. O tu taip ar gali? Sako, ir aš galiu nueiti prie Kremliaus ir šaukti šalin Baideną. Ir man už tai nieko nebus. Tai tokio kvazi konstitucionalizmo, bet tauta su jo gyvena, jei tas yra priimtina, jį priešinasi atskiri asmenys, kurie irgi arba įkalinti, arba išvaryti į užsienį, arba šnekasi virtuvėje, kaip kad aš kalbu. Tai tų bruožų galima pateikti labai daug, kurie yra priskiriami nedemokratinėms teisinėms valstybėms. Bet aš turiu sudarinti dvi vertybės, apie kurias kalbu. Tai jūsų visų teisė išeiti pietų laikų ir pasakyti dar du sakinius. Tai nubrėžti ribas, kada galima riboti žmogaus teises ir laisvės, ne visada lengva. Bet demokratija, kaip valdymo forma, kaip sistema, ji turi būti išsaugota. Kito būdo mes neturime, jeigu mes norime išlikti oriais žmonėmis, laisvais žmonėmis ir panašiai. Tai demokratinis pasaulis su tomis iššūkiais, su kuriais susidurime, su ar terorizmu, epidemijos, pandemijos, populizmas ir kitais iššūkiais, demokratinis pasaulis, aš tikiu, susitvarkys. Viena ar kita forma. Yra sukurtos virš nacionalinės teisinės sistemos, yra nacionalinės. Apsitai yra demokratijos tradicija labai gili ir niekas tos demokratijos tradicijos, matyti, jau iš visuomenės raidos išnaikinti negali. Na, o visuomenės, kurios organizuotos yra pagal kitus principus, tai jos turės dar nueiti ilgą kelią, kol galės pasakyti, kad ir jų valstybės yra demokratinės, kad ir jų valstybėse yra konstitucionalizmas. Ir joms mes galime tik padėti, bet už jas mes to nepadarysime. Tai kai aš išgirsiu, kad rusas galės nueiti prie Kremliaus ir šaukti šalin Putiną, ir jam už tai nieko nebus, aš patikėsiu, kad Rusija demokratinė. Ačiū už dėmesį.
Labai ačiū gerbiamas profesorius iš tiesų už tokią įkvepiančią, sakyčiau, kalbą ir antrai sesijai, kadangi antroji sesija kaip tik ir bus apie sėkmės ir nesėkmės. Aš net nežinau, kaip čia lietuviškai geriau išverst constitutional rebuilding, nes lietuviškai tai skamba labai negražiai, konstitucinė statyba, o konstitucinė kūryba geresnio žodžio matyti yra labai sunku atrasti. Iš tiesų, Aš labai atsiprašau, kad mes esam šiek tiek viršyje laiką, bet aš manau, kad visas diskusijas mes tikrai galėsime pratesti. Jūs matot, kad tikrai yra verta dalyvauti toliau, nes aš manau, mes išgirsim dar ne vieną labai įdomų pranešėją ir labai įdomių minčių. Ir aš skelbiu pietų pertrauką iki pagal grafiką 13:30. We have now lunch break until 1:30. So thank you very much.
I don't know if it would be possible.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, students, honorable guests, welcome to the second panel of the day on the challenges of rebuilding constitutionalism, and hopefully we will also have some time for questions and for discussion amongst our very experienced and honorable panel. A number of participants are going to join us online. First, 3 keynote speeches are going to be online, and then some of the participants are gonna talk to you in person. So to begin with, there was a lot of talk about the main principles of constitutionalism in the first panel, and it's more or less agreed and understood by all how important it is, right, to safeguard democracy, to protect human rights, to ensure rule of law, not rule by law. So the language of constitutionalism is here to stay. It has been the basic principle of how modern states work. Unfortunately, we see that the same language and the same principles keep on being twisted and used for different purposes than to safeguard those principles that I just mentioned. And in order to be able to understand this phenomena and to prevent it, at least in a way, to control it, of course, we first need to analyze what is happening in various countries in the region. So we have to understand the national dynamics and to understand what is going wrong, right? And then we can address the instruments that we have domestically and internationally to make the situation better. And for this, you have an esteemed panel of experts from around the region, starting from Poland, from Hungary, from Belarus, Ukraine, Armenia, Sakartvelo, and Kyrgyzstan to tell you a little bit more about it. So as I said, the first speakers are going to join us online, and I'd like to introduce you the first speaker of today's session, Dr. Adam Bodnar, Professor of Law and Dean of the Faculty of Law of the SWPS University in Warsaw, visiting professor of the University of Cologne, senior fellow of the Democracy Institute of the Central European University in Budapest, former ombudsman of the Republic of Poland, and member of the advisory boards of International IDEA. It's not the end of the list of the titles of Professor Bodnar, but he might tell you a little bit more about this himself. So welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference. Unfortunately, due to the funeral of the former ombudsman, Professor Adam Zieliński, I cannot attend your event. It is my pleasure to speak about current challenges in constitutionalism, taking into account the practice of my own country. As you probably know, Poland is suffering, starting from 2017 through 2015, from so-called rule of law crisis. First of all, this crisis was a result of the attack on the independence of the Constitutional Court, but also on other constitutional bodies. Later on, this crisis appeared as a result of a attack on independence of judiciary. And even today when we speak, we still observe consequences of this crisis, like, for example, suspension of some judges of common courts, lack of independence of certain state institutions, and for mostly the growing conflict with the European Union, which leads to cutting of the EU recovery plan, very substantial money that should be used for the Polish state for the recovery. But I think it is important to talk about why this crisis happened, because in my opinion it has important meaning for the topic of this conference. I think that one of the most important messages out of this conflict is that what we are lacking in Poland is basically the true sense of constitutionalism. When we are defining constitutionalism, it is about some sometimes unwritten rules that bring the spirit of the constitution, that the constitution is applied across the board by all the state institutions without any interruptions, without any problems, without any abuses. The problem is that Polish authorities over those last 7 years quite many times neglected the value of the constitution, and it was possible because first the major state organ responsible for the constitutional judicial review has been subordinated to the political process. I mean here the Polish Constitutional Court. And so the reform of the Constitutional Court that was implemented in 2015 and 2016, as well as the replacement of some judges of the Constitutional Court with so-called double judges, as well as with some loyal politically judges, led to the situation where the Constitutional Court has lost its legitimacy, has lost its power, independence, and as a result, it was possible for the parliament to adopt any laws without any serious risk of proper judicial review. When the state institutions operate like this, it is quite easy for the executive power, which is quite often coupled with the legislative power because of having the majority in the parliament, to kind of forget about constitutional values and constitutional limitations, as well as checks and balances. And we could observe that the legislative process was made in a very quick fashion, sometimes without a due reflection on what does it mean that a certain law should be checked from the point of view of compliance with rights and freedoms, constitutional principles, or take into account the relationship between different state powers. There are some scholars that name this process of so-called abusive constitutionalism. I doubt whether it is a proper term, because in my opinion, constitutionalism is a situation when you respect the constitution and all the values that are contained in the constitution. They become a special fabric of how the state organs and the society operates. It is coupled with some sense of constitutional patriotism. When you are saying abusive constitutionalism, it is a little bit like with democracy and illiberal democracy. The question is whether we can, as scholars, use the notion illiberal democracy when democracy as such is based on freedom. I know well that this notion of illiberal democracy has been coined by Farid Zakaria and has been later on repeated by a number of politicians, but I think it is an attempt to describe, using traditional terms, of some forms of government that are simply going from democracy to some semi-authoritarian models, or to models of so-called competitive authoritarianism. But when we mention this notion of abusing the power, of abusing the position, I think it is interesting to mention that one of the processes that happened in Poland was the process of some wrongful reception of international and international norms or comparative norms. So quite often we could hear when the ruling party proposed changes to the structure of the government, or especially to the operation of courts, that government is just repeating solutions existing in some other countries. Like, for example, it was quite visible in the context of changes affecting the National Council of Judiciary. Under the Polish Constitution, the National Council of Judiciary is a body that is responsible for the process of judicial nominations. It is composed out of 25 members, and 15 out of those members are judges. Usually, by virtue of the constitution and the constitutional practice, they have been elected, those 15 judges, by their peers, so by other judges. But basically, the constitution was not sufficiently precise on this. So for years, nobody had doubt that it is the spirit of the constitution that peers elect their colleagues in order to be judges. The judges elect judges. But when the Law and Justice government came to power, they started to say, you know, when the constitution is not precise, it means that we have the power to elect those judges, which means that they have created, the ruling party has created a majority possibility to elect members of the National Council of Judiciary by the parliament and not by judges. And obviously, that kind of a solution changed completely the dynamics of power and the relationship between this organ and other state organs, especially between the judiciary and the legislative and executive power. This reform has been implemented, and starting from that time, we observe the process of existence of, I would name it, a cancer in the Polish legal system. Because when the process of judicial nominations is flawed, then all the judicial appointments could be questioned from the point of view of the right to court and whether judges that adjudicate cases are really judges or some kind of neo-judges or judges without a proper authority to adjudicate. And this process has been negatively assessed by the European Court of Human Rights, also partially by the Court of Justice of the European Union. And right now we have at least 100 cases pending before the European Court of Human Rights that question this process of appointment. But why it was possible? Because the government has used a comparative argument. The government said, look at Spain. In Spain, it is the system like this, that it is the parliament that elects members of the National Council of Judiciary. But at the same time, the government forgot to say that in Spain, those candidates to the position of the National Council of Judiciary are in fact selected by the parliament, but before they are carefully selected by some judicial organs. So basically, there is no doubt that those candidates are independent from the political process. So I would like to mention this as a second point of my speech, that when we implement different constitutional changes and we use the comparative elements, we can use them for the good cause, but also we can use them in bad faith, and that's why we should be very much aware that it is one of the instruments in the playbook of autocrats to use the comparative elements in bad faith in order to instrumentalize and to strengthen the power without taking due account into the domestic practices or without taking account the legal culture that exists in a given country. The third point I would like to say is the reaction to the constitutional and rule of law crisis in Poland. I think we are observing a very special situation these days, because please note that the major reaction comes not only from the Polish civil society, Polish judges, but it comes from the European Union, especially from the European Commission as well as the Court of Justice of the European Union, that try to monitor the situation in Poland and try to react to this situation. And here we see the compilation of different instruments that are used by the European Union organs and institutions. I think in the early period in 2015-2017, we could see the use of different political instruments, especially Article 7 of the treaty. Right now, it moved towards using instruments of legal pressure, and the Commission with its infringement actions, as well as the Court of Justice with answers to the preliminary references were quite strong in delivering a strong message that Polish judiciary should be independent and should comply with so-called European values, and that rule of law belongs to the catalog of European values. I think this message is extremely strong because thanks to this, it was possible to transform the relationship between the member states of the European Union and the European Union, and at the same time it was possible for the EU to develop its own jurisprudence and practice regarding the control of the rule of law. But when we look at it from a certain perspective, we see that over last years, especially as a follow-up to the judgment of the Court of Justice in ASJP case, the case of Association of Portuguese Judges, we see a steady transformation of the EU in the way that European Union cannot allow some of its member states to, let's say, depart from constitutional and rule of law values, and that the European Union will use different instruments in order to control member states. That is why we have so many judgments that resulted even in some institutional changes, like elimination of so-called disciplinary chamber of the Supreme Court that was imposing a strict and abusive measures on Polish judges. But why is it interesting from a constitutional point of view? Because when we look at it from a certain distance, we see that the growing importance of the supranational model, and we see some similarity to federal systems, in which it is this federal system that is trying to require from members of the federation, in this situation member states of the European Union, a certain standard of norms, a certain standard of respect for the same values that are respected in the whole supranational organization. Of course, it would be too easy to make like a direct comparison to federal states, but it seems to me that some of those judgments of the Court of Justice of the European Union concerning, for example, decrease of the retirement age for the Supreme Court judges, or concerning the operation of the disciplinary chamber, they are very much similar to the developments that, for example, existed at the level of the Supreme Court of the United States 100 years ago. So we see that something important is happening because of the use of Article 19 of the Treaty on European Union, the article that is saying a lot about judicial independence and the need for the same level of judicial independence in different member states in order to secure mutual trust and mutual cooperation of courts. And it is one of the reasons why some member states do protest against this, using all different means. And here I come to the methods of protests by member states. We know that quite often it happens that there is so-called judicial dialogue between the constitutional courts of member states and the EU Court of Justice. This saga of this discussion dialogue starts from famous Solange I and Solange II cases. Quite recently we had a very important judgment in the Weiss case decided by the Federal Constitutional Court. But look that the same method is used also by the Polish Constitutional Court. But it seems to me that the Polish Constitutional Court is not so much interested in making any dialogue, but rather in exposing a certain political argument, protesting against changes in the protesting against use of any EU instruments to stop changes in the Polish judiciary. But the language that is used is almost the same. It is also about sovereignty. It is also about the value of the Constitution and its primacy over EU law. It is about ultra-vires doctrine in the context of the European integration. So interestingly, this whole body of constitutional law as well as constitutional jurisprudence is in fact used in order to achieve purely political effects which are such that European Union should stop to be interested in observing changes in Poland. And I think it is extremely interesting field to research for scholars how those, once again, comparative elements resonate in those countries that move towards some kind of authoritarian systems. Final point I would like to make relates to elections, parliamentary elections that are going to take place in 2023. It is the issue which is extremely important to organizers of this conference, including International IDEA, to which I have a pleasure to belong as a member of the board of advisors. But I think what the example of Hungary and the example of Poland until today even shows is that the electoral process is not just a question of this date of election when elections are taking place, but you have to take into account that different abuses of the electoral process may take place months in advance of elections in terms of rapid changes to electoral codes, in terms of subsidizing of loyal media, in terms of controlling how the public media operate or how the prosecutor's office or even secret services are used in order to control the political effect. And I think it is that kind of a practice to which constitutional law is not always having an answer, because constitutional law is interested in norms, in regulations that are obeyed. But if you are finding loopholes in those regulations, if you are finding some practical measures as a result of which you try to cheat, you try to make unfair electoral process in which you are trying to bring a competitive advantage over your opponents, over your political opponents, and at the same time you are decreasing the importance, visibility, and meaning of the electoral commission, then you may end up with elections that seem on surface as being properly organized, but in fact they are unfair. And it seems to me that similar process happens right now in a number of countries, that different loopholes in the oversight mechanism, as well as different advantages in the political life by incumbent, are used in order to secure the power for next terms. And so in my opinion, one of the points of interest for scholars would be to be interested in what is happening and how the institutional structure looks like before elections, months in advance of elections, and not just on the date of elections. And I think that we do not devote enough time to look into this and into securing proper mechanisms of oversight, including international oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor that I can be with you, at least in such a way, online. I wish you a good conference, and I would like you to remember the name of Professor Adam Zieliński, the Ombudsman of the third term. He really contributed heavily to the development of the Ombudsman institution and to the development of the judicial independence, being the president of the Supreme Administrative Court for 10 years in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Bodnar, for drawing our attention to the fact that governments, just like people, learn from each other, right? Sometimes it's for the benefit, like in the case of Lithuanian Fight for its own freedom, when smaller tinier, weaker countries get inspired by the success of others in their fight for freedom, but often it's also for the worse, because we see that from Poland to Hungary to Taiwan to Belarus, governments have used very similar tactics, tools, and techniques in order to abuse the principles of constitutionalism. They used multi-party elections, they used political appointments, they use amendments of the constitutions, and so on. So more on that note, we're going to hear from Professor Renata Wietz from Department of Legal Studies at the Central European University in Vienna currently, and co-director at Democracy Institute of Central European University. Welcome. Professor Wietz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you today. And I'm really proud that the Democracy Institute brings together both Adam Bodnar, who is a great friend, and then Joel Grogan afterwards. This contribution, it seems as if we are making some sort of an impact on European conversations. So let me bring you to constitutional developments in Europe with on a slightly more abstract level, to be able to offer some insight on how some of the developments addressed by Adam matter when we take a bird's eye view in order to chart both the risks and the challenges we face, and also to be able to have a good sense of the opportunities that are ahead of us. And I thought that a good starting point here could be looking at a relatively recent text adopted by the European Parliament. It was adopted in this September as a result of a long and arduous process where the European Parliament investigated how Hungary is doing under the Article 7 process when it comes to breaching, potentially seriously, the founding values of the European Union. As you know, this process has been going on for a while, and the Parliament took very detailed and elaborate steps in order to follow up not only on the European Union action on particular action items across infringement procedures and the like, but also the Parliament's resolution puts recent Hungarian developments, that is, developments that have been going on for a decade across 3 democratically elected administrations, into a broader European perspective. And what they find is that in a decade's time, while being a member of the European Union, Hungary managed to become a hybrid regime of electoral autocracy. This is how the Parliament decided to describe what we generally refer to casually in very Euro-friendly terminology as the crisis of the rule of law or democratic backsliding. The parliamentary resolution decided to take facts and trends together and take a much more holistic approach. So while there is a very detailed, painfully detailed analysis, not only of particular events and applicable standards, but also the creative implementation of European measures by the Hungarian government, the parliament decided to move the conversation from the language of the rule of law crisis to talking about essentially a democracy crisis. This is a major step which is not only rhetorical, but also has political consequences, because it permits for the first time to speak about particular reforms affecting the judiciary or media or the higher education sector in a comprehensive, holistic manner. So this seems to be a fresh take, a new take on values in Europe for the future of values, for the future of Europe. And the reason why I think this is extremely important to highlight is because of the manner in which the parliamentary resolution actually talks about the future of Europe. The parliamentary resolution understands this future to be very much in the shadow of Russian aggression in Ukraine. And the stakes are highlighted in paragraph N of the resolution, where the parliament quite impatiently explains that the violation of the union's fundamental values in the manner as it's performed by Hungary constitutes a security problem for the entire European Union. So this seems to be the first major attempt where a European institution, a European constitutional actor, is talking about a local problem on a European scale. Now, what I thought to do in light of the Parliament's resolution, and of course you do know that more recently the Parliament also insisted that the Commission takes its role in controlling spending and disbanding European funds seriously, and withholds those funds from governments that do not adhere to the Union's founding values. I'd suggest that we use a slightly fluffier concept, which Adam was already using before me. He talked about illiberal democracy, this term that is allegedly an oxymoron because democracy and illiberal shouldn't go together. Another term that is used in the literature for this state of affairs is soft authoritarianism. And as Adam highlighted, the key features of illiberal democracy, these also translate into particular constitutional arrangements that draw on familiar forms of constitutional democracy, familiar types of constitutional design, except that they produce effects that are the polar opposite of a constitution constraining or tempering the powers of those who are meant to govern. In an illiberal framework, we see constitutional transformation that supports the gradual arrogation of executive powers, that impairs constitutional accountability mechanisms, that permits the self-perpetuation of incumbents through regular, often competitive elections, and also redefines human rights and individual liberties in a manner that results in the restriction of freedom and the reduction of pluralism. In this particular room, I doubt that I have to give many examples to you that wouldn't be familiar. We all understand how the COVID pandemic resulted in the arrogation of executive powers to previously unseen proportions, even in European countries which are not governed by self-proclaimed illiberal rulers. This was through the not terribly careful and extended use of emergency powers. We also see how relatively small changes to the existing constitutional infrastructure, like small changes in appointment mechanisms or adjustments to terms of office, upset checks and balances and essentially remove a careful balance of separation of powers. So in terms of when we go beyond the particular measures that we public lawyers very often meticulously analyze, I suggest that it's much more helpful to focus on illiberal constitutional practices instead of debating whether a constitutional court is better off with 9, 11, or 15 judges. I suggest that when we talk about the future of constitutionalism and constitutional democracy in Europe, we are better off looking at these individual measures as contextually situated patterns of action and inaction. Because we have to take into account not only the paths taken, but also the delays, the trepidations, and especially the paths not taken by constitutional actors, including by European constitutional actors such as the Commission and the Council. what we do see as a result of looking at these measures across time and space, and across time here means a decade, we see that illiberal practices normalized illiberal democracy into an everyday experience within the European Union. The organizational sociologist Diane Vaughan studied the reasons behind the disaster of the Challenger space shuttle in the US with sociological tools. What she found is quite similar to how illiberal normalization, or the normalization of illiberal democracy, is taking place in Europe in front of our eyes. In Vaughan's research, she looked at the institutional culture of NASA, and she found, quite to her surprise, that the Challenger's disaster did not require any massive mistake or misconduct along the way. Rather, she found that those engineers who were meticulously scrutinizing the evidence and every detail of every launch going forward were fully aware from the beginning that that particular faulty part carried the risk with it that ultimately brought the space shuttle down. What happened over time is that there were several trials and along the way where this particular risk didn't manifest itself. Essentially, nothing went wrong. So over time, the institutional culture of NASA simply got used to this particular fault as an acceptable level of risk to take. In Vaughan's words, the production of culture and the normalization of deviance explained how they gradually accepted more and more technical anomalies. I would like to argue that what we see as the normalization of illiberal democracy is very similar to the normalization of deviance described by Vaughan. We come to accept that constitutional terms, very basic terms and ideas, get twisted and get used in a new sense by illiberal constitutional actors in the European constitutional space. What we see is there is a culture change where these words are used without creating a major sense of transgression. It's a slow, gradual change, very often taking place in the form of an institutional dialogue with European institutions. And what we also do see that as a result of this dialogue, there is a transformation of constitutional imagination. Simply whatever is possible today, whatever a political leader running for election can normally say today without raising eyebrows, would have been unthinkable 20 years down the line. Legal mobilization and interinstitutional dialogues assist with the normalization of deviance. And this normalization of deviance undermines mobilization in support of constitutional democracy, the shrinking space within which the old type of argument can be made, I'm sure is a personal experience to many of us in the room. What we see in particular in terms of the transformation of constitutional imagination or the emergence of constitutional newspeak takes the form of a majoritarian turn in interpreting fundamental rights. It's quite extraordinary that the supporters of President Bolsonaro in Brazil are currently challenging the election results in the name of protecting their liberties and fundamental freedoms. But this is not unlike the arguments that I made against presidential term limits in the spirit of protecting the freedom of expression or the political participation rights of incumbent presidents. We also see a majoritarian turn in the interpretation of freedom of religion that is meant to protect the culturally dominant majority in a given context. The retrogression of human rights is part and parcel of this package. Just recently, the Russian Duma adopted in its third reading the most comprehensive bill that prohibits the propaganda of homosexuality in the name of protecting traditional values. Such measures are also accepted, although albeit in much softer form in several European countries, including in my country. And third, we see that there are new international alliances that are being built around traditional values. This is most apparent when it comes to contesting reproductive rights and access to abortion in the name of protecting women's health and women's rights. The Polish think tank Ordo Iuris takes leadership in Europe, but we also do see how there is an active alliance around the Geneva Consensus Declaration to this effect. So I would like to suggest that we should be really aware and walk in this world with very open eyes. In the last decade, elections have been marred by incumbents crying election fraud way before the voters go to the polls, and voter intimidation is becoming part and parcel of contesting elections in countries around Europe and also more broadly around the world. You don't have to go to the US to see quite the intimidation practices I'm talking about. The cold winter and the cost of living crisis is definitely going to increase anxieties around among European voters. The rising inequality and the relatively limited resources of governments to actually do something to mitigate the rising cost of living is going to further feed the appeal of far-right parties across the European continent. This appeal is significant even when they lose a presidential election, like in France. And one important side effect of this is that political polarization, such as social polarization, is slowly settling in the European public sphere. We see that compromised and packed courts that were talked about by Dr. Bodnar anchor illiberal regimes. They are not only providing justifications for illiberal constitutional action, but also make extremely difficult any kind of conversation about a potential regime change, because ultimately we talk about how you cannot fire the judges in the name of protecting judicial independence. And last but not least, we do see that illiberal soft power spills outside the political sphere. We see, for instance, how in higher education, bilateral student exchanges and faculty mobility between illiberal regimes, and also the influx of Chinese students to the European higher education space has a chilling effect on the capacity of academia to resist the illiberal tide. So, reasons for hope. The war in Ukraine highlighted the stakes of defending democracy and also awakened across Europe a very strong sense of solidarity, because it reminded us of our shared humanity. We see also an increased awareness of disinformation, not only among European political actors, but also European constitutional institutions, as they come to acknowledge its corrosive effect on functioning democracies. Because of Hungary's unacceptable stance on Russian aggression in Ukraine, we see the traditional V4 alliance breaking up. And also we see how increasingly within the European public space and political space, even Central European leaders are reclaiming the language of constitutional values in the original sense as they were intended when they were included in Article 2 of the treaty. The European Parliament claiming center stage in European politics is reason for hope, because very often in compromised democracies such as Hungary and Poland, it's in the European Parliament where opposition MPs still get to make an impact, the type of impact that in normal times they would be making in national elections domestically. The Commission withholding important amounts of European funding, as well as launching the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values programs that support civil society directly, contributes to the resilience of pro-democracy actors in Europe. And last but not least, we do see that in recent elections in the Americas, voters returned democratic political actors that are committed to constitutionalism in its traditional sense, in the sense and at the time and the sense when constitutions were meant to constrain the elected representatives of the people who took public office. Let me stop here. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Reitz, for a very interesting presentation and for drawing our attention to the fact that to the urgency of the matter to address illiberal practices and democratic backsliding in our own backyard. I think for quite a while we thought that this is definitely not a problem for the EU or for the US for that matter, that this is a problem somewhere far, far away from home. And that's why I liked your idea very much about gradually expanding the bounds of the acceptable risks, right? So slowly, the illiberal tendencies crept in and they were being unobserved for a while, and we in a way allowed them to happen. I come from a different field. I teach political science students and I teach violent ethnic conflict analysis. So it's very true for war and for violence as well in general. Like for quite a while we believed that war and violence is a tendency of the underdeveloped or something, right? It couldn't be possible that the people who listen to Rolling Stones and wear jeans go to war, rape each other, and organize concentration camps. But it's definitely not true, right? So the major thing and the major encouraging step for that is basically an explicit permission to do something, legitimization of a target. And if there's nothing to prevent it, it keeps on going and it keeps on getting worse and worse. So thank you so much. It was very interesting to listen to your speech. And now I'd like to invite our third panel speaker, Professor Joel Grogan, research fellow at UK in a Changing Europe, research fellow at the CU Democracy Institute, co-director of the Good Lobby Profs and creator of Sticky Tricky Law. She's also joining us online. And after her speech, we're going to move to the panel discussion. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Many thousand thanks. And I also just want to first thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm very disappointed not to be joining you in Kaunas, where I think I had some of the best wine that I've ever had before. But I hope you're all having a wonderful day there and the weather is far better with you than it is here in London. I also just want to echo and underline all of the comments that we've so far heard from Adam and Renata, specifically within the context of the kind of autocratic legalism that can be observed. As Renata was underlining, this using the law in quite an abusive way, a focus on the procedure, not on the larger context. Within that frame, I want to adjust what I'm going to be saying in this 10 or 15 minutes to talk about crisis and how crisis can exacerbate concerns that we have with regard to democratic backsliding and a removal or a move away from democratic constitutionalism. I am going to focus on the pandemic. The lessons of the pandemic is showing us insights into autocracy and democracy. But I'm using that almost as a case study in understanding how states, including Hungary, including Poland, including countries both within the EU, but also even beyond it, have responded to crisis to either further trend towards autocratic governance or remove themselves from it. Again, the pandemic is only a case study showing us the future. It's also showing how the EU has dealt with a succession of crises, not only in terms of the refugee migrant crisis from 2015, but now in terms of the Russian war in Ukraine. And I would also say in that context that the cost of living crisis can be symptomatic of further and exacerbating crises coming towards us, potentially even future environmental issues. So within that frame, we can say that the impact of the pandemic on legal systems can't yet be fully gauged. Most systems worldwide adopted highly restrictive measures, both limiting and, in some cases, derogating from fundamental rights protections, which have also had impact on the ordinary functioning of administrative systems and processes. These measures have been primarily promulgated or created by executive powers, and the locus of power and authority has principally been in governments, with weaker and very often weakening role given to other institutions of democratic and constitutional governance, including the courts and legislatures. The pandemic, and again, I would emphasize that crisis as a general concept, can test the limits of legal systems within a global context and also expose the fragility of democracies and the weakness of the bonds of democratic constitutionalism, where it has not a robust institutional framework and a healthy separation of powers to guarantee fundamental rights and the rule of law. Endemic socioeconomic disparities can reveal a poverty in the protection of some socioeconomic rights, and also a lack of voice in decision-making for the most vulnerable, though most affected communities. The social, political, and regulatory environment created by crisis and the pandemic conditions, including the speed at which action is needed and the complex and changing demands of mitigating risk to the provision of healthcare, of justice, of supply chain services, can deprioritize the expectation of a high level of compliance with fundamental norms of constitutional governance based on the rule of law and the protection of fundamental rights. Where a measure must be introduced quickly, there is little time for ex-ante parliamentary scrutiny. Where courts are closed due to the risk of infection, both post scrutiny and also access to justice can be compromised. In such an environment of incentivizing very rapid action without restraint, the danger of the misuse of powers during an emergency, and again, I mean this in a far broader sense of the use of emergency powers, it's exposed. And where crisis propagates crisis, this can be a catalyst for further rule of law backsliding and democratic deconsolidation. And again, I would echo here both the words of Adam and Renata and everything that we've so far heard, that pre-existing trends towards constitutional democratic deconsolidation have deepened during the last 5 years, and especially during the pandemic conditions. This is something that's been reported and underlined by both the VDEM Institute, the World Justice Project, but it's also been noted with increasing concern by the Council of Europe and by the EU Parliament. It should be emphasized that this trend is not localized, but it's global in scope. And the extended states of emergency that we witnessed in Europe, and most recently a further state of emergency that was declared in Hungary in response to the Russian war in Ukraine, has only further shown us the fragility of even well-entrenched democracies in times of crisis. However, what we should note is that assumptions on how states would perform in the state of COVID-19, but also the assumptions of how states would perform in the face of crisis based on the regime type, so democracy, autocracy, or even pre-existing legal frameworks, so how we assumed constitutions would respond or law would respond, or even assessments of how prepared countries were in the face of any crisis, they proved to be unreliable. This is not to say that pandemic radically transformed legal systems or institutions or governments, or even set in motion a pattern of democratic deconsolidation that was not already visible. Rather, it generally had the effect of acceleration, of accelerating pre-existing trends and exposing the true character of regimes. So, for example, a pre-commitment to accountability, to transparency, to good governance tended to be reflected in a crisis response that maintained these values, while autocratizing or militarized states frequently seized upon the virus and crisis in general as a pretext to entrench power at the center, treating crisis more often as a security problem as much as a health crisis. Likewise, states habituated to forms of emergency rule continued to use emergency rule. If anything, they further entrenched emergency rule as a norm of governance rather than an exception of governance. Nevertheless, and what I would emphasize here is that regime type is not a sure predictor of either the form of state response nor its outcome in terms of suppressing infections or deaths. States on the spectrum from democracy to autocracy proved equally and unpredictably vulnerable in both health and institutional outcomes. The breadth of pandemic response across political systems, and again, we see a wide variety of responses within those regimes, exposes this variation. Some autocrats used COVID-19 as a pretext for disproportionate restrictions and power grabs, which did not, however, prevent catastrophic mortality rates. Others cost lives through their inaction, their denial, their fantastical thinking. Some established democracies modeled a response that protected both public health and the health of legal and political institutions, while others fell disastrously short on both counts. In states on the spectrum, but again, between authoritarianism and democracy, what we see, and we can see for future crisis and future understandings of the challenges to rebuilding constitutionalism, is that the pandemic crisis appeared to pull systems in different and sometimes unexpected directions, sometimes towards democratic consolidation, or unfortunately along the opposite path. While the design of laws to confront infectious disease and again confront crisis with appropriate safeguards to ensure conformity with the principles of legality, of legal certainty, of accountability, of prevention of the misuse of power, of access to justice and equality before the law are the first consideration in rebuilding constitutionalism, we must also pay attention to the environment in which law is applied and the health of the democratic institutions that oversee its enforcement. Again, I would here pause to echo the words that we've just heard from Renata and Adam. Arbitrariness, corruption, abuses of power, sluggish bureaucracies, misguided thinking, and sheer complacency can flourish where parliaments are suspended or sidelined or abdicate their duties of oversight, where judiciaries are supine, where watchdog bodies, where ombudsmen are suspended or hobbled, or civil society mobilization is suppressed. Such negative externalities not only correlate with a poor response to crisis conditions, but they can also entrench the perception of a weak capacity of these institutions beyond pandemic conditions. This means that the perception of weakness of democratic institutions can only further embed autocratic practices, embed power in the center. The positive inverse of this analysis is that states whose democratic institutions rose to the challenge of crisis, rose to the challenge of pandemic conditions, and ensured real-time oversight of restrictive measures, and ensured that they could be interrogated, they could be improved, they could be reformed, fine-tuned, and as a consequence, they can enjoy greater public confidence, both in the measures, in the response, but also in the very democratic institutions which embody them. Forged by the scale and intensity of calamity, there is an opportunity for transformative thinking about what it means to govern and to govern democratically. The pandemic virus peeled back the layers of convention to reveal not only injustices and dysfunctions, but also the seeds of resilience and renewal. There are remarkable accounts, even within the countries that we've so far mentioned, of creativity and solidarity at grassroots level, whether or not to give voice to protest, to organize citizens' assemblies, or even to initiate community-based media and alternative sources of public information, particularly when media pluralism or even media freedom is under attack. Governments, policymakers, jurists, scholars, and citizens all have to confront the challenges of very different and adapted modes of day-to-day living during a crisis situation. But this necessity of adaptation can create opportunity for remaking democratic governance. All must seize on this chance for relief of this post-pandemic world causes modes of governance to be abandoned, this new creative modes of democratic resurgence to be abandoned. The anemic term of new normal does not capture the ambition required. Crisis must shake us from complacency and provide us with insights and tools to effect transformation. Within this context, again, we see experiments in technological innovation in the conduct of elections and parliamentary and court proceedings, which can promote gains in accessibility and inclusiveness. For example, live broadcast of parliamentary proceedings, virtual access to justice, and network communications across civil society, as well as accessible lines of engagement between citizens and authorities. I will pause here to again underline that the possibility and opportunity for this kind of innovation can be limited where these institutions have been politically captured. And so must we instead rely on grassroots and community and civil society engagement, as well as international pressure and international connection with affected communities. But above all, democratic rehabilitation, democratic rebuilding towards constitutionalism requires a reversal of a trend towards the marginalization of parliaments and the passivity of courts to the detriment of any effective safeguard of powers or accountability of governments. A pandemic, a crisis, we have learned, it does not absolve these bodies of the responsibility of oversight, but it heightens the need for it to be robust, for it to be independent, and for it to be responsive to dynamic conditions. I am very aware of the time, and I am aware that I'm taking from the next panel. So instead, I might actually look to final points that I would like to emphasize. And again, emphasizing what we've already heard from Adam and Renata. I would say that ultimately, and looking ahead, the attention, the core attention must be paid to the principles of delegation and accountability, by which we can understand that the potential reform of institutional processes must be towards trust. And a guiding principle here is transparency. Like the reform of democratic institutions, the task of rebuilding public trust in democratic constitutionalism is urgent. It can't wait for the next crisis to strike. It can't wait for further degradation of the mechanisms of institutions, for trust is a currency that is slowly earned and quickly squandered. Whether it is meaningful depends on whether or not there are changes to institutions and to culture. This relies on a political willingness to own up to failures and make necessary changes. But ultimately, what we must again turn to in understanding the challenges that lie ahead, where authoritarianism is becoming entrenched, is to return to my first point on recognizing not the symptoms, but the causes. Focusing, and here again I echo Renata, focusing not on the number of judges or the way in which they have been created in a procedural sense, but in the wider context, and building again that public trust, focusing on that public trust and communication to understand and to rebuild the important element, the important aspect of democratic constitutionalism. On that, aware that I've taken a little bit too much time, I'd like to again thank the wonderful organizers for what it has been so far, a fascinating series of talks for me, and wish you a very lovely day ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gorian, on a very creative and relevant, actually, take on the topic of rebuilding constitutionalism, especially having in mind that new crises are to come, either climate crisis or economic crisis or whatever other crisis there will definitely be one. And once certain guarantees and rights are taken away, it's very hard to give them back. And that's why it's important to learn from this experience of the pandemic and to keep in mind that definitely transparency and public trust is a currency that's easy to lose and hard to gain. So thank you so much for your insights. And now I would like to move to a panel discussion. The difference is that there's going to be a more strict time limit. So I'd like to limit the presentations of the participants like 10 minutes max, in order that we could have at least a couple of questions towards the very end. Now I'd like to welcome the second participant of the panel, who's joining us online, Associate Professor Sana Toktogadzeva, coordinator of the Human Rights Program at the American University of Central Asia. Welcome. Are you here with us? Yes. Hi.
Yes. Hello. Greetings to everyone. Thank you for an introduction, and thank you so much for inviting me for this conference. I really wish I would be there with you offline, but unfortunately, I can only join online. So today, probably my presentation is going to be like jurisdiction-wise a bit different. So I come from Kyrgyzstan, and I really wanted to talk about the challenges in building constitutionalism in Central Asia. Central Asia is such a unique region, which has a huge potential in contributing a lot to the existing discourse on constitutionalism. And particularly my today's talk would be from the perspectives of constitutional courts. So when we speak about Central Asia, I think it's the classical example of those countries where we have constitutions, but we don't have a vibrant constitutionalism, unfortunately. And one of the main reasons, it's the fact that constitutional courts themselves contributed to the failure of the fact that constitutionalism have never really succeeded in this region. And basically within this 10 minutes, I would do my best to demonstrate and showcase you why exactly I'm saying so. So before going into details, it is important to highlight the hypothesis that constitutional courts and transitional democracies, they actually have a very huge and high potential and such a significant role in building constitutionalism and democratic governance. However, there are various different factors and preconditions that actually plays a huge role in that fact. First has something to do with constitutional design, architecture, of course, the existence of viable balance of power, and most importantly, it's the behavior and strategy of the courts themselves on how do they actually cope with one case or the other, and do they really use their potential in making the text of the Constitution matter? Do they really solve the institute, for instance, some conflicts between various different political branches in such a way as to create this dialogue between them or not? So in order to analyze the role that constitutional courts have played in Central Asia, so I will just briefly mention the jurisprudence of these courts in three areas. First is how these constitutional courts have actually dealt with politically sensitive or megapolitics issues. Second, the approaches that the constitutional courts have taken in classical ordinary politics or cases involving institutional conflicts. And of course, how they actually dealt and treated the text of the Constitution in cases involving constitutional rights adjudication. So when we speak about megapolitics and politically sensitive topics, it's important to highlight that the most active court was, of course, the Kyrgyz Constitutional Court, Constitutional Chamber, which again has been transformed into Constitutional Court again. Unlike Kyrgyz Constitutional Court, for instance, in Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan, due to the less competitive power dynamics, they were not really actively involved in megapolitics. However, there were some instances when they were, but most importantly, they were mostly invited by the president. And of course, their decisions followed their creators' will. In this case, it's any decisions have been interpretation of the constitution was done for the purposes of maximizing the presidential powers. Interestingly, when we speak about Kyrgyz Constitutional Chamber, it faced two very politically sensitive cases. First one involving the decrees, constitutionality of the decrees of the interim government. Second, it's the constitutionality of the laws involving the immunity of the former president. In both of these cases, Constitutional Chamber adopted rather a differential approach, and giving more freedom for the political branches to decide on those issues. When we speak about Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, so as I mentioned earlier, they were not that actively involved, but even if they were, for instance, in cases involving Kazakhstan, so one of the recent constitutional amendments that has been activated by President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, previously by former President Nursultan Nazarbayev. So generally, Constitutional Council of the Kazakhstan has been instrumentalized by both of these presidents in order to prepare the transition of power in cases involving Nursultan Nazarbayev and preparing it to transit the power to Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. And in the recent constitutional amendments as well, it has been instrumentalized by Kassym-Jomart Tokayev as well. In Tajikistan, there were two interesting cases. First one involving the Islamic Renaissance Party, which was for quite a long period of time the only opposition party available in Tajikistan, and Constitutional Court has been actively used by the president of Tajikistan, but through its decision to completely eliminate the Islamic Renaissance Party, by that extinguishing the opposition. And the second time when somehow the Constitutional Court of Tajikistan was involved, it was in 2016 constitutional amendment case, where the president literally created a number of preconditions to prepare the transit of power allegedly to his own son. And the way how Constitutional Court interpreted these amendments was also interesting, because they, instead of going into details and discussing every single amendment, rather they just took it as the huge package and said that, yes, amendments are good, we are heading into a good direction, and etc. In case involving Uzbekistan, the Constitutional Court of Uzbekistan is not active like others. However, it has a one unique feature. So they can activate the case on their own behalf. So essentially, this is something that not all constitutional courts have. And what's interesting is that the court have used this power in two cases involving the regional hakims. So hakims in Uzbekistan, it's essentially the heads of certain regions. And back then, when Islam Karimov was the president, he had some problems in two regions, Surkhamdaria region and others. So in that case, it's basically Islam Karimov asked the Constitutional Court judges to start these cases on their own and find the decisions of two regional hakims unconstitutional, which allowed him later on to literally fire these two regional hakims and etc. So what we see is that these courts in cases involving politically sensitive questions have been widely used for regime legitimization purposes. In the context of Kazakhstan, for instance, Constitutional Council was used by Nazarbayev in order to literally legalize his Elbasi status and hold on power even after the resignation of him from the office. However, we see now that after Kassym-Jomart Tokayev became the president, all these things have been annulled. And now it seems that the Kazakh Constitutional Court already now, which has been transformed, is being instrumentalized by the new president as well. In Tajikistan, President Rahmon used Constitutional Court in order to extend his presidential powers and to extinguish the political opposition. So what we see is that in cases involving politically sensitive questions, these courts have failed big times. Instead of literally treating the text of the Constitution seriously and being this neutral decision makers, they have been actively becoming the tool in the hands of the presidents for the legitimization of their own goals and political agenda. In cases involving ordinary politics or institutional conflicts, what we see is that back in 1995, the Kazakh Constitutional Court, before it has been transformed into Constitutional Council, it used to have a pretty substantial powers. And back then, in Kazakhstan, they used to have a very strong opposition as well. So, which created a huge tension between the parliament and president. And then again in 1995, Nursultan Nazarbayev used the role of the Constitutional Court to completely annul the results of the elections, of the parliamentary elections, which later on led Nursultan Nazarbayev to basically dissolve the parliament, dissolve the Constitutional Court, and for quite a long period of time, he has been ruling Kazakhstan on his own. So in cases involving Kyrgyzstan, we also see that under our first president, Askar Akayev, the Constitutional Court has been actively used. For instance, the cases involving the presidential term, Constitutional Court allowed Akayev to be elected for the third time. However, we had this limitation of no more than 2 terms, but the way how they have interpreted, they said that his first term doesn't count because back then Kyrgyzstan was still part of the USSR and etc. Under the second president, Kurmanbek Bakiyev, again, Constitutional Court has been again used. For instance, in 2007, Constitutional Court, they just annulled the entire text of the 2006 Constitution and brought back the 1993 Constitution with all the amendments, which literally turned the Kyrgyz Constitution from semi-presidentialism into a complete super-presidential constitutions. And then after 2010, when we had the second revolution, so we have adopted more like premier presidential form of governance, which created a more like a viable balance of power. And architecture of the constitution was designed in such a way that there was a pretty effective system of separation of powers. And in that context, there was a short period of time from 2010 to 2016 when Kyrgyz Constitutional Chamber was quite a big exception in Central Asia, because the way how they have been treating the constitution and interpreting it was completely different. And they were literally trying their best in order to build a real constitutionalism. However, things again have been turned in 2016 when Almazbek Atambayev made another constitutional amendments, despite the fact that there was a moratorium until indicated in the text of the constitution until 2020, but it didn't stop him. And that was the turning moment where Constitutional Chamber again kind of fall back to the previous mistakes of its predecessor. And instead of literally saying that these amendments are unconstitutional, they have legitimized them and allowed the constitutional amendments to take place. And then they did the same mistakes in 2021 when our new president, Sadir Japarov, who was the former convict criminal who became the president over the night, decided to start the constitutional amendments, despite all these reports and opinions of the Venice Commission. So it didn't stop, and unfortunately, Constitutional Chamber of the Kyrgyz Republic also gave the green light. So which means now we see again that there was this moment which actually shows that architecture of the constitution actually matters. But again, because of the fact that other political branches, especially the parliament, was not capable of using their powers that has been given to them by 2010 constitution, this viable balance of power have been eroded, which again allowed the constitutional chamber to fall back to the previous mistakes of its predecessor. So, and overall, if we wrap up this ordinary politics cases, we see that in cases involving the Kazakhstan, the single decision of the Constitutional Court allowed Nazarbayev to completely consolidate the presidential power, to dissolve the parliament, suspend the Constitutional Court, and reorganize it into a much weaker Constitutional Council. And the jurisprudence of earlier Kyrgyz Constitutional Court also reveals that this court had become the tool in the hands of former presidents Akayev and Bakiyev in order to maximize their political agenda and their powers. There was the moment of success after 2010, where Constitutional Chamber became more like robust and trying to build constitutionalism. However, again, in 2016 and 20 decisions, as I have said earlier, the chamber fell back to the old ways of previous constitutional court because political branches were not willing to play by the rules of the constitution. And then the last group of the cases, it's the cases involving the constitutional rights adjudication. What we see lately, there is a common pattern that exists among Central Asian constitutions across all the constitutions. First, the new provisions are being created, emerged in the text of the constitutions on revocation of the citizenship that are being introduced. And second, constitutional provisions on the relationship between international law and domestic law are being shifted from monism to dualism, unfortunately. So, and we see that in all these cases, the way how constitutional courts have interpreted these provisions, again, shows that they literally gave the green light to all these amendments. And the way how they have justified it was, again, by using the basically narrative of the national security and other issues as well. So, for instance, in 2016 constitutional amendment case, it was okay. The Constitutional Chamber was completely fine by lowering the status of the international human rights treaties. By that, they sort of, it seems like they have adopted more like Russian approach to international law by being driven by highly sovereigntist approach. The same experience happened in Kazakhstan in 2017 constitutional amendment cases, and in 2016 constitutional amendment cases in Tajikistan. So what we see is that internal political dynamic in cases involving fundamental rights jurisprudence. So the jurisprudence of these courts are literally being shaped by external geopolitical factors, especially the factors coming from Russia and China and the Russia's and Chinese approach to international law. These courts seems to be interpreting the text of the Constitution in more like a, from monism to dualism in cases involving international law, particularly in the fields of the human rights protection. But yet there seems to be applying more like pluralistic approach in norms related to regional organizations like Eurasian Economic Union, Shanghai, or Collective Security Treaty Organization, and etc., where they put these the international or the regional treaties higher than the domestic law. But when it comes to international human rights law, of course, they put the domestic law higher than the international law. So with that, what we come to a conclusion that constitutional transformation, especially the building of constitutionalism, does not happen as a big bang. It's rather an incremental process, which happens gradually. And the role of the constitutional courts as agents of change are really important. And the roles have been analyzed in the context of megapolitics, ordinary politics, and fundamental rights domain. And in all these three aspects, we can come to conclusion that without generating a genuine political pluralism, without willingness of legal and both political actors to foster the transition, and without constitutional courts' efforts actually to make the text of the Constitution matter, while at the same time smartly facilitating the dialogue between different political branches and actors, any reforms and amendments are risking to remain as facade reforms, just like what is happening in Central Asia. So therefore, again, it is important for us to understand that issues of constitutionalism are not only legal issues, and they're tightly connected with other political, economic, geopolitical factors, which should definitely has to be taken into account. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer to your questions during the Q&A.
Thank you so much for an excellent comparative presentation. So our hope for optimism was lost somewhere on the way. So another pessimistic situation analysis. And when listening to you, I was thinking, why do they do this, right? Why do they engage in this game pretending that they're doing constitutionalism? And I thought that maybe probably to appease, the local population, to create this semblance of democracy, and to also somewhat appease the international community, to attract investors, to create a semblance of a stable environment. And if they care about it, so maybe there's hope on precisely these two avenues, right? From the one coming from the international community, one coming from the domestic populations. And hopefully we can talk about this further. And now I'd like to present another panelist, Dr. Anahit Manasayan, Associate Professor at the Department of Constitutional Law at Yerevan State University, and newly Deputy Prosecutor General of the Republic of Armenia, who's going to talk about proper traditions of constitutional development as an important precondition of ensuring constitutionalism. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, honorable colleagues. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be here and to be a part of this very important and interesting network. With this regard, I would like to thank the organizers for initiating this beautiful event of utmost importance. Actually, when I was invited to speak during this conference, I was a university professor, an international expert on various constitutional issues, as well as a member of the Constitutional Reforms Commission of the Republic of Armenia. And I structured my speech in a way to produce both particular examples from the Armenian experience, as well as particular principles and values which should underlie all these processes. Actually, some 3 weeks ago, I was appointed as a Deputy Prosecutor General of Armenia and had to restructure somehow my speech because of the fact that I should follow the principle of political neutrality and political restraint. But I restructured my speech not from the content-based viewpoint, but the format through which I'm going to speak on various principles and values which should underlie all the constitutional development processes. Of course, I will accompany the presentation of these guidelines and principles with some particular examples from the Armenian constitutional development processes. Actually, we live in a period when universal values are often infringed and very often perceived in an improper way and manner. This leads to the distortion of the whole idea of constitutionalism and endangers the constitutional order in national systems as well as international order in general. Hence, we should analyze this situation in details and try to reconsider all the values and environment in which all these principles and problems exist. Proper perception of problems of constitutional system and constitutionalism are amongst the main issues in this context. Actually, we live in such societies, in particular in some of the post-Soviet countries, when we think that all our problems, they are based on particular legal or even constitutional regulations. And as far as we find a problem in our society, we decide that the only way to solve this problem is to change the particular constitutional regulation. And we continuously change these regulations. Sometimes not sometimes, but very often, we change also constitutional regulations. Of course, we do not find a solution for our problems, but anyway, we continuously continue to amend these regulations, etc. I consider this problem to be disease, of course in brackets, and I very often call this normative fetishism. Because we cannot find the proper reasons for our problems. Our problems have various other reasons, but instead of finding the main reasons and suggesting solutions to these problems, we are continuously changing these regulations. And this does not lead to the solution of the problems, but vice versa. Sometimes this creates new problems. Hence, in my opinion, the main issue here and the main essential issue here is to find a proper balance between the constitutional stability and the need for constitutional developments. And I will try to speak about some of the main values and principles which should underlie these processes. The first issue, which is worth mentioning in this context, in my opinion, in particular in many post-Soviet countries, is the need to establish a balanced use of various ways for constitutional development. Because in our societies, we consider just textual constitutional amendments to be the only way for the solution of various constitutional problems, and we do not use the other ways for constitutional developments. For instance, the official constitutional interpretation, the development of the Constitution via developing various constitutional traditions, etc. But actually, the history of the constitutional developments in various countries shows that it is not possible and there is no chance to reach constitutional stability without using all these methods for constitutional developments in a balanced way. The second issue, which is directly connected with the first one, is to establish a proper system of defining the cases when we should textually amend the Constitution and differentiating these cases from the situations when we can develop the Constitution via other means of constitutional developments. In other words, it is very important to establish a proper system of defining the visible constitutional necessity, as I call actually this phenomenon or process, for understanding whether there is a need to textually amend the Constitution or no. Actually, as I mentioned, this can overcome the problems of the normative fetishism I mentioned. And in my opinion, the main criteria which we can use for defining this visible constitutional necessity are as follows. Actually, firstly, we should properly define the problems with which we are working and which we are facing in a concrete situation. Secondly, we should be able to define the main reasons and roots for these problems. Then we should suggest solutions for these problems and define whether there is a direct link between the solutions which we are proposing and the problems and their reasons and roots which exist. And of course, we should consider all these situations in a comprehensive manner. I mean, taking into consideration all the political, social, economic, and other circumstances. For instance, I used this method for several times when voting in the frames of the Constitutional Reforms Commission of Armenia for or against various constitutional conceptual suggestions presented by the colleagues. And one of the examples, which was maybe the most important one, was the conceptual suggestion to eliminate in Armenia the Constitutional Court as well as the Court of Cassation, and to establish a new court which would be called a Supreme Court. I voted against this conceptual suggestion presented by colleagues using the method I mentioned, because actually the problems which, with which we are facing in our constitutional system and the solution, that is to eliminate the two courts and to establish a new one, actually there is no direct link between these problems and the solution. Hence, I used this method for defining whether there is a need to textually amend the Constitution on this particular method, and I decided that no, there is no such a need. The next issue, which is very important in my opinion from this viewpoint, is to establish again a proper system of the perception of the symbolic role of the constitutions. Because again, in many countries of the world, also in many countries, post-Soviet countries, we have a more formalistic approach towards the constitution. We consider it to be just a legal act. Sometimes we consider it to be a legal act with highest legal force, but we do not consider it to be a symbol for our constitutional system and the whole society. But actually, the whole history of constitutional developments in the world, it shows that the role of the constitutions, it has evolved from being just a legal act with the highest legal force to an act with also symbolic significance. For instance, the Austrian Constitution of 1920, which originally, maybe in some sense, had more formalistic role, but its role evolved to be also a symbolic one. Various other constitutions which has historical significance, etc. This shows that actually the constitution shall not be just a legal act with highest legal force, but it should be a symbol, and it should be considered as a symbol of the concrete constitutional system and the constitutional society. Hence, constitution should in reality perceived by the society as a fundamental document, as a symbol of this society. And it cannot be amended parallel to each change of the political power or each change in the frames of the political system, etc. It cannot be a tool for politics, and many colleagues spoke about this issue, but it should be a restraint limit for it. Hence, both the methods and also the frequency of constitutional amendments should take into consideration the mentioned issue and should be in compliance with all these principles and values about which I spoke. And actually, the last issue about which I'm going to speak here is the need to have a proper system of legal education which notes all these values and criteria, because in case we just write about these values and principles, or individually some of us speak on these values and criteria, but we do not have a proper system of legal education, we cannot reach the proper system of constitutional stability, and we cannot have proper traditions for constitutional developments. Actually, I'm going to finish here because I can speak endlessly on these issues, but I do not want to misuse your attention. I'll stop here and will be happy to answer your questions if you have such. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're kind of running out of time, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next guest, Dr. Yuri Barabash, Professor of Constitutional Law and Vice Rector for Scientific and Pedagogical Affairs and Strategic Development at Yaroslav Mudry National University in Ukraine. I see him here with us. Thank you very much for connecting. The floor is yours.
Sorry. Dear Lynn and dear participants, thank you very much for such opportunity. Unfortunately, I should stay in my hero city, Kharkiv, and continue to work, fighting with our enemies. And I will try to share with you my screen. Yes. Do you see it? Okay. I want to discuss one interesting issue as for me is the so-called Rashist ideology. Is it an enemy to the militant democracy right now, and how we could fight against this? More than 80 years have passed since Karl Lowenstein first presented the doctrine of militant democracy, proposing to arm the democratic system in the fight against the so-called emotionalism, to which he attributed Nazism and political current close to it. He suggested that the latter should not be called the typical word ideology, since it was difficult to apply democratic doctrines to crowd psychology. After the Nuremberg trials, the Constitutionalists received even more doctrinal justification for the possibility of protection of democracies from ideological phenomena harmful to them at the highest normative level. It is enough to recall how the Italian constitution prohibited the restoration of the fascist regime in any form. It shall be forbidden to reorganize under any form whatever the dissolved fascist party. The law has established for no more than 5 years from the implementation of the constitution temporal limitation to the right to vote and eligibility for the leaders responsible for the fascist regime. In fact, after the establishment of national constitutional standards, we have a universal system of constitutional values that militant democracy must protect. The rule of law, democracy, human rights, human dignity, freedom, etc. After World War II, three ideology were serious challenges to the function of the system of liberal consumerism: communism, Nazism, fascism, and after the collapse of the Soviet Empire, the illusion arose that there were only two such enemies left. Also, to be more correct, it refers to the ban on the use of totalitarian practice by supporters of these ideologies. Every time we try to talk about the activism of militant democracy, we face the charge of disproportionality restricting rights, such as freedom of speech and association. There is a more or less established case law of the European Court of Human Rights in this matter. Also, it is quite difficult for jurisdictional bodies when it comes to such historical and political issues towards between Sil and Charybda. As you can see on screen, one of the cited from the case Chevy and other versus France, the court considers that it is an integral part of freedom for expression to seek historical truth, and it is not the court's role to arbitrate the underlying historical issues, which are part of a continued debate between historians that shapes opinion as to the event which took place and their interpretation. In a certain way, it is echoed by another turn of work in the field of human rights and constitutionalism, the Venice Commission, which has to analyze legislative acts prohibiting the use of symbols, slogans, and other verbal expressions of totalitarian ideologies periodically. Such laws, as Venice Commission said, in the first place, use a backward-looking perspective to help with the pain of the past by making it unlawful for people to use symbols and propagate ideas associated with a former regime responsible for serious crimes. The ban, in this sense, is aimed at protecting the dignity of victims, helping the population to overcome the trauma of the past and contributing of reconciliation. If in any case of Nazism, fascism, communism, we were dealing with almost historical dead ideologies or emotionologies, like Karl Lowenstein said, that after the establishment of Putin's power and his aggressive policy toward neighboring states, we face a new type of threat to democracy. The final design of the new threat and ideology, which can be conventionally called Rashism, took place with the adoption of scandalous change to the Constitution of Russia in 2020. When all the attention of the expert community was focused on the so-called Tereshkova clause to nullify Putin's terms, one of the key ideas of this reform recorded in Article 67.1 on the full legal and logical succession of USSR in the person of Russian Federation. I would cite assumptions from this article. The Russian Federation is the legal successor of Soviet Union on its territory. The Russian Federation, united by 1,000 years history, preserving the memory of ancestors who passed on our ideals and facing God as best as continuity in the development of the Russian state, recognized historical form state unit. It is worth noting how the mentioned change were still introduced to the section devoted to the federal system, while the fundamental basis of the social system should be contained in Chapter 1, Principle of Constitutional Order. The reason for such action is quite clear, since the first chapter is changed in special order only by convening the Constituent, the Constitutional Assembly. Researchers claim that Russianism provides insights into Putin and other Russian radicals. What view which is derived from all the Russian imperial beliefs, such as Stalinism, ideologies adopted by Joseph Stalin formed around the centralization of power, the cult of personality, and other theories of socialism. It is also inspired by Tsarism, a reference to the old Russian Empire and its emperors, which signifies the return to traditionalism, aristocracy, and the restoration of the country's former greatness at the cost of freedom. Famous historian Timothy Snyder adds that among the features of this ideology, there is one that characterizes Putin is the idol of white supremacy around the world. We argue that it is a mixture of communism, Eastern Rite Orthodoxy, and the personal cult of its authoritarian leader. The key tenets of this ideology are the denial of the priority of the rule of law, the rejection of the recognition of sovereignty of small nations, the leveling of democracy as the basic principle of government, the rejection of liberal discourse on human rights. What was our response to it? By new law was established additional restriction on the activities of political parties related to justification, recognition, and legitimate denial of armed aggression against Ukraine. And I would like to stress, of course, such points that denial of temporary occupation of part of its territory, clarification, justification of action of any inaction of person who created out and carry out armed aggression against Ukraine. After the adoption of mentioned law, the courts began to actively recognize the activities of parties professing Russian ideology as constitutional. This is how the opposition Bloc for Life party was banned. Among the evidence used as the basis of the court decision was the fact that the specified party was engaged in spreading information about the existence of National Socialist Nazi regime in Ukraine, its support by the authorities about the genocide of the Russian-speaking population and residents of the Lugansk and Donetsk regions. In addition, it was recognized that disseminated information is identical to the statement of President of Russia. After the Russian Federation invasion of Ukraine, it became clear that the leaders of this ideology began to use not only soft power, but also military aggression to establish these ideas. And in my deep conviction, it is time to give a clear answer by the representatives of the legal community regarding the possibility of the existence of this ideology in the legal field, which has begun to really threaten the existence of the constitutional system of countries close to Russia and not only by it. The first step in this direction was taken by the Venice Commission with the recognition in the Ames Curiae for the Constitutional Court of Republic of Moldova, a ban of use of certain symbols of the Russian ideology to a legitimate and proportionate extent. Through at the same time, the Commission tied these symbols exclusively to the Russian invasion and Russian troops. However, it seems to us that the first important step had been taken towards international isolation of Russianism as an ideology that poses a threat to liberal constitutionalism. And the categories of prohibited symbols, especially the one is a question that concerns general known attributes or symbols that are used in the context of acts of military aggression, war crimes, or crimes against humanity, as well as propaganda or glorification of the section. I define fusing in the paragraphs added by a new legislation. According to the author of the law, in the context of war in Ukraine, there is an increase in cases of use on territory of Republic of Moldova of the symbols used in the war that support, justify, or glorify aggression, which leads to the emergence of social tension and creates premises for the spread of inter-ethnic hatred. The Venice Commission considered that in this specific context, it is plausible to argue that the display of the symbols used by Russian armed force in the current war could produce an actual and immediate danger of disorder and a threat to the national security and the right of others, including those of Ukrainian war refugees, and there is a present social need to impose a ban of such use. During the war, we find more and more evidence of how the ideology of fascism gradually took shape in the form of concrete propaganda materials of semi-official nature. Thus, materials were distributed among mobilized, you see at the screen, under the auspices of the ruling United Russia Party. Among other things, we find the following sentences. Who are Ukrainians? Not so long ago, 96.7% of Ukrainians were Russian, but for 30 years of independence, they were deprived of normal education, culture, native language, and turned into wild Russophobes. They were something else remained from the Russia. Someday after denazification, they will become Russian again, but for now, they are enemies. There is no Ukraine as a state, there is a territory of the former Ukrainian SSR temporarily occupied by terrorists again. So, does the ideology pose a certain threat to young democracy and established democratic regimes? Our answer is yes. At the same time, as noted earlier, such a threat should be absolutely compared with other establishment enemies, such as fascism, Nazism, and communism. The fight against the latter is the fight against the dark past. The fight against the racism is the fight for a normal future. At the same time, in the first case, the threat comes from within the society, which may suffer from collective narcissism, while in the case of fascism, the challenge comes from the outside and has specific geographically defined boundaries. At the same time, we are dealing with dangerous narratives that can be voiced by both right-wing and left-wing representatives, justification of interference into the internal affairs of democratic state, denial of the ethnic identity of certain nation, refusal to condemn aggressive actions, and another you could see on this slide. Finally, we are not trying to paint over with our emotions the situation with the ideology of Russian authorities. In fact, we emphasize the importance of revealing the Venice Commission thesis on the symbols of Russian invasions, which is essentially a manifestation of the Russist ideology, which is ideology weapon of the Russian authorities, first of all, against the democratic regimes of neighboring countries. Putin's regime managed to awaken the most mandant feeling in many people and create another, according to Karl Loewenstein definition, emotionalism, which we should not to miss. Recognizing and preventing this threat in time is one of the key tasks of militant democracy today. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support of Ukrainian nation, both of us, and of course, please believe we will win this struggle for the democracy, for the rule of law, and after that, will be a very good future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Barabash, for joining us in a midst of chaos and war, and for finding time to do this. We hope this ends as soon as possible for the benefit of Ukraine, of course. And in the meantime, because we still have one more panelist, I'd like to introduce Professor Zaza Tavadze, professor at Grigol Robakidze University in Georgia, former judge and president of the Constitutional Court of Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear young colleagues, students, honestly say, I had a much long speech today, but when I saw your faces, I decided that to short this speech. Before I start my intervention, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this conference for supporting the present event, which certainly serves a very relevant purpose of discussing the contemporary challenges of the European constitutional order. The Republic of Lithuania is a great supporter of my country, Georgia, for which all Georgians and I are immensely grateful. It is an honor to be here today and celebrate with our friends and colleagues very important dates. The 100th anniversary of the 1922 Constitution of the State of Lithuania and of the University of the Lithuania. Also, 30th anniversary of the current 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. I wholeheartedly congratulate our friends and colleagues and the people of Lithuania of these important occasions. Now, I shall begin my speech. In the Georgian legal system, the judiciary combines two systems, the general courts and the constitutional court. The highest instance general courts, the Supreme Court of Georgia and the Constitutional Court, deliver a judgment which is final and enforceable. Neither of these courts has superiority over the other. Each of them has a last say on the issue under their competence. Therefore, current understanding and agreement between the two courts on competencies of each other has a crucial role for harmonious and efficient functioning of the judiciary. According to the Constitution of Georgia, judicial authority shall be exercised through constitutional control and justice. Constitutional control is conducted by the Constitutional Court, while the general courts administer justice. The general courts interpret and apply the laws adopted by lawmakers, while the Constitutional Court rules on compatibility of the law with the Constitution. However, the division of competencies is not always that simple. In order to check constitutionality of the provision, the Constitutional Court is in need to interpret the disputed law, determine its meaning, and then, by elaborating on the later, evaluate its constitutionality. The issue becomes complicated in cases when the interpretation of disputed vague legal provision made by the Constitutional Court does not match to interpretation made by the General Court. In such cases, the Constitutional Court faces a dilemma of whether it should interpret the law as is considered to be correct, or to take interpretation made by general courts as a guiding source of finding true meaning behind the legal provisions. Over the years, the Constitutional Court of Georgia has made a considerable effort to change its interpretative technique in order to help effectuate its decisions in ordinary cases. The Constitutional Court then construing a norm and identifying its substantive meaning has changed its practice to give the common court's interpretation an utmost account. As of now, while deciding on constitutionality of legal provision, the Constitutional Court, in principle, gives the greatest importance of evaluating made by the ordinary courts. because the ordinary courts are institutionally in a better position to be assessed by the Constitutional Court, as it no longer needs to go on with its own interpretation. In case it did so, this might have caused the Constitutional Court to interpret a law differently from the ordinary judiciary and adapt a decision which could hardly to enforceable in practice. As individuals petitioning the Constitutional Court are directly interested in getting an effective remedy out of their claim. Ignorance of common court's interpretative practice would have likely made the constitutional justice and especially its individual complaint mechanisms impact and futile. Needless to say that it is particularly important for the constitutional review to be closer to specific problems outlined by complainant. Due to its abstract character, normative acts involves a number of prospects, rules of conduct that are difficult to identify and consider on merit. In thus seems reasonable for the Constitutional Court to evaluate particular normative meaning of the law that it's decided by the complainant. The court has determined normative content of the disputed law in order to judge upon the level of interaction between the identified legal norm and the relevant constitutional provision. This technique becomes greatly patent in Georgia, where the ordinary judicial system is not legally obliged to take into account the interpretation of the Constitutional Court, and it may result in actual divergence between the two courts' system regarding the meaning content of law. Concept of normative content and interrelation with the ordinary courts. According to its case law, the Constitutional Court of Georgia is aware to the significance of effective application of constitutional standards in individual cases. The provisions declared unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court lose legal force once the court officially published the decision. However, since the Constitutional Court of Georgia has the authority to rule of constitutionality of the normative acts only, the judgment does not have instant result on individual cases. The Constitutional Court serves as negative legislator. It invalidates unconstitutional normative acts. However, the application of the new normative reality in individual cases is up to the general courts. Thereby, they serve as the enforcer of the constitutional case law in practice. The general courts is guarantors for effectiveness of decisions of the constitutional courts. Therefore, a clear understanding and institutional dialogue between these courts is imperative for the effectiveness of constitutional control in the Georgian legal system. It is noteworthy in this respect that Constitutional Court has developed the notion of normative content of the provision. After developing the mentioned notion, the Constitutional Court can evaluate constitutionality of only the normative meaning of the provision that it's problematic for the complainant. The idea of normative content is based on a simple assumption that the provision of is not merely the text written on a paper, but its abstance actual regulation, a set of rules established by it. It thus follows that normally single text of a legal provision could have several normative meanings. It could be regulating different relationships, out of which only some might be challenged. Therefore, the court has developed the case law of the point where it is no authority to separate different normative meanings from the same text, and if only some are problematic. Declare them unconstitutional without invalidating remaining normative substance of the provision. The exclusion of standards of constitutional in real cases, as noted above, is up to the common courts. The general courts interpret and apply the laws adopted by lawmakers, while the Constitutional Court rules on compatibility of the laws with the Constitution. However, the division of competencies is quite often very difficult. In order to check constitutionality of a provision, the Constitutional Court is in need to interpret the disputed law, determine their meaning, and then, by elaborating of the latter, evaluate its constitutionality. It can be said that Constitutional Court's interpretative approach helps to ensure the Constitutional Court's judgment in Georgia are effectively enforceable in practice, and individuals' effects are better equipped to get a proper redress in ordinary courts, although questions still persist in relation to the comprehension of constitutional standards by the common courts, and also due to an inconsistent approach as to when to resort to the constitutional submission mechanism, exception of unconstitutionality. Constitutional Court's position is the context of making constitutional standards more applicable and effective in real cases has been solidified. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Tavadze. We heard a lot today about various techniques, tools, and strategies used by autocrats to deteriorate constitutionalism. Learning from the best, I'm going to also be autocratic and put you in a very uncomfortable position, I suppose, and ask one blitz question to all the panel. If you could choose just one tool or strategy that could be helpful in countering the deterioration of constitutionalism, what would that be? Just one, and in a very short sentence, because we're way over time. Professor Vashkevich.
For me, it would be constitutional interpretation, which is a magic. It's really a magic, combined with a raising of a legal culture of the population. Very short.
I was also going to speak about alternative ways for constitutional developments, but as the previous speaker raised this issue, I will raise another one, to exclude politicization of constitutional systems and constitutional developments.
I think in Georgia we have a dilemma between two courts when I mentioned, and I suggest that more transparency into these two courts would be better for our society. It's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Do we have still online speakers? We lost them, I suppose. That's fine. Thank you all for being so patient today. So it's not so gloomy. We have someone. Okay. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Could be. Can you connect the speaker? In the meantime, while you're doing this, I'm just going to announce quickly that the last session is going to start at 4:15. And this doesn't mean that it's going to last longer. We're going to finish on time because they only have 3 speakers in the panel. And any success in connecting? No? Yes. Hello. Renata is here.
Hi, I would say civic education and especially rule of law monitoring in cooperation with civil society.
Yeah, very hard to do, but very welcome. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why it's so important that you all in the back were so patient and tried to educate yourself about the perils of doing constitutionalism badly, right? And you are here to safeguard it for the future. Thank you so much for coming and for your patience. Have a nice ending of the conference.
Colleagues, dear students, friends, Romans and countrymen, welcome as to the last session of our conference. And my name is Justyna Zilinskas, and I will moderate the panel on future of constitutionalism. And all of us, we know that the past is written and ink is dry, and however we would want, we cannot change it, and future is uncharted waters, where dangers and opportunities are waiting for us. Therefore, I would like to ask our esteemed panelists to dive into this future with great insights, interesting stories, and brilliant jurisprudence. So let me introduce our first speaker. It's Professor and great friend of Lithuania, Lauri Malksų, who is a professor of international law at the University of Tartu in Estonia and head of public law department at the law school of the same university. He's also a member of the Venice Commission, and he's one of perhaps of the most famous authors from the Baltic states in his monographs and articles. So, Lauri, it's a pleasure to have you here, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
That one. So, hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. Today is a very sort of packed day, and and especially I'm thinking of you, students, also working together with students at my home university, like what you make through to become wiser, hopefully. You know that Kaunas and Tartu are twin towns or sister cities. So you can check that up. That Kaunas has a number of those, but Tartu, where my university is in Estonia, is another one. So how else can I break the ice here? So there's recently an Estonian movie called Kalev, which speaks about the 1991 last Soviet championships in basketball. And the Tallinn team, Kalev from Estonia, won it, but I suspect one of the reasons why it won it was because Lithuania already at that time declared that as we were occupied by the Soviet Union, we will not take part in this competition. So Arvydas Sabonis was not playing there at the time, but here you can already see how basically interpretations of constitutional law and international law, how they can shape everyday lives, whether, for example, a team competes in a sports team competes in a specific competition or not. The way these panels have been created, past, then current challenges and future, I think constitutionalism is not very suitable for, futurology. Because one of the reasons is that we can predict certain things, and usually those futurological scenarios, they are often related to advancements in technology, right? We have in Estonia, for instance, e-elections. Most countries don't use them too strongly, but it's something in which, for example, technology shapes constitutionalism. But we can imagine more changes with the rise of artificial intelligence. Will robots get rights, right? We don't know in 25 years what kind of answers will be given to these questions. We have other global issues that might influence constitutionalism. Think of global warming and what impact this has or might have on migration flows, which to some extent we only now with this Ukraine crisis, the Baltic states, maybe previously the Belarus crisis, we feel the impact of migration, of refugees in particular, but one scenario is that we haven't seen half of it. That it will just it will be something that will shape our futures, and if so, then it will also changes in population, for example, in what languages are spoken by people, might have an impact on constitutionalism. When thinking about constitutionalism, at the same time, we have so many things are in common. Those ideas that constitutionalism is based on, we can think of them sort of as universal ideas, which makes it possible to, for example, compare Taiwan and Lithuania and Belarus and make certain conclusions. Where does an idea work out and where doesn't it work out? At the same time, it's definitely also a field in which each place remains different. Even in constitutional law, there will be something unique in Lithuania compared to Taiwan, for instance, and that makes the predictions can always easiest be made about certain countries. One knows more. It is very few people are experts in comparative constitutional law in the way that they would know all 193 constitutionalisms of the world in their variety. So that must perhaps also be said, that we are those when we talk about the future of constitutionalism, these futures might be and probably will be quite different for different countries depending on the state of democracy, what has happened in the history, how things have worked out, maybe sometimes even sheer luck. I want to, as I'm one of the speakers from the other Baltic states here, I want to connect this issue with constitutionalism with our region and with our country's history as well. I was thinking Lithuania's first constitution was adopted in 1922, and Estonia was a little bit sooner. It was already in 1920. And that was a time, of course, for which all our three nations are forever grateful, because this was when the statehood as such was established, or in the case of Lithuania, restored, at least emotionally speaking, restored. But we also know that that in terms of democracy, it didn't work out super well for the Baltic states during the interwar period. We had our nations but they were not model democracies, for sure. They had authoritarian tendencies to a varying degree. I think in Lithuania these tendencies arrived already sooner than they arrived in Estonia and Latvia, which happened in 1934. And then I was thinking about my great-grandfather, August Leps, who was member of the Estonian parliament in 1930 and 1934, when they were discussing constitutional changes in 1933. There was somehow those initial constitutions, they had those very democratic ideas, but parts of the society were somehow not happy with it. They said it's all too unstable. We want more firm order. So in this sense, nobody could escape their history. Perhaps this generation, let's be honest, the country they knew was Tsarist Russia, and then those upheavals of World War I. So it was not an easy time for establishing serious constitutionalism. But I want to also point out the difference between then and now, and I think the difference is Europe. That we are no longer alone in our constitutional identities, but we have, luckily for us three, both the European Union as well as the Council of Europe, which is helpful, because I think it's, although we also heard over today about some countries in which has been difficult, and usually they are bigger than the Baltic states, but I think that some of the kind of anti-democratic, anti-human rights tendencies, which always exist in all countries, can be dealt with more easily while being part of this European framework. We know it from the rights section that, for example, in our, the way rights in our constitutions in the Baltic states are interpreted, this relies very heavily on the European Court of Human Rights interpretations. And while one can see in it, compared to the 1930s, as some sort of loss of sovereignty or relativization of sovereignty, I think it is, as it sort of broadens the basis for our principles based on which our statehood is based, it's actually overall a good thing also in terms of checks and balances. But especially with students in mind, I want to also ask, are we more like among the leaders or followers in the European constitutional thought? In other words, how many of you could, for example, imagine a career in constitutional things in a way that you would work in Kaunas or Vilnius, but people working in Madrid or London would actually know about what you do and what you say? It's a completely different career from working, in most practicing fields of law. But Lithuania needs those people as well. So ask yourself whether you might want to be one of those people. And I also want to say as a third thing a little bit about Russia and this theme, whether authoritarian constitutionalism or illiberal constitutionalism, whether it sort of deserves our attention or not. And I think the difficulty there is indeed that they do copy certain solutions and models and concepts which have if you want, a liberal constitutionalist meaning, and they give it a different meaning. And some people are actually fooled by that. They in the 1930s, in the late 1930s, there were some enthusiasts in Western Europe who read Stalin's constitution, and they were impressed what a great country this must be, because they did not know that the text, as this anecdote that was mentioned before, that text didn't necessarily have to go together with the reality. And here, in terms of studying constitutional law, I think nowadays this study is always also linked with the neighboring discipline called political science, which is perhaps a little bit more interested in how things actually are. How they are done, not on somehow on paper, because we lawyers, we are normativists. We are always obviously interested in what is in paper, because in some ways law is on paper, and we know that the reality doesn't ever correspond fully to what is on paper, but this is what we do. We are lawyers. And I feel that to some extent Russia, for example, by having those constitutional amendments on 1st July 2020, should have given us several pre-warnings about what's going to happen. We could see, for example, in the way those constitutional amendments were conducted, that it was no longer democratic. Think about, for example, the fact there were previously citations from those constitutional amendments. They are often of fundamental character about state identity, and then in terms of text, they are thrown somewhere in the middle of the Constitution as amendments. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of what Perestroika era legal thinkers in Moscow called legal nihilism. It's that the text of the Constitution, in a way, you know, it doesn't matter as an aesthetic whole. You can change it in a way that you put preamble-like stipulation somewhere in Article 60 or 70, something in the middle of the text. But I was thinking President Putin gave only one interview when preparing for those 1st July 2020 constitutional amendments. And in this interview, he started to talk about the Soviet Union and about the fact, as he called it, that some former Soviet republics left the Soviet Union with more than what they had, as he put it, territorially. And some of those, you know, beside that Russia affirms its identity and succession with the Soviet Union, there are also stipulations there about, you know, history and memory and somehow that one may not challenge Russia's borders, but if Russia doesn't know itself where its borders are, then you know, how can Constitution protect it? I want to sum up that intellectually speaking, we will not get rid of Russia for our lifetime. And we don't have to, in the sense that this, I know that people of my generation, for example, in Lithuania, I don't know about the very young, like you students, whether there is still a knowledge of Russian language, but we can still maybe, hopefully, do a useful work when analyzing some of this in comparative terms. It's that, you know, if you want, then knowing something about Russia already through linguistic means, being able to read those texts, for example, in terms of the study of constitutionalism, this makes a lot of a difference. Because in the end, this kind of linguistic, cultural knowledge is needed to do constitutionalism as an academic field, also comparative constitutionalism, you know, properly. So in that sense, I would hope, and I finish here, that the people, experts in the Baltic states, will a little bit, in terms of their intellectual curiosity, also remain Russia watchers. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Laurie. Indeed, it seems that the future is rooted in the past. So we cannot neglect the past, even going into future. But, well, I do miss this point about robots. I think that would be very interesting discussion, but we will leave it to the questions, I guess. Okay, now I would like to give the floor to our second speaker, Dr. Samit Bisaria. Nice to see you. And he's a head of International Ideas Constitution Building Program, which produces global comparative knowledge, conducts policy advocacy within the field of constitutional building, and provides technical support to in-country constitutional reform programs. And he also serves as a head of mission for International Idea in the Netherlands. So it's great to see you here. I hope you hear us and the connection is good. Okay,
very good.
So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the organizers. I'm very honored to take part and regret that due to other commitments, I can't be there in person. I do hope there'll be another opportunity to visit the university. And congratulations to the university on its anniversary. Congratulations also to Professor Daniel Zalimas and the rest of the organizers at the university. I remember talking to Professor Zalimas, I think right at the beginning of the year, and he was discussing with us this idea to hold such a conference on this anniversary, and it's very nice to see it actually taking place. So the subject of this panel, well, interesting and provoking is also somewhat of a challenge, right? The future of constitutionalism. And I was writing my notes the other day, and I was watching the World Cup, and I was watching it on British television. And there was this analyst, a former football player, and he was talking about the Spanish team before the game. And he was talking about the lineup, and he said, well, it's a good lineup, but I really don't see where the goals are going to come from. And Spain proceeded to win 7-0. And so I was reminded of the saying that, well, prediction is a fool's game. And as Niels Bohr said, the Danish scientist, prediction is very difficult, especially when it comes to the future. So in trying to predict the future, I'm sort of going to cheat a bit in my presentation. I'm going to look at trends, recent trends and long-standing trends in constitution making, the text of constitutions and constitutionalism, and try to see if there's any reason why those trends would not continue. And if not, I think I'm going to call that my prediction for the future. Many of these ideas are taken from the last chapter in our annual review of constitution building for 2021. And also I canvassed my staff and colleagues who spend a lot of time giving advice to constitution making processes around the world. And I should say that many of those observations are taken from countries outside of Europe. But I do believe that increasingly as we go forward, those interested in strengthening constitutionalism at home need to be more open to looking further afield for ideas and inspiration. All right, so I'm going to speak about sort of three different areas. One, which is constitution making, constitutional reform, processes of constitutional change. Then I will speak about constitutional texts and what we might see in constitutional texts in the future. And then a couple of observations on constitutionalism, but I think a lot has been said about the kinds of things I wanted to touch on, so maybe not too much. But firstly, on constitution making, I think the first thing I should like to say is that there is an extraordinary level of constitutional instability. There's lots of processes of review and reform taking place constantly around the world. Here's a list. I hope you're ready. And this list is of countries in this calendar year, 2022, where there were processes of wholesale constitutional reform that were in motion. Many of them have not come to a result, but these were processes of reform and review of constitutions in 2022. So Chile, Barbados, Belize, Jamaica, the British Virgin Islands, Bermuda, Chad, Mali, the Gambia, Botswana, Sudan, South Sudan, Burkina Faso, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Tunisia, Somalia, Syria, Libya, and the Pacific island of Tuvalu. So that's about 20 countries in 2022 where there have been processes of large-scale constitutional reform. I'm not speaking about processes of specific and discrete amendments, as took place, let's say, in Sweden a couple of weeks ago. They amended their constitution. But about 20 countries in the world are considering large-scale constitutional reform. And that's pretty much been the case every year that I've been in International IDEA since the last 20 years, and we started counting these things. That's 1 in 10 countries in the world every year that are considering large-scale constitutional reform. So the impression that constitutions are stable over the long term is perhaps not reality. And will this trend continue? I think it will for a number of reasons. Firstly, there are a number of factors driving political and economic instability around the world. Geopolitical tensions in a multipolar world continue to cause massive concern. Social uprising against authoritarian governments, coups d'etats with broad-based popular support, and rising economic inequality at both national and international level. All of these factors continue to rise, and all of them are often triggers for constitutional reform. Secondly, another global trend which shows no sign of abating is disillusionment with politics, politicians, and political parties. The result of this often is that citizens are no longer content with just changing government, either through elections or through popular uprisings, but increasingly beyond changing government, they also seek a change in the system of governance. So we see popular uprisings calling not only for a change in leadership, but also a change in constitution. Thirdly, and has been commented on many times during the day, Authoritarian leaders have learnt the utility of constitutional form without constitutional culture, and thus we see regular examples of abusive constitutional change to entrench rather than to constrain power. So for all of these reasons, I think there will continue to be a lot of constitutional instability around the world as we go into the future. The question with regards to this conference is whether that level of constitutional instability will rise also in Europe, and particularly in Western Europe, where constitutions have been perhaps more stable than in the rest of the world. I believe it will, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the specter of populism that haunts almost every European election shows no sign of going away, and I think this is likely to deliver calls for constitutional change for two reasons. Firstly, populist leaders who seek to change or amend constitutions through abusive amendments. Even in Italy, the current prime minister who won the election before the election was calling for a change in Italy's constitution towards a directly elected president. But secondly, out of fear of populism, or what populists or anti-democratic actors might do should they win elections, we've seen some recent examples of countries who are seeking to conduct sort of audits, like health checks on their constitutions, which rather than looking back at a crisis, as our speaker Anahit from Armenia was talking about, to see if constitutions can fix a particular problem, they're looking forward to see if they need to future-proof their constitutions against potential weaknesses. And lastly, in terms of constitutional instability in Europe, one of the things that has been a recurring theme in the day is not just abusive constitutionalism in terms of the change of constitutional text or amendment of constitutional text for unconstitutional ends, but also changes in norms and practices, which over time we think have become constitutional conventions. Those norms and practices are increasingly being ignored and dismantled, and there should be consideration perhaps about whether explicit constitutional change can strengthen such norms. Okay, so prediction number one, there will continue to be a high frequency of constitutional reform activity. But what will these processes look like in the future? Well, two trends here. One, there are sort of two types of processes generally around the world when we talk about large-scale constitutional reform. Okay, one is in response to popular uprisings, civil wars, whereby processes are participatory, they are politically inclusive. Chile would be a prime example where there was a popular uprising, mass protests in 2019 that led to a directly elected constitutional convention, which engaged largely with the public and had broad political involvement, although the draft was then rejected at referendum. The second type of process is those found in more authoritarian states where the process is non-inclusive and unilateral. One comment I would make about this is that I think since 2015 and Nepal, but I'm happy to be corrected about this, the only countries, the only processes that have resulted in new constitutions, or really the only processes that resulted in large-scale constitutional reform, have been those unilateral authoritarian processes. And those processes that have been inclusive and participatory have either stalled or collapsed. So new constitutions in places like Tunisia, Kyrgyzstan, and Cuba were all pretty much the results of unilateral processes rather than negotiated processes of political consensus and popular support. Regardless, in democratic societies or would-be democracies, political inclusion and popular participation have become a norm, and I think this will continue. But I hope it will become a more advanced. Many cases recently where we have been involved, I think that the ideas of how to engage the public have been somewhat superficial and poorly designed. But there are cases of recent innovation. We had a speaker earlier from Ireland, where, like in Iceland, they used randomly elected citizen assemblies to debate and propose constitutional reforms. Currently in Wales, my home country, and also recently in Chile, there have been deliberative settings for popular participation. So rather than a sort of dialogue between elites and the people, the idea of public participation is to provide information for citizens to dialogue with each other. Prediction number 2 is that I think we will not only see more frequent processes of constitutional reform, we will see more unilateral authoritarian constitutional changes that will succeed, and we will see more participatory, inclusive processes, many of which will collapse or stall. Moving on from the process of constitution making to the actual text, what will the constitutions of the future look like? Well, in terms of general characteristics, one trend over the last 200 years is that constitutions are getting longer. They're covering more issues. So the scope is broader, and they're covering those issues in more detail. And again, I think there's no reason why this trend will not continue. Why? Firstly, despite all the threats to constitutionalism, there is an increasing faith in what constitutions can do. So rather than 200 years ago, where constitutions were sort of administrative, procedural documents, constitutions now have other functions, in particular communicating values, recognizing identities, and safeguarding an increasing number of rights beyond the classic civil and political rights. So these are making constitutions much longer than they used to be. Further, as societies have become more complex, constitutions have sought to regulate all manner of aspects not related to the immediate business of the engine room of the constitution, the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary. For example, 200 years ago, political parties did not exist. 100 years ago, constitutions said very few things about political parties, and now constitutions are becoming increasingly ambitious in seeking to regulate what have become perhaps the most critical actors in governance. The same can be said about the security sector in terms of constitutions increasingly looking to regulate the way security sector agencies are governed, but also other issues sort of more removed from the state. For example, natural resources, we often see now included in adding to the scope of the things that constitutions might cover. Of course, the number of rights found in constitutions continues to increase. For example, Chilton and Versteeg cataloged the rights in constitutions since World War II and found that the number of rights has more or less doubled since 1945. And I don't think that will discontinue. So I think they found that in 1945, if I remember correctly, that the average number of rights was around 23. And in 2016, I think when their study was published, it was about 45. The recent constitution in Chile had something close to 100 rights in the text. Further, another reason why constitutions will become longer is the classical idea of separation of powers between executive, legislative, and judiciary as forming the basis for constrained power is no longer deemed a sufficient framework, and constitutions over the past 20 years in particular have seen an explosion in fourth branch institutions such as human rights commissions, anti-corruption commissions, election commissions, gender commissions, etc. The 2015 Constitution of Nepal had no less than 13 separate independent commissions included in its text. Lastly, another reason why constitutions will continue to grow is that constitutions will increasingly deal with subnational and supranational issues. Subnational, because groups within countries are becoming more assertive in seeking autonomy, and where these groups are geographically concentrated, there is often these demands are often accompanied for demands of political decentralization in the constitution. And supranational, because we are increasingly living in an interconnected world, and constitutions are increasingly recognizing this through recognition of obligation to international commitments, explicit statements of membership in international organizations such as the European Union or NATO, and explicit recognition of the jurisdiction of supranational courts. So prediction number 3, despite a crisis of constitutionalism, there seems to be an unwavering faith that increasing the depth and scope of constitutions is a good thing. Beyond these sort of ongoing trends, what new issues might constitutions of the future seek to regulate? I would propose 3: climate, digitalization, and the economy. Climate change is the defining issue of our time, and to ignore it because it is not the kind of thing that constitutions traditionally deal with is to make the Constitution a suicide pact, in my view. Indeed, in many ways, climate change presents a classic case for constitutionalism, right? So the costs of addressing climate change are long-term and irreversible, but the sorry, the benefits are long-term, the costs are short-term, right? So there's not much incentive for a government that is focused on re-election in 4 years or 5 years in investing its political capital in climate change. And so in many ways, they are a sort of classic case for why constitutional regulation would be a good thing. And we've seen this recently in certain constitutions. In particular, many constitutions have moved beyond just a right to a healthy environment and include things like commitments to maintaining a percentage of land area as forestry, that's in Haiti, specialized environmental tribunals, for example, in Kenya, and commissions mandated to safeguard the interests of future generations as established by statutes in Wales. And indeed, as we become more aware of the long-term and often irreversible consequences of our actions, constitutional design for intergenerational justice should become a pressing concern. Secondly, to digitalization. Humans are spending an increasing amount of time online, as I am now, and the internet is becoming a more powerful tool, penetrating more and more aspects of politics, society, and the economy. The recent convention in Chile dedicated one out of its 7 thematic committees to what they called knowledge systems. And this committee successfully proposed a number of innovations in the draft in response to growing digitalization. These included a right to online privacy, a right to quality and fast connectivity, a right to participate in the digital space free of violence, a right to digital education, and a right to informational self-determination, which is sort of the idea that you should be able to control what is said about you online, the right to be forgotten, things like that. Thirdly, the economic constitution. The rise of liberal democracy in many places has been tied together with free market ideology. But if one considers the core goals of liberal democracy to protect individual liberties from capricious and arbitrary power, I think constitutional designers may have to be bolder in thinking about how to rein in the power of economic interests, both in the social sphere, but in particular in terms of its oversized influence on politics in nearly every country. So prediction number 4, constitutions will, I hope, increasingly deal with climate change, digitalization, and the economy. So lastly, a couple of reflections on constitutionalism beyond the text of the Constitution, as our previous speaker from Tartu was mentioning. So we hear through all these panels that backsliding is becoming an increasingly pervasive phenomenon. And there is a question about whether constitutions can keep up with this, whether our constitutions too slow in their process of a change to respond to new ways that people are exploiting loopholes. And would backsliders find new loopholes anyway? I agree with Professor Wenchen Chang, who spoke from the National University of Taiwan before, when she was saying, so far from what was in the 1990s up until now a very technocratic approach to democracy assistance and constitutional assistance, we need to think more about building civic culture, I think was the words of Professor Wenchen, build stronger civic networks capable of promoting and defending constitutionalism when it is under threat. And on this, we are talking about constitutionalism in the future, but there is a question about what does constitutionalism even look like in the future? The past 200 years, for the most part, and with some exceptions, have been dominated by models which came out of the European Enlightenment and the American experiment. We've seen different approaches, even within democracies, for example, in the Andean countries in South America. But as one of the previous panelists remarked, with regards to the Constitution of Taiwan, it's more about variation on a theme rather than a new theme itself. So can we expect more divergence as the multipolar world is less influenced by the West, seeks to shed its colonial hangovers, and to move towards its own form of governance? And I should end with a sort of task, I suppose, for the students. I think that most of the speakers that I've seen so far, and that I would include myself in that, we grew up in a world where the end of history was sort of Bible, where there was the idea that our ideas of liberal constitutionalism were going to be dominant, and all one had to do was sort of be inspired by these ideas and adopt these ideas, and everyone could proceed along the same path of prosperity and democracy. I think the challenge is now to have a paradigm shift. And the term paradigm shift, it comes from this experiment that was done where the subjects were given cards, playing cards, but some of the cards had been changed. So the spades, instead of being black, they were red, and the diamonds, instead of being red, they were black. And the cards were shown very quickly to the subjects, and the subjects were asked to repeat what the cards were. And because people are trained to see spades being black and diamonds being red, they repeated what they thought they saw instead of what they see, because our brains are very much trained to think in models and patterns. And most of the people of my generation or those before me are looking for ways out of this crisis of constitutionalism based more or less on the same recipes. I think Professor Pinelli was saying, well, we're sort of, there's a movement away from an idea of constitutionalism, but without anything to take its place. Well, I think and I hope that the new generation that is growing up and being educated in a different world, in the 21st century, will be bold enough to think about this as a paradigm shift and think about new models of constitutionalism, which are not just based on European history and heritage or the American Constitution, but which grow out of the needs of society and politics in the 21st century. So let me end there, and thanks again to the organizers.
Dear Summit, thank you very much. It was very extensive review of the situation of the Constitution and also incoming trends. And I would suggest for the students to mark this presentation, and when you will return home to review it again, because if you have a subject, constitutional comparative law, that's the perfect source for you to learn. Okay, so now I would like to give the floor to Professor Yan Tu, who is a research professor at Institutum Jurisprudentiae Academica Sinica in Taiwan, and he also serves as the deputy director of the Center for Empirical Legal Studies in the same academia, and his research interests include the law of democracy, democratic theory, constitutional theory, comparative constitutional law, and judicial behavior. And I'm, as former member of Lithuanian Central Electoral Commission, specifically looking forward to his presentation because he will speak about the referendums. So, dear Jan, too, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a privilege and an honor to be here with you all today. I would like to thank our organizers, especially Dean Professor Zalimas, for organizing this wonderful event. Like my colleagues, Professor Wenzhen Zhang, this morning, I would also like to use this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the people of Lithuania. I think Taiwan is very fortunate and very happy to have Lithuania as our friend, our true friend. So, in a time when the future of a liberal constitutional democracy looks more and more uncertain, I think it might be a good idea that we heed the advice of many wise thinkers of our time and go back to the basics of what it means and it takes to organize and live our collective lives as a liberal constitutional democracy. I think the reason is quite simple. Constitutional democracy is in and of itself a political experiment. And if there is a future, a better future for this human endeavor, it is because we will keep trying to revise our experiment design to better realize our liberal democratic ideals in the changing world, and especially when the existing regime has proven to be dysfunctional. So with this understanding in mind, I would like to focus on the institutional design of a specific type of democratic decision-making process, a process that is used when the very future of a given constitutional democracy is on the line, or even literally on the ballot. So yes, I want to talk something about referendums. It is often said that we are in the age of the referendum. We can be more specific though. What prevails in the world nowadays, after all, is less about ordinary referendums that carry the gospel of direct democracy, and more about the constitutional practices of letting the people have a direct say, even the final say, on issues that are of fundamental importance to their identity and or their fate as a constitutional community. In fact, I do not invent such a distinction. It has been observed for more than 2 centuries. So in Federalist number 49, James Madison cautioned us against the frequent reference of constitutional questions to the decision of the whole society. But even as a skeptic of democracy, Madison was willing to concede that, quote, a constitutional road to the decision of the people ought to be marked out and kept open for certain great and extraordinary occasions. So today, the great and extraordinary occasions that call for popular vote include at least the founding of a new nation state, the making or amending or wholesale amending of a constitution, the decision to join or leave a very important international organization, and the devolution of powers within the nation state. So many interesting and noteworthy examples can be found in the comparative constitutional law. Let me just mention 2 of them: the ongoing constitution making in Chile and the 2016 Brexit referendum in the United Kingdom. How should we name this kind of constitutional practices? As many of you already knew, there has been a growing literature, a booming literature, categorizing such practices as constitutional referendums, without regard to whether a referendum defined as such is about capital C or about small c constitutional change. But to avoid the conflation of forms and substance in this present inquiry, I prefer to characterize such referendums on matters of profound constitutional significance in the small c sense as megapolitics referendum. Let me give you an example of how it might help to have a new term like this. So tomorrow, November 26th, Taiwan voters will decide whether to ratify a proposed constitutional amendment that would lower the voting age and the age of certain candidacies for certain elected offices from 20 and 23 to 18. So this is certainly a constitutional referendum. And in fact, this is the first constitutional referendum in Taiwan history. But I'm all for this proposed amendment, but I don't think the upcoming vote tomorrow should be categorized as a megapolitics referendum. Okay? By contrast, in 2008, Taiwan had 2 failed referendums on whether Taiwan should apply for a UN membership for Taiwan or for the Republic of China, which is still the official name of Taiwan. So although these 2 referendums were held as ordinary policy votes under Taiwan's Referendum Act, they could be characterized as megapolitics referendums without a doubt. So my presentation is first and foremost an attempt to identify and analyze megapolitics referendums as a league of its own. This kind of referendums deserve a new look and an independent category and our closer inquiry, because much of the future for constitutional democracy is likely contingent on how they work. So the institutionalization and increasing use of megapolitics referendums in many contemporary constitutional democracies, whether young or established, may have cement their place in the modern constitutionalism, but I'd say that their ascension and integration into the canons of liberal democracy have been viewed with ambivalence and skepticism by many, to say the least. So on the one hand, the very idea of constitutional self-government seems to justify, if not compel, the use of referendum in making the utmost fundamental decisions of a constitutional community. While there are good reasons not to glorify the mere holding of the referendum vote as the living embodiment of such ideas as popular sovereignty or constituent power, a free and fair megapolitics referendum does go a long way to honor the constitutional commitment to the consent of the governed and hold the potential to convey strong democratic legitimacy to the proposed constitutional change. On the other hand, the wisdom of the crowd is often called into question, if not only because decisions the people make at the ballot box often appear to be swayed more by passion and or interest than by reason. So in the worst case scenario, a megapolitics referendum could even pave the way for authoritarian or would-be authoritarians to degenerate a liberal democracy into an illiberal one. So the tragic authoritarian turn of Venezuela under Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro is just a case in point. In short, it appears that the use of megapolitics referendums entail a paradox. The people should have every right to determine their constitutional future. But when it is left at the whims of the people, the future of constitutional democracy could become more uncertain and even less desirable. So against this backdrop, the institutionalization of constitutional referendum can be seen as a dual attempt to enable and constrain at the same time the use of referendum in the process of making formal constitutional change. It seeks to ensure that when it comes to making certain changes to the constitutional status quo, a referendum will be held to seek the consent of the people, but only according to the terms set forth by the existing constitution. So typical terms for constitutional referendums include such requirements as the initiation solely by a parliamentary supermajority, the use of turnout threshold, and the elevation of approval threshold for the referendum vote. Interacting with the political situation on the ground, this kind of stringent rules are often said to have the effect of further entrenching the constitutional status quo. But alternatively, they could end up like the Mackino line. For agents of constitutional change, still have the option to go extra constitutional and directly appeal to the people by holding a megapolitics referendum in a more majoritarian fashion. The constitutionalists simply could not domesticate or constitutionalize all kinds of megapolitics referendums. Nor do they always hold the moral high ground against the populists in the battle for the souls of liberal democracy. So as Professors Mark Tashina and Bojan Bogaric forcefully argued in their 2021 book, Power to the People, Constitutionalism in the Age of Populism, there are, not always, but there are plausible scenarios in which the real villains are those self-serving elites who weaponize the Constitution to preserve their positions, and the populists who break the rules or norms may actually be the true heroes. So perhaps Taiwan can serve as a case illustrating the multiple paths to and competing terms of megapolitics referendums available to a constitutional democracy that strives to control its own destiny. So propelled by a robust small c constitutional consensus that only the people of Taiwan have the right to determine its own future, 3 sets of megapolitics referendum rules, along with rules for various types of ordinary referendums, have been developed in Taiwan over the past 2 decades. So under the current law in Taiwan, a megapolitics referendum is supposed to take shape in either of the following three forms. It could be defensive referendum, which could be triggered at the president's discretion as a response to an imminent foreign threat to our national sovereignty. It could be constitutional referendum, which is mandatory for amending the constitution or changing the territory. And it could be what we call cross-strait, that is Taiwan and China political agreement referendum, which is also mandatory for reaching any agreement of political significance between Taiwan and China. However, there still exist possibilities that an ordinary referendum on major public policy may turn out to be a megapolitics referendum in disguise. So in addition to the 2 referendums on the UN membership application I mentioned earlier, in the recent years, some citizens in Taiwan had thought to initiate ballot propositions aimed at authorizing the making of a new constitution for Taiwan or forcing the legislative yuan, which is Taiwan's unicameral parliament, to propose certain amendments to the existing ROC constitution. It's just that these citizens-initiated proposals were blocked by Taiwan's Central Election Commission at the stage of pre-circulation review for exceeding the constitutional parameters of ordinary referendum. So in short, megapolitics referendums could take different forms in Taiwan, and it matters a great deal which form is chosen, because different rules, different terms apply to different types of referendum. So how then should a constitutional democracy structure its megapolitics referendums? In debating this question of institutional design, there are those who care most about the continuity and the stability of the existing constitutional settlement and want to constitutionalize or make it more difficult to fulfill the terms by which a megapolitics referendum is held. So call them the constitutionalists. There are also those who have more faith in the people and want to make it easier for the people to rule themselves via majoritarian megapolitics referendums. We can call them the populists. Instead of taking side on this increasingly polarized debate, however, I think our best hope may lie in finding middle ground that could bring these 2 camps together. The very project of liberal democracy, liberal constitutional democracy, after all, commands that we strike a proper balance between reason and will, between stability and change. So to be sure, our objective is not to find a one-size-fits-all solution, as there may well be good reasons to make it more difficult to make some megapolitics decisions than others. So for example, I think we can make a compelling case for the requirement of the Lithuanian constitution, not only with the approval of at least the 3/4 of the electorate in the referendum can the constitutional identity of the state of Lithuania as an independent democratic republic be amended. The statutory requirement in Taiwan that Taiwan China political agreement referendum can be proposed only by a 3/4 parliamentary supermajority also strikes me as a sensible way to defend Taiwan from being divided and conquered by China. I'm much skeptical, however, about the wisdom of the current constitutional amendment rules in Taiwan that subject all constitutional amendment proposals, including discrete constitutional amendment proposals like the lowering of voting age, to the approval of more than half of the electorate. In any event, we need a yardstick to measure whether a megapolitics referendum rule is too stringent a restraint on the people's right to constitutional self-government. And such a baseline may also enable us to tell whether a non-constitutional megapolitics referendum is a legitimate exercise of power rather than a gimmick of authoritarian populists geared at subverting liberal democracy. So in thinking about the various design issues concerning megapolitics referendums, I find myself influenced and inspired most by Professor Melissa Schwartzberg's 2014 book, Counting the Many. This is a powerful critique of a supermajority rule. So in this book, Professor Schwartzberg argues that the project of constitutionalism should be reoriented at eliciting the highest quality judgments from citizens on fundamental issues for the community. And that she argues that complex majoritarianism may work as a better alternative to supermajority rule. So I think Professor Schwartzberg's insights may guide us to develop sensible standards for judging the institutional design of megapolitics referendums. But if I may make some suggestions, I would emphasize and argue that it is the politically accountable representative elites who should bear heavy responsibilities in leading the sustained and the serious process of public argumentation and reason-giving that should precede any megapolitics referendum worthy of our respect. Specifically, they should be the ones who pull the trigger of the process. The agenda setting of a megapolitics referendum, I think, is simply way too important to be left in the hands of those self-appointed representatives of the people. So you need to have that kind of decision to be politically accountable. And even if there are situations in which supermajority rule may be discarded for good reasons, I think the elected elites from across the partisan aisle should cooperate in good faith to hammer out sensible proposals for the people to approve or choose. This is what they owe to each other and to the people as well. So with the development of this kind of rules and norms, political norms, I hope to show that it is possible to find terms of megapolitics referendums that both sides, the constitutionalists and the populists, can agree with. So in his 2019 book, Revolutionary Constitutions, Professor Bruce Ackerman observed that the referendum represents a far deeper threat to the establishment tradition. And it is largely because, quote, referenda open the way for demagogic appeals to ordinary citizens who lack the time and knowledge required for such fateful choices, unquote. I'm a great admirer of Professor Ackerman, but I think this need not be the case of megapolitics referendum. Because a megapolitics referendum in its best light is not a standalone mechanism of direct democracy, but a joint venture of the representative establishment and the citizenry in the pursuit of a more perfect union. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation and well as the CE referendum has this double-edged sword quality, basically, but I in particular liked your idea about that it should go as a joint venture together with other checks and balances, basically, in Constitution. So I hope we will have questions during the panel, and I do hope that we still will have time for the questions. Okay, so now I would like to switch to panel discussion and to invite our next speaker. It's Professor Dr. Katerina Pabel. She's a professor of public law and international law at the University of Economic and Business in Austria, in Vienna. She started her career at Bonn, worked in the universities of Bonn, Graz, and Cologne. She was full professor at the University of Linz, and she was also took the office of the dean of the faculty and is a substitute member of the Venice Commission. And then you can read about her and about us, all our speakers, in the biographies presented in the website. So I will not waste your time, your valuable time. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to this most interesting conference. And I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for the very good organization and especially for the great hospitality. And of course, I would like to congratulate the Dean, Professor Zalimas, for his faculty and his students who are so patient on a Friday afternoon, and I hope it's not only the weather what keeps you inside the room. As mentioned before, I'm from Austria, a country which has a relatively stable constitution since 1920, which has a relatively strong constitutional court, and I should say it has a relatively high trust in the Constitution and trust in its implementation by the judges in general, and especially by the judges of the Constitutional Court. Against this background, I would like to shine a spotlight on a subject which might become a subject also for constitutions in the upcoming years. It's the climate change and the climate change mitigation. And so I can combine my contribution with the contribution of one of the previous speakers who mentioned this issue before. Many political fighters for climate change, especially also in Austria, in Germany, and other countries around Europe, they resort to elements of their national constitutions as a tool to attain their goal. They put their trust largely in fundamental rights as constitutional guarantees and the procedure for their implementation, especially by way of proceedings for the respective constitutional court. After the exhaustion of the domestic possibilities, the climate fighters apply in the same way with the European Court of Human Rights, relying on the fundamental rights of the European Convention on Human Rights. And we are all waiting for the upcoming decisions and judgments by the Strasbourg Court. Furthermore, the climate activists often refer to state objectives, objectives enshrined in the Constitution, providing for the protection of nature, of a clean environment, and climate protection. We can find such objectives, for example, in the Austrian Constitution as well as in the German Constitution. Others postulate to introduce respective state objectives in the respective constitution. Therefore, climate protesters legitimately make the best use of substantive constitutional clauses in order to approach, at least, the climate principles according to the Paris treaties. This is an example of trust in the Constitution and its implementation by the judges, especially the judges of the Constitutional Court. I think the colleague called it the faith that in that what the Constitution can do. Nevertheless, this referral to the material parts of the Constitution indicates that there is little trust in those parts of the Constitution which organize the democratic procedures in the state, be it a more representative model or a model with strong elements of direct democracy, such as referendum. The protesters, the climate protesters, have the impression, in my view, that the way through the democratic avenues in order to improve climate protection by way of legislation is too slow, is not functioning, is not effective, in a word, is frustrating. And I can understand this. However, nevertheless, in a democratic state, it should be the legislature deciding on the law, on the amendment of the law, and accordingly, more concretely, on the ways and means for climate change mitigation. Climate protection is very important, undoubtedly, but it is competing with other objectives in politics. For example, reliable energy supply, which has become more evident in this winter. In a state governed by democracy, the legislator is deciding on the prevalence of one objective over the other in a given situation. In view of the discussion of the future of constitution and constitutionalism, more in general, do we want to enrich or to charge the constitution with more and new state objectives in order to bind the political decision-making? Do we want to reproduce a set of different political goals on a constitutional level? I think the colleague from IDEA, the previous speaker, mentioned important reasons for the inclusion of the protection of the environment, of the climate protection in a constitution. But on the other hand, then we give the decision on measures to a specific degree to the judges. Is that what we want in the end? The function of fundamental rights as limits to the exercise of political power is, in my view, undisputed. And as far as human rights can be interpreted as a right protecting against dangers caused by climate change, their effect is clear and undisputed to me. And undoubtedly, climate change mitigation is a political goal of eminent relevance, and of course we can reflect this in a constitution. But a constitutionalization of this and any other political goal cannot replace the task of balancing different political goals in a specific situation. And this task of balancing is the primary task of the democratic legislation, and it is under its responsibility. The division of powers as a core element of any constitutional order sometimes has to be pushed in the sense of encouraging, of pushing the legislator to take its responsibility. The idea to include climate protection as an objective in the Constitution might lead to dash hope that the state will turn immediately into a, let's say, green state. And this dashed hope might even, as a tendency, weaken constitutionalism. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your insights. It's an interesting idea that when we are speaking about introducing new concepts, new rights, they should be found in balance with what existing, and perhaps we also should expect what will be a certain fallback from the populists, because again we have different stratas. We once are, well, unfortunately, we even have climate deniers. So, okay, so now I would like to give a floor to Associate Professor Ingrida Danieliene, and she's head of Academic Social Sciences Department and Associate Professor at European Humanities University. And she's also a Senior Research Fellow at the Faculty of Political Science and Diplomacy of Vytautas Magnus University, where we are here in very lovely evening, and our conference still continues. So Ingrida, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Without further introduction or further ado, I would like to note that one of the occasions that brought us all together here today was the 30th anniversary of the Lithuanian Constitution. And in fact, during our very interesting conversations, one of the issues that we haven't yet touched upon, and I'm lucky that we haven't yet done that, is the Lithuanian Constitution. And therefore, I would just like to share several comments and insights on how I view our constitutional story. So indeed, the Lithuanian Constitution was adopted in 1992 with the more broader wave of constitutionalism in the region. It is not a long constitution, contains 14 chapters, under 200 articles. To this day, the Constitution of Lithuania has welcomed or has seen roughly 13 constitutional amendments, but it does not mean that the constitutional concept has not changed or developed through the 30 years. Generally, or essentially, the major developments, as many of my colleagues would acknowledge, took place specifically not through the constitutional amendments, which were many times quite technical or just dealt with the incorporation of EU law or some elements of EU law into the Lithuanian constitutional law. The major developments of constitutional law took place specifically through constitutional jurisprudence, the so-called living constitution. And I'm happy to be an ambassador of Lithuania today when I can boast about the fact that indeed, not only Lithuanian scholars, but also international scholars acknowledge that the jurisprudence of the court that we have today could indeed be called a separate block, a living constitution. This living constitution and its success was determined by many factors, I would say, but I think one of the factors that we must recognize today is indeed the influence of international law. Now, European democracies have always demonstrated a generally receptive attitude toward international or extranational law, including soft law and case law. The Lithuanian constitutional story and attitude towards international law is perhaps an even more friendly one. Through the case law, the constitutional principle of qualitative harmony of the constitution and extranational law has been developed in Lithuania. What does it mean? It means that in the areas, relevant areas, especially in the area of human rights, this mostly applies to, the imperative of Lithuania to be open to international law basically arises from the Constitution itself through explicit and implicit principles. What are these principles? Very shortly, I could mention three. The principle of respect for international law, pacta sunt servanda, which not only requires Lithuanian constitutional law to respect our international treaties, but also to respect the international general norms, the jus cogens norms. This principle is complemented by the principle of an open and harmonious civil society, and it also the principle of the geopolitical orientation of the state, a unique principle that is known to Lithuanian constitutional law. All these principles entail the openness of our constitution to the standards of European human rights protection, but they also give rise to the obligation to accept within our national legal framework as the minimum constitutional standards, the standards set by international law, both when interpreting the provisions of the Constitution and in other spheres. Now, accordingly, derogations from the obligation to interpret the provisions of the Constitution in harmony with international law and EU law may only be constitutionally justifiable in two cases. First, when the Constitution raises higher human rights protection requirements than international law, as does Lithuania do in the field of social rights with regard to some social rights, and also when a harmonized interpretation would fundamentally change the system of values enshrined in the Constitution. Now, there's nothing novel to constitutionalists with the last exception. But here I come to my second point of the comment and the current situation that we have in Lithuania. Apart from this openness to the Constitution, and without attempting to make any general conclusions, one must acknowledge that a divide between constitutional and international law in some spheres is becoming increasingly visible. And interestingly, the first area where this gap seems to be incapable of being bridged is the area of human rights, especially the so-called sensitive human rights, such as the right to private life, the right to found a family, and other gender-related rights. And for example, despite several attempts to constitutionalize a non-discriminatory concept of family, Lithuania has for already more than 10 years been struggling, it has been struggling to do so. The first time that the Constitutional Court dealt or examined this issue was in 2011, and then the Constitutional Court concluded that the concept of family as was understood at that time by the Parliament was too narrow. It did not meet the international standards. Why was it too narrow? We probably all understand that the Lithuanian legal concept of family that was offered at the time was completely tied to the traditional family concept, meaning a family based on marriage concluded between a man and a woman. And actually, this concept comes from the Constitution itself, because it is provided in the Constitution that marriage is a union between a man and a woman. And the Parliament went further to explain that this also applies to family. Now, the Constitutional Court quashed this and explained, relied on international law, that the constitutional concept of family does not coincide with the constitutional concept of marriage. However, it did not provide a concrete answer how the constitutional concept of family should be defined. Then again, in 2019, the court had to come back to the issue and had to interpret that the constitutional concept of families also applies to families based on same-sex partnerships. But once again, the Constitutional Court did not say how this constitutional concept could become constitutional and legal and social practice. So therefore, in this case, one must note that even at the highest level, Lithuanian constitutional law struggles when it comes to sensitive rights, and if we do not go beyond the concept of family, it also means that we cannot start discussing other gender-related rights or go into deeper, more developed discussions. So in this case, we have a situation where Lithuania does not recognize in any way same-sex partnerships. It does not provide a legal protection to same or different sex couples other than those which are formed based on the traditional form of marriage. And we thus belong to this bigger block of European and Central European countries where we declare our adherence and openness to the international law standards. We want to be leading, but we still struggle. Now, a lot of constitutional law development in Lithuania also took place due to the good practices enshrined in soft law. And Lithuania has a very extensive and very strong jurisprudence, which I'm proud of, regarding constitutional referendums, with regard to the constitutionality of constitutional amendments. But what we're witnessing at this point is also the skepticism towards extra-national recommendations in general. So one other trend that is very relevant and will somehow either define our future or have to be resolved is the reluctance to take into, to constitutionalize the good practices offered by soft law and, for example, in the form of recommendations and conclusions of the Venice Commission. Just last year, while interpreting a conflicting regulation that, on the one hand, entrusted the state president and the parliament to dismiss supreme justices on the grounds of their possible involvement in criminal activities, and on the other hand, established the impeachment procedure as the only procedure for dismissal, the Constitutional Court ruled that even without the impeachment procedure, a dismissal was constitutional, bearing in fact the very abstract constitutional values of the aim of combating corruption and the discretion of the president. However, the Constitutional Court disregarded other good practices and recommendations of the Venice Commission and the democratic standards, which do not allow for such harsh removal of supreme justices. So in order not to overstep my role as a panelist, what I want to mention is that all those threats that we have been talking about, they are not strange or they are relevant in Lithuania today. Populism, yes, political, social pressure are elements that are, even though they do not disrupt the functioning of constitutional justice system, but they do raise challenges that maybe were not challenges to us 10 or 20 years ago when we were bigger enthusiasts of international law and obligations. One trend is that we see, yes, that Lithuania, as some other countries, are somehow relying on pick and choose approach, to apply those international standards which seem favorable and to just disregard others. Often this is somehow explained by the something that to me is a bit mystical to this day, even though I study this issue, the constitutional identity of each and every state of Europe. And different elements that somehow would justify our different outlook or different approach even to rights which are considered to be human rights and fundamental rights throughout Europe. So my conclusion, with regard to the future, I believe that Lithuania and many other countries in the region are, to this point, success stories. We have, through the living constitution in Lithuania, very good grounds for the development of further constitutional rule and for combating all and any, whether big or small, challenges and threats. The constitutional text and the constitutional principles that safeguard the Constitution are fully sufficient, but we should not look for reasons or arguments to justify some sort of a special constitutional identity or approach, especially when it comes to human values, fundamental values. I think the answer lies in the search of a divergence or in the direction of divergence of constitutional identities that are based on common constitutional values and in the consistent, coherent, brave, and understandable development of constitutional law. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ingrid. It's always good to have to be back home to talk about our own constitution, and also to take at it a kind of critical look at our practices and approaches. So now I would like to ask: do we have Professor Riznik online? We do. Okay. So can we see him? Sorry. Oh, okay. Professor, do you hear me? Okay,
Yes, I hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Slava Ukraini, first of all.
Героям слава, слава Литві.
Okay, so Professor Serhiy Riznik is Vice Rector for Research, Teaching and International Cooperation and Professor of Constitutional Law at Ivano-Franko National University of Lviv. And without any ado, thank you for your participation in such a troubled times. I hope that we will be able to hear your presentation. So we are looking forward. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. Of course, dear Professor Žalimas, it is a great honor for me to participate in this conference. To be honest, I really tried but failed to cross our state border this time due to the war situation in Ukraine, but I'm happy that I can be with you today even online, and I'm happy that we gather today. Despite war and all the difficulties and challenges we face, I'm glad, dear colleagues, that our universities and our communities represent both the academic community and the nations which have expressed their strong condemnation of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. And really these days and months, when the Russian Federation continues to commit an insidious and completely shameful military attacks on our country, every citizen of Ukraine, as well as every citizen of any other free country, feels obliged to join the fight against the aggressor, each in his own way. And therefore, it is very important that our academic communities are actively involved in this task, and this conference really is a very good example of this. Of course, I'm sure and I hope that you will agree with me that the future of European Union will be determined by the decisions made by our citizens, our nations now and in the months to come, especially after this war, and high quality integration of Ukraine is absolutely impossible. We all understand this without complete understanding of the phenomenon of the Constitution itself. That's why the topic of this conference, as I have already mentioned, is very important. But it may seem strange that this issue still remains unresolved in some countries, and to be honest, even in Ukraine still, which has clearly embarked on the path of building a constitutional democracy. But the fact remains, and after the war, it will become this issue, become especially acute. At the same time, despite all the efforts of scholars to reach terminological understanding and the concept of the Constitution, both in science and in practice, this concept continues to be interpreted differently. And this concerns, of course, not only Ukraine, and we see that, especially in these days, that authoritarian regimes around the world have called constitutions documents that have nothing to do with the ideas of limiting state power, of protecting human rights, human dignity, and etc., especially Russia, Belarus, and other countries. And thus, as we know, Abraham Lincoln outlined the essence of democracy as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Less than 100 years later, Benito Mussolini stated nothing outside the state, about the state, in spite of the state, everything with the help of the state, for the sake of the state, in the state. So these two opposite approaches still find their expression in national constitutions and different countries, and demonstrate the extreme points of this constitutional and not constitutional spectrum. Therefore, in many states' constitutions, instead of a means of restraining absolute power and protecting human rights, have become a means of usurping power, suppressing the rule of law. As a result, the word itself, constitution, began to denote not just different, but completely opposite in content, influence, and meaning documents. And this term has become a so-called contronym or autoantonym. It is term known in Western philology, which denotes words that are identical in sound, but opposite in meaning. It is for the purposes of abuse of power that this substitution of concepts most often occurs, as well-known method of deceiving societies whose ordinary, so-called ordinary members are much more mentally dependent on the direct or lexical meanings of words than on their real content. And this is, I think, a very interesting and very important issue. So if the activities, for example, of the constitutional courts, so-called constitutional courts of the Russian Federation or Belarus, are based on the initial interpretation of the constitution as just of the basic law of the state or the supreme normative act in the system of sources of legislation, then the notorious results of the work of these so-called bodies of constitutional jurisdiction are quite expected. And it is noteworthy that with the collapse of the USSR, its Soviet Union, I mean, its former satellites almost immediately decided which of the two opposite approaches to the legal positioning of national constitutions they would choose. Some immediately adopted or restored constitution of the Western European model, like Lithuania, for example, and other Baltic countries. Others chose authoritarian so-called constitutional models. And after all, the above-mentioned struggle of these two opposing political and legal ideologies led to the fact, to be honest, that Ukraine was the last among the post-Soviet republics to adopt a constitution in 1996 with a rather compromised text, and therefore is still somewhere in the middle of this above-mentioned spectrum of this world so-called constitutional map. In other words, the restrictions that every real constitution imposes on the state also apply to the people and to the understanding of the people of these two concepts. And as well, what is very important, and I think that today's Ukrainian society begin to understand this, that guided even by sincere intentions, peoples who have unlimited power can easily harm themselves and eventually lose not only power, but also freedom and any prospects for the further existence. And I think that the example of Russia Federation and Russian people is very good to understand this concept. Otherwise, of course, democracy becomes a temporary and uncertain phenomenon where the absolute supremacy of the powers, of the people's power at any time risks one against turning into a typical dictatorship. Therefore, conscious self-restriction by the constitution testifies to the maturity of the political nation as opposed to the naivety of the ethnic nation. And this is the key to sustainable democracy in a successful state based on the rule of law. So in this context, it is also worth remembering how at certain stages of Europe's development, certain weaknesses of the practical implementation of the universal doctrine of constitutionalism were used for purposes opposite to its content, which led to the emergence of aggressive dictatorial regimes and tragic consequences of a global nature. But from this experience, what is very important, the European states have drawn profound conclusions, one of which was the awareness that there is no alternative to the unification of Europe to prevent further internal conflicts, mutual assistance in preventing the usurpation of power by national regimes, and joint opposition to external aggression. Therefore, the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization became the institutional international guarantees of democratic stability, of the most successful states of the world and Europe, protection of human rights and welfare of the nations. And today, the highest standards of human rights, democracy, and security are observed in the member states of these organizations. And for the Ukrainian people today, who for the centuries have been deprived of the opportunity to participate on equal in the development of a free European community, constantly subjected to unfair harassment and repression, the course towards European and Euro-Atlantic integration, especially after this Russian aggression, is a consistent and self-evident step towards the establishment of an independent, democratic, and constitutional statehood. And as you know, our preamble of our constitution contains provision about European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and I want to admit a special role of Dainius Žalimas in this very successful result of our constitutional process. And among scholars, still, there are supporters of various theories of the Constitution, and these issues are combined and very close. But the definition of the Constitution in Ukraine today is actually as an act of consolidation of Ukrainian nation and the primary power of Ukrainian people, adopted with the aim of establishing an independent, democratic, social, and legal state, as well as limiting state power to ensure the rights and freedoms of human and citizen, and which enshrines an integral system of universal legal principles and values in their combination, what is very important, with the national and international law. So, however, Ukraine's integration into the European space is impossible without a complete rejection of Russia's presence in all spheres of life, including the mental space. Unfortunately, we Ukrainians had to feel it on our own bitter experience and still feel it. Therefore, now the main priority for the Ukrainian nation is not only to consolidate the European integration aspirations, but also to assert our national identity, which for centuries, as I have already mentioned, was under the oppression and harassment of Russia, suffered from the imposition of an unnatural and alien culture, language, and therefore European integration and national aspirations are so deeply rooted in our today's consciousness that they have become almost complementary and inseparable. And now European integration means for us the need to defend our native land for the welfare not only of Ukraine, but of the whole Europe. And before I'll finish, I just want to mention that the importance of combating Russian influence and the spread of the principles of so-called Russian world can hardly be overestimated today. And to this end, we at Ivan Franko National University of Lviv, from the first days of the war, understanding our mission, and as well as the mission of our partner universities in Ukraine and in EU, have been actively working to limit the expansionary policy of the aggressor state. At the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we sent letters to all rectors of our partners universities and were pleasantly surprised by the large number of letters that came in response. And the support of our friends gives inspiration to the struggle and inspires us to new achievements. And most of them have already refused, I mean our partners, to cooperate with Russia in any format, including Russian universities, centers of Russian language and culture, Russian language education programs, etc. And in addition, our activities are aimed at promoting Ukraine, its language, culture, and traditions in the European educational space. Of course, we understand that we are actively integrating into the European space, borrowing the experience of our Western partners, and this conference, as I have already mentioned, is a very good example of this, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to be a part of a big European family. However, we are also convinced that a better understanding of Ukraine by Europeans is also existentially important, as it will help to deepen the connection between us and demonstrate how mentally close we really are. And of course, to finish, for some states, we understand European integration is not a main goal. The example of the United Kingdom, which have shaken the European Union, changed the political situation on the European continent. However, we should not forget that along with European integration and European values, there are universal human principles, principles that move the world towards progress and development, principles that guard the peace and prosperity of the civilized world, respect, mutual assistance and support. And as long as there are those who believe in them, we will not be afraid of any challenges, and we will win. We will together win, and thank you very much for your attention.
Dear Sergei, thank you very much for your insights, and I do hope that we all think that the fight of Ukraine against Russia's aggression is also a fight of real constitution against fake constitution, about canopy of constitution that covers some rotten and corrupt regime. So all the best for you and for your country. So thanks again one more time. So, dear participants, we are actually, time is up. So I just would like to ask those who are responsible for the timing, do we have some 10 minutes for, no. Okay, sorry. We have 15 minutes for questions. Oh, very good. I was hoping that, yes, we might have. Sorry, students, that's life. Okay. So, so we have a panel. We have those speakers who spoke previously, I think. Do we have questions? Yes, Professor.
I found very interesting the presentation of Professor Yen Tu-Su, and I would like to ask him whether the distinction he made between mega politics referendum and ordinary referendum should be complemented with the distinction between regarding who proposes referendum, because this is key from a democratic point of view. There are referendum who, according to some constitutional orders, can be asked only by public powers. the government sometimes. Even democratic countries as France, for example, and others as Italy, where there is only a certain section of the people who can act. I think this is a difference that is even more important than the majority that is required for making the referendum pass or not. And second, but this is really an empirical observation, I note that populists are not particularly inclined to propose. This is to a certain extent strange, because they would be more keen in asking the people. Instead, they prefer to exploit representative democracy. This is very interesting, I think, and probably the parties of the democratic tradition have not yet realized that this would be very important for attacking populism also. Thanks.
Professor Spinelli. So do we have any other questions? Please don't be shy, it's only 10 minutes left. Everybody's tired, perhaps. Even future of constitutionalism is not relevant anymore, right? Coffee, some... Okay, so, dear Jan Tutsu, so could you answer the question?
Yes, thank you so much, Professor, for this wonderful two questions. So first, yes, I agree with you. So I think it's not a good idea to have citizens-initiated mega-politics referendums. I think that the triggering, the trigger of the mega-politics referendum should be left for elected officials. And I think that's the reason is that we want to make sure that that kind of decision is politically accountable. So I really agree with you that a major difference between ordinary referendum and mega politics referendum is who can trigger that process. And the second point, I totally agree with you. So I think Princeton professor J. Mueller also made a similar point in his recent book that it is actually counterintuitive for some people, because many authoritarian regimes, they actually try to avoid taking issues to the people through referendums, because they fear that it might actually backfire, because they could not really actually control people. They claim that they are the true representative of the people, but they're afraid that the result may reflect otherwise. So I think it's a very good point to suggest that maybe referendum process is not by nature or always will be a populist decision-making process. No, it could not. It could be otherwise. All depends on institutional design. That's why I want to emphasize that institutional design matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the last chance to ask a question. Okay, chance is wasted. So I would like to ask for the round of applause for esteemed panel. For the organizers. And for the students who were here on their free will. They were not registered. They were just enjoying all this long day. You are wonderful. So, that... Yeah, but closing remarks, yeah, and organizers must take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, I was going to tell you closing remark in some 30 minutes, but maybe not with time, because really we have received a huge amount of various information on practices, constitutional interpretation in many countries, and I think it will take still some time to make the proper closing conclusions. And actually, Justinas did all my job. He said thanks to the audience, to the panelists, to all the panelists, and to particularly for the students. So I hope that this also provide for you a lot of food for thought. So therefore, I think actually we achieved the main purpose. I mean, to bring together constitutionalists, famous constitutionalists from different parts of the world, to hear that really, although of course always, because otherwise it wouldn't be any constitutionalism in the world, always we can have certain differences, maybe even different interpretations, like on referendum, for example, I remember when I also deliberately was written articles which on the theme how the Constitutional Court can fight against populism in restricting, namely referenda. So we can continue discussions on a number of issues, of course, but the main purpose I consider that was achieved, thanks to you, because we saw that really we have very similar challenges. So maybe the only lesson that can I tell now, that sometimes we should hear each other more attentively. And frankly speaking, when we speak that perhaps other countries, they don't understand properly what challenges we face, but we should also to be critical ourselves, because as mentioned already, for example, such issues as migration and its challenge to human rights raised by migration. Of course, it's a little bit different kind of migration that we faced last year, but frankly speaking, for example, some 10 years ago, so in Lithuania it was not considered to be a challenge, and sometimes we should be acting in a spirit of solidarity and to understand that if we don't face this challenge today, maybe we will face the same challenges tomorrow as faced by other countries. And of course, there is a lot of can be said, but there are both external and internal challenges. They are interrelated, and we all hope that somehow the future of constitutionalism will be solved or will be seen in a more optimistic way. And it will happen due to both external factors like successful fight of Ukraine for our common challenges against, by the way, anti-humanistic and totally anti-constitutionalistic ideology currently pursued by Russia, but not only by Ukraine. Such countries like Taiwan, they are also very important because they are actually facing the same, although from different source, not from Russia. But ideologies are here very similar. I mean, just simply denying the core values of a contemporary constitutionalism. So, on the one hand, this, of course, hope, I hope it will become the reality, but also on the other hand, we must continue our meetings, interaction, just in order to make what has been called as being civil constitutionalism, because if we will be talking only in narrow spaces, only between ourselves, there will be no support for common constitutional values. So let me finish on this point, and with pleasure, now I would like to pass the floor to the representative of another organizer, Nana Kalandadze. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Danis. Yes, I'm Nana Kalandadze. I am managing IDEA's Eastern European programming. I'm here basically on behalf of Massimo Tomazzoli, our director, who was not able to travel physically here. Well, it's obviously not my role to try and summarize all the really rich and comprehensive, almost, reflections that we heard today. I think last year, Danis, I will remember this and go back to this when late last year you started to talk about or mention this initiative first time. We had gathered to actually work on the constitutional visioning for the future Belarus. This was, I believe, November or December, but we had no idea that Russia's fully fledged invasion of Ukraine would have, well, in fact, materialized, although there were warnings to that extent, but that it would materialize with this ferocity and would devastate the region, of course, Ukraine and the region the way it has done. So, of course, yes, in a way, we are having this conference in a, well, to an extent, a tragically timely moment. And I think it's also needless to say that it is, well, Russia's war against Ukraine is, of course, about many things, but it is also about ultimately constitutionalism, right? It is just one dramatic example of what the lack of constitutionalism can do to the country and its own sort of state of affairs, like it has done to Russia, but also what it has, what risks and threats it carries for the neighbors, particularly its democratic and peace-loving neighbors like Ukraine. So we're definitely talking about the right thing and the right time, and I really want to, of course, thank all the speakers who made the effort to come out here and be here physically, all of our speakers online. Let me just also add that, so International IDEA is an intergovernmental organization where we particularly value comparative knowledge. And of course, comparative knowledge generation cannot happen without experts contributing from different countries and bringing in their insights. But what we like to do with that comparative knowledge is a very pragmatic and very active sort of application of these insights into the places where we have access to and we can work and we can work in support of democratic consolidation. So, and I think I'll be echoing probably some of the points expressed today about I think the predicament that all of us have to not just keep these as ultimately comparative practitioner discussions as such, but also try and translate these into civic education, more sort of activist stance and activist work to promote the knowledge about constitutionalism and to well, not only knowledge, but to do things that ultimately help implement the idea of constitutionalism in practice. And of course, I think it's also, I think we are on the right track here because we do have the younger generation of scholars and practitioners here in this audience. So just, very thankful and very grateful for the opportunity that we've been able to contribute to this event, and we certainly look forward to other next round of opportunities to work on this. As Massimo said also in the beginning, of course, we should all try to make sure that with the speed that authoritarians are seeming to be learning and coordinating with each other, well, this is not the least, but at least one of the arguments why the pace of learning and discussion and cultivation of joint efforts should also be a priority on this side. So thank you again, and our institute is, of course, we have a lot of resources that we'd like to offer on the knowledge resources that we produce. Please check our website, idea.int, and we'll only be happy to respond to queries and respond to reflections that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nana. Thank you all. The European Humanities University, myself, my colleagues, students, all of us, we are happy to be part of the group that was in charge of the organization of these beautiful events. But also, I would like to extend, on behalf of all of us, great gratitude to some silent institutions or partners without whose financial support this event would also have not been made possible. So first of all, we thank the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania, the Research Council of Lithuania, and also the law firm Amlex, which is based here in Kaunas, and which understands that such events as this is also something that is of important today and will be important in the future. At the same time, I'm happy to be the one saying thank you to our incredible interpreters who are on the second floor. We had 20 participants from 16 countries and only 2 interpreters who did a wonderful job. And I think they have tirelessly worked and deserve their rest now as well. I also thank the professionals standing there behind the cameras and looking at the screens, who my wild guess are not pure constitutionalists as ourselves, but they also respect, and I'm sure they share our insights into constitutionalism. Thank you to the students. And finally, the bridge that held us together for 9 to 12 months, as now we found out, is the amount of time that this organization required. Aire Keturakiene. I want to thank Aire, who's a brilliant scholar herself, but who worked tirelessly not for her own good, but in order for us to have this wonderful platform for communication. And as from all events or as from all meetings, my only wish is that we leave this conference hall with at least several new things that we learned, at least 1 or 2, and I hope that we can then continue discussions in the future. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.